Excellent. Welcome everybody to part 4 of the SRC VEC 24 Hours at Le Mans, the finale of Season 9. I'm about ready to pass out, but Neil should be back shortly, lead commentator. He's been going now for 18 hours. He's planning to do the whole race. He's a madman. We should all show him some love. We should point out if anybody does want to come up and join us in the booth to talk about their race. Or hi Neil, welcome back.
Generally,
if anybody wants to come up and talk, come and hang out with us. We'd love to have you.
I thought Craig said he was coming to come and join us this morning.
Yeah, so much for that.
I think he's a traitor. Not coming to join us. Absolutely terrible human being.
I might have to punt him off later.
Oh, what shame.
Vengeance. 400 kilometers an hour just into the fence.
Yeah, just 400. We're both, well, Kieran's going to be doing. I'm not sure about me. I might be sleeping.
If you aren't dead, I will attempt. I'm expecting to die immediately.
We're going, myself and Kieran and April Dunn, for example, and anyone else in this race doing that as well?
I think that's it. We're the only crazy people.
Josh Anderson as well, might be.
Oh yeah, Anderson. Where is he? When is he supposed to be coming back?
We've got a 90-minute race around Indianapolis in classic kart cars, like 98 kart cars, is it? 1998 karts? Later this evening, apparently. So that should be fun as well. He said, gently screaming.
Internal screaming.
Internal screaming.
GNS dead, apparently, according to Eunice Review. Not sure of the legitimacy of that.
My replays aren't working anymore. So
right. Everything is broken. Our bodies is broken. Our bodies are broken. Game's broken.
Yeah,
speaking of the devil, look who's just arrived in the YouTube chat, Neil. It's Craig. Come up here, Craig. Craig.
Come in
here, please. Come join us. We'd love to have you.
Love is a strong term. Tolerate.
We would be okay if you with you coming to join us.
I'm just quickly tap back into R Factor 2. I've just seen Pavlos Maciunas just weaving violently down towards the second chicane.
Right. Yeah,
I don't know why though.
I couldn't tell you.
Incredibly violent weave.
I'm just seeing that on the stream. What on earth? Maybe he had an off. Maybe he's bumped a wall and was just checking the steering. I don't know.
But certainly in the stint, Schroeder has turned up the heat in that 46 car.
Holden Jones has not been able to match him.
He's been losing about 2 seconds or so a lap.
Good morning.
How are you all?
Dead. Dying.
Wonderful.
Broken. Please help me.
I've had a glorious 8 hours sleep. I've woken up to bright blue skies.
So
I've got a nice cup of coffee.
I know that you can't see it right now, but at my monitor right now, I am making a certain rude gesture aimed in your direction. If you say one more word about sleep, I will come to Ipswich and I will throttle you.
That's quite a long trip.
Don't think I won't. I've already lost my mind.
So, I think now would be a good idea to recap the previous 8 hours or so.
18 hours.
Or the 18 hours, for those who are now just tuning in.
Well, what has happened in the previous 8 hours? I actually think the top 5 has changed stayed exactly the same over the past 8 hours, with the exception of Scuderia GT Italia and the number 3 DHR swapping
Hold
positions.
on a moment, Neil. Apparently, the GNS car has taken out 3-Wide Motorsport, the number 77 car. They're in the pits. Tolvenbach saying GNS shot them out.
Indeed, the 77 has no.
They have been running really strongly all all day.
77, of course,
Oh wow!
was actually going to. They were champions elect about.
At one point, yeah.
They were champions elect about 6 hours to go. 6 hour
Oh my
gone, I should say,
goodness.
rather.
Okay, so would somebody like to hear something quite amusing? That is, I don't know whether this has happened right now or whether this was earlier when they were having the incidents, but the two car in possession of Nikodem Wisniewski, he's managed to get the top speed down to 320. That's a new record.
What, in a P1 car?
Yes.
Impressive.
Yep. That's
Very
quite
impressive.
amusing.
How do you manage that? I'd be really interested to see how the GNS and Colvenbach came together.
Yeah, I'm
How
not
long
sure.
ago was it? Because I can look up Jimmy.
Yeah, I'm assuming it would be back when Coin was weaving kind of violently. I'm assuming that after he's made contact, he was checking to see if the steering was bent.
Apparently, according to Matt Richards, the 3-wide car spun the GNS into Indianapolis.
Right.
I shall see if I can have a look at Jimmy Broadbent's stream, because he'll be streaming it from the
Yeah,
GNS view, won't he?
You might be able to see it a bit better on there.
I'll have a look.
So,
Great
how
line there
many
from the 53.
how many cars have actually still got running?
29.
Yep.
That's not too bad considering like a dozen cars were wiped out at the start. Well, I say wiped out; they were severely hampered at the start. And there's been quite a few incidents since then. It seems like the GTs seem to be the main bit of attrition.
Just having a look at what happened to the GNS car. Coming up on the run up to Indianapolis, tried to pass on the kink, the last right-handed kink before Indianapolis. You know, where you're sort of like partly braking. And it appears that the Kolvenbach just turned into the GNS car. Just turned in the apex, possibly not expecting him to be there. And they spun the 22 car, but the 22 car didn't actually hit anything, which I suppose is extremely lucky, just slowed in the gravel.
It's a 14-minute repair for the 3-wide Motorsport Corvette. That sucks. And they've been running very strongly all night. They were leading in the pit shuffle for a long time.
Yep. Pit shuffle.
The shuffle.
So what happened to the? I'll croak that again. What happened to the 32? Because wasn't that leading in P2 by
Yes,
almost a
it
lap?
was.
Diego had
it's the No Limits car spun on the run up to Indianapolis.
Oh dear.
I don't know why, because my replays are broken.
Well.
But Miller has spun it on the way up to Indianapolis. Yes, the 32. I think it lost about 2 or 3 front ends in a row.
Oh crikey.
Yeah.
Or something along those lines. So now, in order to win the championship, Atlantic are relying on Flatline to pass Seawolf.
Which at the moment they're struggling to keep up with Schroeder, is Mr. Holden Jones. It's not too bad. He's sort of balanced the gap out. It's the lowest it's been is about 25, highest it's been about 35. It's back at about 30. So, but again, we've still got 6 hours, 10 minutes to go. That is a long time. A lot of stuff can happen.
Only 6 hours 10. It's fine.
Only. I don't know why I'm still here talking. I should go to bed, but
no.
No.
But Alaria
He's embracing his life.
That Alaria Finn, that Texas Squadron Corsa car, is still going despite the fact having many incidents along its path at the moment. It's 22 laps down on the car ahead of it, but it's still going. There's Tommy Oyales came into the pits in the 24 car.
I suppose I should load up R Factor 2 so I can help you commentator and do
Help do the
stuff.
speaky words.
Yes.
Indeed.
Even though it is still early and I haven't had a coffee yet, so I can't English properly and all that stuff. But I shall
To be
try
honest,
anyway.
that is me normally.
That is true.
That is me normally.
How-
Not me able to English properly.
How have you found your night stint? I suppose
It's been
having
fine.
Kieran
It's
has
been good.
helped.
I
Kieran
did
came
come
in-
and keep Neil company in the middle of the night.
In the middle of the night, then you went away. And Nick Newcomb
I went away to
sporadically
go
came
and
and
drive
went
some
again.
more, and then I
That's not a
drove
valid
even
excuse.
more
Not a
and
valid
more.
excuse. No.
What? It's a perfectly valid excuse.
No.
Neil, you don't know, man. You don't even have a license.
Oh,
Wow.
Oh,
I do have a
but,
license. It's just a license 5.
Ah, no, it's fine. We've already blamed Enzo for that one when he came on earlier drunk.
Yeah, you were here for drunk Enzo, weren't you?
I was here for drunk Enzo.
as you do. Well, as long as
I
you
think
doesn't
that
get
might have
back into
happened
the
when
car,
Jimmy
that's
was
fine.
away. Actually, I don't think he knows about that. I think we shouldn't have said that.
It's okay, he
It's fine.
behaved.
Sure. Yeah, he did. But
He did
Yes, it
leave
just-
because the bar was going to close at 3 and he wanted more beer. And considering the way
That is true.
his race ended, I don't blame him for wanting to drown his sorrows a little bit.
and the engine decides to grenade.
On a
But,
scale on a scale between 1 and Campbell, how much did that engine grenade?
Oh no,
Yes.
no, it wasn't fire like Campbell's.
Ah,
It was
okay.
just a gentle putt.
Hillebrand managed to triple downshift.
Oh wow, that is
Blow the
impressive.
engine in. Yeah, when he
So
crashed
did,
at
yeah,
the
he
Porsche
went from
Coast.
5th to 2nd. That is true.
Well,
he managed to triple
his side of the
downshift.
story is he was struggling to upshift. For whatever reason, it wasn't going through the input. So, in reaction, he just sort of like downshifted. And then as he approached the Porsche curves, when the inputs went in, just sort of triple downshifted. Because there was some kind of delay or something. At least that's what he was saying to me earlier. But yeah, triple downshift. That's a new one.
There's me thinking my double down shifting at Road Atlanta was impressive enough.
Why am I still on this view? Adam Taylor still in the lead lap though, still in the lead lap, which
Yeah.
I think is rather impressive from that first lap incident.
Yes, we were going to go through what's happened in the first 18 hours. We had the rather
Incident.
interesting incident at the start.
That meant Salvo Sardina, one of the championship contenders in GTs, was eliminated immediately.
Yes, that
The
was
Scuderia GT Italia GT car.
yeah.
Then the next DNF is Sam McDonald, who's that was the Velas car whose engine grenaded.
Yes, I think I remember that one happening.
Martins is the next one. The 71 car. Then that was an accident. I think the front wheel came off. One of the front wheels came off, I think. Yes, it did. He had an incident up by he did essentially something similar to what Tracy Crone did in the Ferrari,
Oh, right, yes.
coming down the S's. If I remember correctly, I think he did something similar to that. James Johnson lost the front end up by Dunlop Curve and crashed quite heavily at Porsche curves.
Oh dear.
Ryan Walker's engine grenaded. I'm not sure what happened to Toll. Toll, the AI took over the car.
Oh, that is...
The same happened to... Oh no. Sorry, the AI took over the car of Schenkels. Not sure what happened to Toll. Whereas Nikolai, the AI, took over. Nikolai Hildebrand, you heard the engine grenading due to a treble downshift.
Mhm.
And I think Martin Vindus had a crash as well. So we've still got we've still got a full 30 cars circulating around the track. In varying degrees of speed and laps.
Speed laps and car healthiness.
Car healthiness, indeed. Varying degrees of that.
So how has the race panning out? Do you reckon that the 4 can catch the 21?
It's going to be very difficult unless the 21 has a little bit of an incident with someone. But between the 46 and the 31, the 46 is streaking away from the 31 at the moment. 31 did say they started to go on an alternate strategy at some point.
Okay.
But perhaps that isn't quite working for them. We just need to see, because this is the first time they're going to attempt. If they do win the race today, it'll be their first win of the season. And what better place to get it than at Le Mans?
Well, they might as well go for it. You're either going to win or you're not going to win, so you might as well try and win.
It's a 50-50 chance you win or you don't win.
No, I wouldn't say 50-50, but it's still...
There's two options, you win or you don't. 50-50. No.
Unless it's me, there's like 100%
no
chance,
of you winning.
100% chance that I don't win, and then a 0% chance that I do win.
You did win a race in Wreckfest once, didn't you?
No, I finished second, even though I didn't complete a single lap. I won the.
Oh, you won the Demolition Derby,
I was
didn't
the
you?
Demolition Derby champion in Wreckfest on Crashmas.
Yep, that's the sort of high caliber that we have at Release Racing.
Yes, the 19 has just improved overall as he's climbing through the field.
Again. Well, I'll say again. Continuing.
What happened to the 19?
I think it's lost about 8 or 9 front ends now.
Oh, crikey. So has anyone actually had a trouble-free run at all?
The Scuderia GT Italia has. It had to come together with the 75 car, the PLL Logitech car, that the Scuderia car didn't actually take any damage in.
Hmm.
The PLL Logitech car took a lot of damage in.
Ah, okay.
And that's the only thing that's happened so far, really, in terms of Scuderia GT Italia that I can remember. Magenta Warriors is down 8th because they had a disco when Reese Gardner was at the wheel.
A disco?
Disconnection.
Oh, disconnection. Okay, sorry. This
Disco.
It's early and my brain still isn't quite working yet. The race leader is in the pits.
Leader in the pits, Christian
Yep.
Michel.
Just making what appears to be a scheduled pit stop. You got Jan Titz coming out of the pits now, and Schoenvlet. I apologise for my pronunciation of some of these names, but it's going to happen. I don't think Taylor's going to get to the start-finish line before Michelle is finished in the pit lane. But there is a driver change. Cavella is now in the car, number 21.
But this is the first time we've seen Jan Titz in the car this race, so we don't really know what his pace is. We've got to see how he holds up against Jason Holden-Jones.
Ah, okay. Let's be on board with Titz for a little while. Well, I'll keep an eye on Titz's progress. Well, inheriting a car in the lead is always a pleasant thing to have happen to, I suppose. So that's going to be nice for Titz and for Cavilla. Has Cavilla been in the car yet?
Cavella has been in the car quite a bit over night, actually.
Okay, that's why I hadn't realised that one.
As we now have 6 hours to go. A normal VEC distance to go. 3/4 of the race done. A quarter left.
There you go, and then you can pass out, Neil.
And I think then I can pass out. I think it's time for a full race rundown. You know, with a quarter of the race to go, it might as well. It's a a nice landmark 6 hours.
Mhm.
In the lead of the race at the moment is now Alexei Cavella in the 21 Vela Sim Sport car. Second is Adam Taylor in the Team Virus number 4 Porsche 919, and third is Povilas Majunis in the 22 GNS Endurance Nissan GTR LM. Fourth is Luca Rodelli in the Scuderia GT Italia car, and fifth is Adam Hodgkinson in the 3DHR Audi. Sixth is Nico Barkley 1 ACO ECR. Seventh is Nikodem Wisniewski in the number 2 Doug Henson racing car, and eighth is Tommy Oyala in the Magenta Warriors Racing at number 24. Now we get into your P2s. Jan Titz is in the lead in the number 46 Seal of Net race car. Second is Jason Holden Jones in the 31 Flatline racing car, followed by Tonga Guardia in the 32 Atlantic. Fourth is Augusto Arias in the MVD racing team number 47, and fifth is John Davis in the 50 Undercover racing car. Sixth is Sean Campbell in the Champion Racing 38. Seventh is Federico Suave in the number 48 Scuderia GT Italia. In LMGT, the current leader is Gergely Barros, taking over from Eunice Revio in the number 89 Simsport car, and second is Nuno Pinto in the number 84 Dark Racing car. Then you get to Ricard Norgren, who's the last of the P1s still running, in 18th place overall in the SimHQ number 19. Then back to the GTs. In third place in class is Boyd Bryson in the 53 Flatline car. Fourth is Ahmed Demirkan in the 175 Caspian Motorsports car, and running at the top 5 is Heiko Kolvenbach in the 3 Wide Motorsports 77. Sixth is Arne Schoenvliet in the 94 Vela Sim Sport car. Seventh is Johan Neuenhoff in the Sim Racing for Holland 52. Then it's the last of the P2 still running. It's Roy Shorten in the Fanatec Drake car. In 8th and GT, just after them, is the RSA Protea Simsports car with Amateur 9 at the wheel. Then it's the last of the VLMS entries, the 169 Witchwood car, currently with Daniele Tully. And in 10th place is Mitchell Smith in the SimHQ Motorsports car. That's the number 95. And in 11th place is Christian Meyer in the PRL Logitech number 75. This Christian Fage in the No Limit Motorsports number 88. And the last one running is in 32nd place overall. Is Laria Finn in the Texas Squadron Corsa car. So there we go, full rundown with 6 hours to go.
You've only got to do that a couple more times, Neil. Don't worry.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's been a very cautious and sensible approach from Tits in his first lap on the track. Not really bouncing anywhere, just avoiding all the curbs and making sure that he's getting used to the track, seeing what the grip levels are like, and so forth.
Yeah, especially when this is the first time in the car. First time you've been in the car after, and there's already been 18 hours of racing. You know, it's going to be quite difficult to get used to, because there's going to be so much rubber down due to all these cars going around for the last 18 hours.
I don't think there's been any practice sessions at all where it's been open for such a long time, so this might be an unfamiliar grip level. Well, it's not just the rubber online, it's all the marbles offline, so it's going to have to get used to that when it's lapping GTs. So that's something that's very much visible.
You can definitely see it, especially through Arnage and Indianapolis. I especially see them through there.
Especially in the glorious DX11 quality that we've got for this race. It makes me very
glorious
happy
DX11 quality
to see this. You can't quite see it as well on the DX9, I don't think. So I think having that is going to really give a good sense of just where the lines are, for you wonderful viewers at home around the world. Morning in Europe, overnight in some parts of the USA and Brazil and so forth, and daytime in Asia.
Evening in Australia land.
Evening in Australia land. I'm sure we've got viewers from over there as well. It's pretty mad.
Yes, Holden Jones. This is... Jan Titz has just done his first flying lap. It's a 41.8. It's a very good first lap, actually, from the Seawolf driver. We've got to see what Jason Holden Jones can respond with. It appears to be actually quite a slow lap from Holden Jones.
Might have had some traffic. Just looking at the
Quite a
track
slow lap.
map.
It is a 44 knots, so lost 2.1 seconds in that last lap.
Yes.
Perhaps he may not be the fastest driver in that car, apparently, because I don't think he actually qualified the flatline car, if I remember correctly.
I can't
think he
remember
did.
whether he was in there in Q1. He might have done was he doing like part of it in Q1? I can't remember. That's a long time ago. I've slept and had alcohol since then. Yeah, maybe they gave Tits some fresh rubber when they stopped, which would obviously help. Holden Jones might be on older rubber. When he says on an alternate strategy, that is the only thing that I can think of would be to only do as few tyre stops as possible.
You know, now that I'm looking at the lineup for a 31 car, I still don't know who qualified it. Obviously someone did.
I would hope so.
It's out of time, but I can't remember who it was. It might be Gabriel Russo, actually.
Yeah, that name popped out to me.
That's because he drives one of the cars in VLMS as well, Gabriel Russo. I think he drives the RC Protea P2.
No, I can't remember who drives them. I just go, you darn P2s, whenever they come up to lap me. Horrible things are those P2s. But that's probably what they probably say exactly the same about us GTs, but...
It's always the GT's fault.
Well, only when it's Campbell.
Only when it's Campbell. As I was saying yesterday, Campbell's retired British racing cars 3 times this year.
Yes, he has.
3 times this year, and it's only just started June.
Oh, God. Well, if we do return to the virtual Le Mans series for the next season, we might have to have a second car. We might have to relegate Campbell
Just
to
put Campbell
the second
in it.
car. Just Campbell.
Put Campbell in it.
Campbell and Josh or someone.
Come on, that's harsh on Josh.
Yeah, but has Josh finished any races this year? That's a legitimate question.
Let's have a look, see what Tit's next lap is. His second flying lap. Oh my goodness! A massive slide by Tits coming through the long right-hander just towards the end of the Porsche curves.
Ooh.
Coming through Maison Blanche. Braking hard for the Ford chicanes.
It's certainly bouncing a lot more now. I've noticed that. It's a 42.9.
42.9 for him. What does Holden Jones respond with?
Judging by the track map, I think that there was some GT traffic on that lap. I don't think this is actually the...
Holden Jones responds with 42.2.
It's not too bad.
Adam Taylor only 90 seconds off the lead.
90 seconds? Yes, but Kivella made a pit stop recently, so I'm not sure, because obviously the Vires car was off sequence after lap 1, so there is that. So I don't know how...
Vires comes into the pits from lead of the GTs.
Ah. But yeah, I'm not sure how the strategy is going to pan out at the front. Well, I don't know exactly what the last lap in was for Taylor, but obviously from the start they were having to be off sequence to the rest of the pack, but maybe
Last
it'll...
lap for Taylor in the pits was 2:96.
Oh. He has closed up a lot then. Unless he only did fuel.
Perhaps.
Yes. I think the GT lead battle is the... Well, we'll have a change of leader in GT. That'll be Pinto to the front. And indeed that is the case. So that puts the number 84, which is the dark racing Corvette, into the lead.
Provisionally into the lead. I think they've yet to make their pit stop. Perhaps, maybe. Now, Hohen has got into the 53 car. I believe that's the first time he's got into the car.
I'm sure we'll know within a lap or two whether Pinto comes in or not. Obviously, staying out will be ideal for the last stint, because they won't necessarily need to put as much fuel in.
Guardia's in the pits now in the 32 car.
Guardia has changed driver. Well, that car has changed driver.
It's now Lazarus Philippakos,
Indeed.
the console driver who's currently driving from an internet cafe
Oh.
coming into the car.
Oh, wow. Isn't he... I'm assuming he's with a controller then as well.
Yes,
Oh dear.
a controller in an internet cafe.
Does he use the D-pad to steer? And the X button to, accelerate, and the square button to
No,
brake?
I'm pretty sure he uses... I'm not sure actually, just looking at his in-car camera. I'm not sure what he uses. There's Philippakos.
Because I know when I use the controller, I tended to use the analog sticks for the accelerator and for steering. I think.
The triggers and the analog stick. That
you, you could see the rather vicious
I don't know if
steering
that is,
input.
I'm not sure if that is D-pad or analog stick.
Yeah, that's a rather vicious steering input.
I think it might be D-pad, you know that?
Oh, dear.
That looks like D-pad. Because it's all or nothing.
That is... It's almost like watching... it's like Formula 1 drivers attack a high-speed, flat-out corner. Or one that will be this season, a bit like cops, that just sort of chuck it in at a ridiculous rate of knots. But within sort of the same steering inputs from Philippakos right now, and that probably won't do his tyres much good. But he's lost it. He's crashed at Indianapolis.
He has indeed had a little bit of an off engine. Oh
Ooh,
no!
That is a front bumper gone. That is.
Oh no!
That is disastrous for the 32.
He's done the most pathetic crash that we were talking about. He's done the most pathetic crash. He's touched the barrier at about 3 kilometers an hour, and the front end's just exploded.
Oh no! That is. He's got all the Porsche curves to get through right now, and that looks like the steering has gone off a little bit, which is going to be fun with his steering inputs. I think it was just perhaps being a little bit
ambitious in cold tyres and not being used to the car, because it's been a little bit since he was last in.
Yep.
So Guardia and Carantha have been last in, since he has, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that was fairly equivalent to the most pathetic crash that Kieran was talking about earlier at Istanbul. Sepang, I should say, rather.
Now, depending on how long this is going to take to get repaired, this might put the number 47 car into third place.
Into third, I should say, and put the 32 down to fourth.
Indeed. As Philippakos comes into the pits now to get that repaired.
Arias has just came out of the second chicane. He's making his way down.
Is more than 2 minutes behind, but depending on how long this takes to get repaired, I don't know what the general time for a front
He's
bumper
just coming
replacement
through
is.
down to Mulsanne Corner now.
Mm-hmm.
She's got about 90 seconds.
This might be a pleasant surprise for Arias when he comes across the line. But he's got to get there first, obviously. We don't want to see him make the same mistake Philippakos did. I think with Philippakos, he took a little bit of the inside curb and then just lost control. And that was it. And Kieran in the comment section being as sympathetic as always. Lazarus. No, Lazarus, you noob.
Absolute noob. Absolute noob.
Zarius comes through the Porsche curves now. Is Philippakos still in the pits? Yes, he is. So I think we might just be about to see a change of position.
I shall have a keep an eye on Philippakos. He's at the bus station in the pit lane. He's now moving. Philippakos
now moving. This is going to be tight.
Oh, and that's the speed limit off.
I think Philippakos is just going to have it by a matter of seconds. Yes,
indeed, that is just a few seconds.
I make that about 5 or 6 seconds.
To Philippakos, just
RS goes wide. Yes, RS goes wide slightly.
That third place is absolutely vital to Atlantic.
Is that potentially a championship deciding position?
Yes, because if they stay here and flatline pass Seawolf, they've got the championship. But I do believe if they drop down to 4th, they lose it again.
Ah, okay.
Oh no, if they drop down to 4th, they actually get to keep it still. That's right. Because Seawolf need to gain 13 points.
Yeah, but
So
you'll
if
still want
Seawolf
to
go
finish
down,
third.
if Seawolf go down to 2nd, Atlantic can actually go down to 6th.
Yeah, but if you want to win a championship, you don't want to do it, on the podium.
Texas is doing a
the
fantastic job.
Ah.
It's very consistent, constantly in the 40s and 41s.
This is a very
Holden
strong...
Jones has constantly been in the 42s and 43s.
I don't know what Tits has had for breakfast, but it seems to be working quite well. I've noticed the gap at the front, I think, has increased a little bit. I think it was around 90 seconds before. It's now 105 seconds. Nearly. Close enough.
Indeed, it is close enough to 105. As you'll see, the last lap between the two of them. On the last lap, Cavella pulled out a 2nd. So perhaps just doing that consistently is allowing Cavella to pull away.
I'm intrigued to see how Philippakos approaches Indianapolis on this lap. It's coming through the kinks now. His steering does still seem to be a little bit off, so I'm wondering if all of that suspension damage was actually repaired or not. He's definitely a lot more cautious on this lap.
Slightly more cautious, indeed.
But I think Arias is actually closing up on him regardless. As the P1 of Champa and Barkley come through.
P1 of Champa and Barkley, indeed the two of them.
They're separated
Two
by...
of them coming through at the same time.
Roughly. They're separated by a few laps on the track, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Champa's 3rd, Barkley's 6th.
Yep.
Something along the lines, I think 6 or 7 laps separating them.
Obviously this lap it's going to be tough to tell how much Arias has closed up. Ooh, he's gone very, very squirrely coming out of the final corner, which is going to lose all of that time that is made up. Well, not all of it, but much of the time that is made up on this lap. Because I would say that he looks visibly 2 or 3 seconds a lap quicker at the moment.
Perhaps there's a little bit of lasting damage on that car.
Hmm.
On the Atlantic, I should say. Just seeing if there's any suspension damage on the Atlantic car. There is suspension damage on the Atlantic car. Philippakos needs to keep on touching the wheel ever so slightly right down the straight, so there's a little bit of suspension damage on that car.
That is...
Which is not good on a wheel anyway, but on a controller I imagine it's an absolute nightmare.
Yes.
I imagine it's an absolute nightmare on a controller.
Well, if it's on a wheel, you just kind of, go, oh, well, it's no different to really driving on an oval, but on a controller, you don't really have that luxury. You can't really just... It's very tough to keep your finger in one place at the at all times. So yes, this P2 battle for P3 in class is very nicely hotting up, I think. with 5.5 hours to go and a little bit.
So it kind of rests on the flatline car now, because it looks like the Philippakos is going to probably lose his position to MVD. However, if Seawolf drop into second, Atlantic can finish as low as 5th and still get the title.
Okay, and they've got a few laps on the car behind. They've got another 2 laps, isn't it, on Davies in the 50.
Yes, another 2 laps.
So that's a nice little buffer to have.
Uyala's in the pits as well, 24 car.
Mm-hmm.
He goes with Schoenvliet in the Val. Schoenvliet in the Vela's number 94 has lost his bonnet.
Ah. How has he managed that?
I don't know.
Well, has he tried not doing that?
Has he thought about not doing that, indeed? Just stop doing that. Done.
That gap seems to have come down again.
Between
between Philippakos and Arias to see what the lap times were. Philippakos was a 3:43.6, and
Arias was a 3:42.3.
So it's only 3
So just
tenths
the
in the
3
end,
tenths.
but obviously the start of Arias's lap was compromised with the mistake made from the previous lap. And we are apparently making people watching the stream sleepy. Sorry. We shall try to be more entertaining in the future.
Nah. It's fine.
I'm sure when Josh returns, normality will resume.
Everything will be wonderful.
Yes.
There'll be varying degrees of wonderful.
And as P2 battle comes up to lap the GT leader, I think. Still, don't think Pinto has pitted yet. No. So I think you might have been a little bit wrong there, Neil.
Davis comes into the pits.
So just 2 seconds separating these two on track at the moment.
What is the gap between them actually? Interesting, okay. No, that's fine. Just speaking to myself.
Oh wow, RS has closed up drastically in the past few corners. Well, I say few corners, they're separated by quite a lot of straight. Oh, wow.
Arias almost very much had contact with James Wilson.
Yes. And now got... Oh, Wilson was much more hesitant trying to get past Philippakos, who was also trying to get past Tully. And
Pre-ride!
pretty much. Yes, there's a near miss there. but the gap has come down a lot, and we are now very, very close to seeing what I think will be an inevitable, at least challenge for third place.
Indeed, I'm just wondering how much it's hurting Philip Hackers to have that controller and suspension damage going through the Porsche curves.
Quite a bit, although I think it's pulled away a little bit through those corners, although the dirty air would not be beneficial to Arias at all through there. But let's see what happens going through the Porsche curves. He gets a much better exit this time. So he'll try to close up, although Philippakos seems to have got a mighty exit off that corner. Almost pulled away like a P1 does.
Fantastic run there by Philippakos coming out of the final corner. But coming back up through the Dunlop chicane, down the S's, up to Tetra Rouge S. Philippakos has got a nice little bit of a lead.
I think this might highlight the different setup approaches from the two different teams here.
Indeed, yeah. It appears that the Atlantic is slightly more winged than the MVD. The MVD.
But look how quick he is on the straight.
Yeah, just eating up that distance between the two cars.
And it's now a matter of tenths as Philippakos gets a little bit screwy on the entry into the first chicane.
That's certainly not going to help his cause.
No, but let's see what Arias can do here. He might be able to close up enough to have a look into Mulsanne corner, or maybe even the second chicane at this rate. Here we go. Down the inside, and he's done it well before the braking zone. Wow.
Atlantic down into fourth. They can
Indeed.
drop one more position.
But I think Philippakos is coming back a lot. Philippakos looks a lot better on the brakes. But just in the straights is being absolutely minced. Kieran is saying that there will be lasting aero damage to Philippakos from the incident, which I suppose is true. So that will completely ruin his straight line speed, as they now have Taylor coming to lap them, who is now dropped to 2 minutes behind Cavela in the lead, and Champa's only 2.5 minutes behind Taylor now. So there we are, we have 3 marks, all separated by a couple of laps after 18 hours.
Over 18 hours, 18 and a half now.
18 and a half hours, so that is pretty good. Obviously we've still got strategy and all that to come out first, and let's see how that all plays out, but it's going to be interesting, at least.
Indeed, but of course, as I was saying before, Atlantic are relying on that 31 car.
We have a car in the pits, but I can't quite see who it is.
We've got Arias in the pits, and Titans as well. They're both in the pits.
Okay, so there's your leader and what was your third place, but that'll put Philippakos back into third place
Into
in
third,
P2. And yes,
For the
oh
fact
crikey,
it's
that's
weaving
it.
across the straight.
That's had to be quite an awkward approach into the pit
It
lane
has
for
been for
Tits.
Tits.
So the Tits is just kind of like spread out across the pit box. And that might also be awkward for Arias trying to get out. He's going to have to um, definitely swerve his way around Tits. That was a bit of a sensible driving by Arias there, I think. Just getting into reverse a little bit and
Yep.
making sure he's got the turning circle to get out. And
You've
they're
seen it
both
so many
away.
times.
They're both away without any issue. As we now have third place in overall, Joe Champa in the pit lane.
Champa in the pits. Very interesting. Chinese Endurance GTRLM.
Mm-hmm. At the last stop for 8th place, number 24, Magenta, there was a driver change. I don't think we noted that at all. It's Matt Richards now in the car. Not to be confused with the Ipswich Town Football Club legend who played for the club about a dozen years ago and no one's ever heard of him. That looks just like fuel for Champa, because that was a very quick stop. And we have a Radaeli off at Indianapolis, but I think he's avoided the barrier. I think he just might have run a little bit wide. And that does appear to be the case. We did very slightly touch the barrier on the inside of the actual corner. Oh, there was contact with Pinto. Oh, was that a bit of warping? That might have been a little bit of yes, that was. That was definitely that's the GT leader. So as Pinto got damage from that, almost certainly, this could definitely change the how the GT race pans out, because surely Pinto's going to have to pit for that. So, wow. That is big, I think. Because Pinto only had a few seconds lead over the car in second place, which was Barros. So, has Pinto come into the pit lane? I think he might have done. Yes, he has. So that relinquishes the lead in GT to Gurgly Barros in the number 89 car. But I think Radelli got away with that pretty much. I don't think he came into the pits. However, we do have the race leader in the pits, Alexei Kivella. Is this going to be a shorter stop? I think this one might be for tyres as well. And Kivella leaves the pit lane with the lead intact. It was apparently a screen freeze for Pinto, so that would explain the lag spike there, which saw the 4th place number 5 car, the GT Italia, just enter into the what was then the GT leader. So that puts Pinto down. I think Pinto is rejoined in 2nd place in class. As we have a comment in the comment section from Cesar saying good morning to you, sir or lady. So we have James Wilson now in the pit lane in the number 3 DHR car. We also have, I think Pinto is still in the pit lane, actually. So yes, this is going to be lengthy for Pinto. How lengthy I don't know, because it's still got a 2-lap lead over 3rd place in class. We do seem to have lost Neil Heatley briefly. Whether he is passed out across his desk or gone to reheat his pizza or whatever, we are not sure, but I am sure he will be back soon. So the gap at the front has come down now to just over a minute. There's not really many on-track battles at the moment. This is sort of like more all in the strategy. And at the moment there's a fair few rather substantial gaps, but they'll come down as the pit stops progressively, as Wisniewski off in the pit entry, which is unusual to see. So he pits from 7th in class and 7th overall in the number 2 DHR car. There still seems to be some debris on the approach to Indianapolis from the early incident involving Pinto and Radaley. I'm sure that will disappear due to the virtual marshals in due course. Oh, there's been a driver change, I think, in the number 31 car. We now have Mark Fuller in that. That's the flatline car. Yes, I believe he's taken over from James Holden Jones. Good morning, Racing Team Ryas in the comments. I would give a recap of what happened overnight if I was awake for that. I am as unfamiliar as you are with what actually occurred during the night, but we have lost a few cars. The Vodbull, I think, probably is the biggest name there. We've also lost quite a few GTs overnight, and we also lost the number 48 car, the Magenta Warriors car, due to a triple downshift. So we now have Adam Taylor in the pits as well as Mark Fuller. we also, well, Pinto is still in the pits, so he's not going to have much more time to get that repaired before relinquishing third place in class. Well, relinquishing second place in class, sorry, to Chris Hone in the number 53 car, the Flatline Corvette. Let's see how this pans out. We still have Pinto in the pits as Hone comes through the Porsche curves. Oh, the Flatline lost the lead because he ran out of fuel. Ouch! Don't want that. I think Pinto is still in the pits as Hone comes through into second position in the GC class. So that is this has not gone particularly well for the number 84 Dark Racing car, which has been very quick all race weekend. It was mighty quick in qualifying as well. So we have a Phasian right, parked him right behind Pinto as well. He's coming for a scheduled stop from 29th place overall. 2 laps behind the next car on the track. So is Pinto going to lose more places because Ahmed American is now overtaking him as well, so that puts the Dark Racing car off the podium. This is turning out to be a pretty... This is going to be a very interesting race once we see how all the strategies pan. Oh, hello.
What?
You've returned.
I did not say I was going to get some water.
I don't think you did.
Oh well.
You have missed something drastic happen.
What happened?
Nuno Pinto from the lead in the GT class had a screen freeze, which also affected Luca Rodelli, but Pinto has come off significantly worse from that, and he has lost the lead. He's lost the lead, he's lost second place, he's lost third place.
He's in fourth, but because Ahmed American, that BMS car is
oh, of course, it's a
ahead of
non-point
him,
scoring
still
car.
get third place points.
Yes, as we have Colvenbach in the pit lane as well, just in front of Pinto in the 71 free wide car. And we have Tami in from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th place in GT. Not GC, P2. Sorry.
So Schuttenfleet, that 94 car, is 6th in class. Sorry, he's 7th, but he'll get 6th place points.
Yes, I think.
Complete with question mark. That means they get 1, 2, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. That means there'll be 12 points between the two. The 84 gains 12 points when it actually needs to gain 14. So the 94 will get the championship by 2 points.
And whilst you're also away, and this is something that I missed, the number 4 Virez car stopped and installed Niki Jakovic.
Ooh.
So are we going to see the sort of stint that we saw from Jakovic at the start of the race, when he absolutely carved through the lower end of the pack, having been a few laps down from the start line shenanigans. I think that's the best way to put it.
Shenanigans, I do believe, is the correct way to put it.
But well, it's better I say that than say what I do think about that incident as such. Pinto has been in the pits for quite a while now. That must have been a lot of damage. Because it wasn't like a loose wheel or anything. It's it looked just like a bonnet had flown off, but obviously there's a lot more damage than that.
Luca Riddell is a full 4 laps behind third place, which I think is a bit of an insurmountable gap.
Quite possibly. But you never know. There's 5 hours to go.
You never know in endurance racing.
There's 5 hours to go. We've survived the night, but you never know what can happen. Just ask Toyota in the actual 24 hours of Le Mans.
Wow.
Too soon? Definitely
Wow.
too soon.
Terrible, terrible person.
Although I'm thinking back to like 24 hours of Daytona, I think it was last year as well, where the leading car expired with 15 minutes to go.
Oh, probably. That wouldn't surprise me.
I think this year it was mighty close as well at Daytona. But yes, we tend to have some very interesting races over in the States with how the cautions play out and so forth.
Well, did I think... Was what happened yesterday's IMSA race? It was only an hour and 40 around Belle Isle, wasn't it?
Yeah, 1 hour 40. I think it was I think all the 3 of the 4 classes were there. I don't think GT Le Mans were there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether they do a double header at all.
I wouldn't think they would. I think it'd just be a single race, no?
Quite possibly, but with how the IndyCar schedule is today, I would assume there's more track activity. Because
Let's just check. Is
'cause
Pirelli World Challenge not going to be there, no?
I don't know. That would make sense if they were. But then again, having Pirelli World Challenge on the Sunday with having IMSA on the Saturday seems a bit weird as well.
Yeah, but America.
True.
No, it's just the one race. For IMSA.
Ah, okay. We've had a few pit stops whilst you're away as well.
Well, yes, what?
Some various people have pitted. I think the leader pitted whilst you were gone as well. And Champa pitted for a very quick stop. So I'd assume he's only pitted for fuel in that one.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm assuming when Virez installed Djakovic, they gave him 4 new pieces of rubber to play with, which might explain why that gap has increased to 2.5 minutes. Has Pinto left the pits? No, he has not, so he's still losing time there. If he's in the pit lane for much longer, he's going to lose a place at 77.
Bert is just coming down to the first chicane now.
Mm-hmm. As we keep an eye on the 175 of Demir Khan. And how do you rate how the VOMS regulars have done in this event?
The 175 car's done very well.
Mm.
The 175 cars been very impressive, as you say, and I'd say that all of them. Because at one point during the race, there were I think all three of them were in the top 5.
Oh wow, that's really impressive, because I think the ones who have entered in this race tended to be more of the front runners. I know the Caspi car was usually very quick, and looks at it in qualifying. They were a very well drilled
Yes.
team. They always seem to get their strategy absolutely spot on. So it's not necessarily surprising to see that they're up there right away, but it's still impressive nonetheless. How about the other entries? Because they're all still running, I do believe.
Indeed, the 160. So might as well just go down the order. The 170 car, Lance Garcino currently at the wheel of that one.
Mhm. You got D'Agostino in the one directly behind. I'll say directly behind. There's 2 laps gap between them. The 139. The Drake car, that's a bit off the pace at the moment, but I do assume
P2 car. That's just. I think they lost an hour due to connection problems.
Oh, crikey! Yeah, that would.
Last night they lost it. I think they lost about an hour.
Oh wow! As I do believe Per Rockvist has now passed the entirety of the GT pack as he tries to climb back up through the overall order.
Indeed, that is Ogfist up in 16th place overall. He now just has to pass the P2s.
You say that,
Is that
he's
is
got
actually that's a 3-wide car up into 4th. New Princess lost more time.
Oh, yes, that puts Burt up into that position. He's got another couple of laps before Neuvenhoff overtakes him. He's definitely been in the pit lane for a very long time now.
Augusto Arias has just came in as well.
Indeed. As noticed in the 32 that April Dillon is now back in behind the wheel of that one. So it was a very short run from Philippakos following that incident on his first lap. That'll put Dillon third overall again.
In class.
In class. I'm the one who hasn't been awake for X number of hours so far. I've only had one coffee though this morning, so there is that.
Oh no. Run away from Craig.
And the gap between there's an overtake in second. Oh, that was in the pit stop window phase, but Demir Khan has now gone into second in the GTs.
They has a 53 car, if I'm just finding it. The 53 car being the flatline racing car with Hohen currently at the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
It's now just came through the Dunlop chicane, Demir Khan just onto the back straight.
Yep. There was a change.
So with 5 hours to go, how about you do the next early update, Craig?
Oh, Neil. I hate you.
I love you too.
Right. Leading the race is Alexei Cavella. in the number 21 car. In second place is Niki Jakovic in the number 14 Vires car, 2.5 minutes behind. In third place is Joe Champa in the number 22 GNS car, a further 2 minutes behind that. In fourth place is the number 5, piloted by Luca Redelli, still going after that incident with Pinto earlier on. In fifth place is James Wilson in the number 3 DHR car. In sixth place is Nico Barkley in the number 7, 2 laps behind Wilson. In seventh place is Wisniewski, who was mighty quick in qualifying. He is 11 laps behind the race leader. In 8th place is Matt Richards, now taken over from whoever it was in the car before then. I have forgotten, I'm afraid. In the number 24 car. That is it for the P1s for now. In 9th place is, in the leading P2 is Jan Titz. In second place is Mark Fuller. On the same lap now, 1 minute 40 behind. In third place in class is April Dillon in the Atlantic. In fourth place is Augusto Arias, and then Dillon and Arias, all those respective cars, have been changing places for a little while now. In 13th place overall and in 5th place in class is John Davies in the number 50 car. Next is JT Tami, and then Vincenzo Capella, and that is it for the leading P2 class. Behind them is the struggling Per Ogvist, who is several laps down on the next LMP1 car and still has to climb through all of the LMP2s. So this puts us into the GT runners. Leading is Gergely Barros, who inherited the lead after Pinto suffered a screen freeze whilst being lapped by Radelli. Behind him is Ahmed Demirkan, definitely the highest placed VOMS entry. And behind him by half a minute is Chris Hone. The number 77, driven by Marius Burt, is 20th overall and 4th in class, ahead of Pinto, who has now rejoined the race following that accident and has come straight back into the pits, interestingly. Ahead of Johan Nieuwenhof and Roy Schrotten, Schoenvelet, Garacino, D'Agostino, Smith, Meyer, Fage, and Marinaro. There's quite a lot of cars coming to pits, including the GT leader, and there's quite a lot of GTs in the pits. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now in the pit lane. I'm assuming a lot of these will be scheduled stops. I don't know whether... I don't think Pintos will be, surely. Unless all of that damage wasn't repaired. As Almeida now takes over the number... takes over the Velas car. That's a driver change for the dark racing car. It's now Alzapti. Hani Alzapti in that car. We also have Per Rockvis now coming to pit lane, as is Radielli after that incident earlier. We have a driver change in the number, I think that's number 92 or 52. That might be the... Is that the Sim Racing for Holland car? I think so. Yes, number 52 car. There's a driver change in there as well, with Dennis Duna now behind the wheel. So that is your rather that was your hourly update. And we have 5 hours to go. And my pronunciation of some of these names have been quite poor, I will admit. I'm sorry about that. As Neil Heatley has gone and left me for another few minutes. Probably to reheat his tasty pizza from last night. That'll be a driver change in the number 5 car, with Pastorato now behind the wheel for them, in the GT Italia Audi. Fairly sure I've only got 3 drivers for this race. I've only seen 3 drivers in that car. I do like the sound of the Audi from a distance. There's a nice gaggle of cars all coming towards Arnage now, and all through that sort of region. There's a lot of traffic going on there. So we now have less than 5 hours remaining before we know the winners of the 24 hours of Le Mans in the Virtual Endurance Championship, which will conclude Season 9 of this brilliant series. If you have any suggestions on who might win, let us know. As the sun is definitely properly up now, so back into daytime fully. The weather seems to be absolutely perfect. No threat of rain. And we're still watching the Caspian Motorsport car, so let's see how he tackles this wonderful circuit as it's coming up to Mulsanne corner. He's on the brakes quite early there, I think, but getting an absolutely wonderful exit off that corner. As he now comes towards the rundown towards the daunting Indianapolis, looking at the driver tracker, he has got absolutely nothing in front of him and nothing behind him for quite a while. So if he's got any teammates keeping an eye on what is going on, he will be fed that information, I'm sure. How does he attack Indianapolis? Shifts down into 4th on the entry, or on the approach to it, and shifts down into 1st for the actual corner itself, before the short run up to Arnage. This tricky off-camber, somewhat clumsy corner. Definitely 1st gear. And he gets off that corner perfectly fine, as he now comes up towards the fearsome Porsche curves. Up into 5th gear. Will he get into 6th before the entry? Yes, he will. And shifts down into 3rd gear for the first part, misses the apex, which is what you want to do because it's such a tough curb, that one. Up into 4 for the second part, the double left-hander, and then down into 3rd for the subsequent right-hander, and you have to line up the following corner, the Corvette curve, perfectly. He was upshifting a little bit early there as he comes through Maison Blanche, and he now comes into the 4 chicanes nice and early on the brakes for the first part, over the curbs, down into second gear for that, and then down into the first for the next part, over the curbs again, and that concludes the lap time of this Le Mans circuit. As he now comes up towards Dunlop corner and Dunlop curve and Dunlop chicane, lifting off the first part as Matt Richards comes through in the somewhat yellow LMP1 car, and he now comes through the S's. He's going to have a lot of traffic now coming up to lap him, and into second for the S's. Third on the exit, upshifting on the exit, and completely flat out through there. As we seem to be having a battle shaping up in LMP2 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. As JT Tarmy seems to be closing up on Carson Dindergaard. Don't think there's any damage on their car, but I just think that Tarmy is quicker at this phase of the race. That gap is now down to less than 20 seconds, so let's see how this pans out. Obviously this gap might ebb and flow with the respective traffic for both cars, but it seems to be certainly the case that Tarmy is closing in on his rival in front of him. Also is Dindergaard in the number 50 undercover car, and Tarmy in the number 38 champion car, who we are keeping an eye on at the moment. There's a lovely, lovely Kaspersky-based livery on the Dindergaard car. As the LMP2 leader comes into the pits, that will be Jan Titz entering the box. We can welcome back Neil Heatley.
Indeed, I'm back.
We seem to be having a battle shaping up for 5th place in LMP2.
Is that between JT Tarmy and Carson Dindergaard?
Yes.
38 and the 50.
There's a few seconds between them yet, but that gap is coming down.
This actually, JT Tarmy can't quite yet see Dindergaard out of the windshield, as Dindergaard just comes into Indianapolis now, and JT Tarmy just comes up to the second kink of the Indianapolis flat-out section, the third kink, and going through Indianapolis now. So about 10-12 seconds between the two of them. I'd say about 10 or 12 seconds.
Whilst you're away, I was watching the Caspian Motorsport car as well, and it's clear to see the difference between a decent driver, such as Ahmed Demirkan, and a not so decent driver, such as myself.
Such as you.
And we have Matt Richards in the pits now, from 8th place overall.
That's the 24 car.
That looks to be just for a splash.
Just for a small splash, the 24 car, it looks like. Perhaps they've realised they're, not quite fuel to the end, and they want to get the short splash in now, as opposed to at the end of the race.
I was going to say now, if they're going to fuel to the end from this point, I would be very surprised. And Barkley is in as well from 6th place.
They're very pessimistic.
As is Fuller from 2nd place in P2. But he's got quite a big gap to... Oh, April Dillon is also in from 3rd place.
Dillon also in from 3rd place, that 32 car.
Mm-hmm.
That 31 car, I think it had to make an extra stop actually. That's for track limits violations.
Ah.
It did a very slow lap, about 2 laps after it had its pit stop. And that's why it has just came out of the pits, for example, and Jan Tits is just coming up towards Indianapolis.
Okay.
So that's really ruined their chances at a good position for now.
Hmm. We have a comment from Funky Squirrel, who thought that this was the real deal. This was the actual 24 Hours of Le Mans. Well,
I'm telling you, if I was actually commentating 24 Hours of Le Mans, something's gone horrifically wrong.
something has gone absolutely horrifically wrong if you're... Well, if I'm commentating on the actual 24 Hours of Le Mans alongside you. But I know the increased graphics quality from the DX11 engine has... definitely made things look much more realistic, but I wouldn't quite go as far as to say that it looks perfectly like the real deal just yet.
Just yet.
It is actually true that the test day for the 24 Hours of Le Mans takes place today, actually. So there will be, yes, there will be actual activity on the Circuit de la Surf in a few hours.
8.5 miles of it.
Yep. What a fine circuit it is as well. I don't think Tommy is putting a foot wrong at the moment when it comes to
Yantits did just make it. Oh my goodness! Yantits almost had a massive accident with the GT car there.
Well,
with Bert in the 3-wide car, they had a little coming together on the run into Tetra Rouge. That was almost the 46's champion hopes over.
Well, almost having a massive accident is fine.
Yes.
As Tommy gets out of the way of the LMP1 nicely there. Just as, and then Wilson cheekily pits straight away. There's also another battle on the track, which seems to be... Oh, Philip Arcos has got back in the number 32 car.
So they... an awful lot of driver swaps.
Yes, that is interesting. That's an interesting approach to this, I think. Because I would have thought that you'd want to get into a nice rhythm and just leave it for a few hours. But there's only 10 seconds. I think that's 10 seconds, or is it 30 seconds? I can't quite see with my resolution.
Oh look, the Simich QP1 car crashed.
Which one was that?
I must say had a spin coming out of the final chicane.
Oh dear. Well, if they crashed at the final corner, then that would definitely not be ideal.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think they just had to spin.
So that appears to be April Dillon done for now. And has gone back to being a serial commenter in the comment section. Long Kieran Parkin.
Serial commenter. Just here to cause havoc.
Mhm.
All they're here for.
I do think the BMW sounds wonderful. This is new for the VEC, I believe, because there's only a BMW entry in the VOMS. I believe I'm right in saying. I don't know whether there's been BMWs in the VEC before or not, but it's nice to have a extra
I think
mark.
there's one BMW in room 2.
Ah, okay. It's unfamiliar for room 1 then.
Yes.
That gap between Dynagard and Tami seems to have stabilised now at around about 15 seconds or so.
Yeah, Dindegard appears to have pulled up his pace a little bit, or has Tammy slowed down? Not quite sure which one it is.
Or maybe it's just traffic, the ebb and flow of that.
Maybe just traffic.
The race leader is in the pits again, Kavela. That looks like to be a scheduled fuel stop.
Probably will be.
There doesn't seem to be much inroads made from Jakovic at this stage into the overall lead.
They are still... How far is the Rivalries actually behind at this moment in time?
My timing says 2 minutes 19, but obviously Cavela's just come into the pit, so we need to see what it says in a couple of laps' time when it all filters out again.
Yes. Well, imagine a pit stop. How much does a pit stop usually cost you around here? I'm just trying to remember. I think a pit stop is usually somewhere about 40 seconds. I would expect that gap to come back to about 1 minute 30 again, or somewhere around that region.
Well, it depends on... Obviously it depends on tyres, it depends on fuel, how much fuel you're putting in, and so forth.
Depends if you're doing a driver swap as well.
Yep, and driver swaps, as Per Rockvis comes into the pit lane.
A GT car's gone almost straight on at Mulsanne Corner. That's Ukic.
Ukic,
Didn't
he
touch
must have
anything.
just...
He just outbroke himself. That's a 95 car.
I do believe he's just got into that car, or hasn't been in it for particularly long. I saw him in the waiting
he just
room.
outbroke himself slightly coming into Mulsanne Corner.
We also have Matthias Grauner on the number 75 car.
Something that might be quite interesting in the last lap that Jan Titz just completed and Fuller just completed, they were exactly the same to the thousandth of a second.
Oh wow. How about that for closeness?
45.805 for the two of them. The top 2 in P2 setting exact same lap times.
That gap seems to have come down to 1.5 minutes now at the front.
Yeah, as I said, after the pit stop's about 90 seconds.
Mm.
Kenneth is, what speed can Jakovic do, what can Cavella do? This is really going to be the first flying lap for Cavella, so we can only really compare lap times after this.
Mm-hmm. I will have to go and grab another cup of coffee in a minute, I think.
Oh dear.
Well, Tami is coming to the pits, so let's put that battle on hold for now.
For now.
Mm-hmm. So,
However, I imagine that Dindigard will come in the near future.
quite possibly. I do believe that now leaves Arias and Philippakos as the closest two on the track, separated by 23 seconds.
Philippakos just coming up through Indianapolis just now. Arias just exited Mulsanne.
Yep. Very close with Arias and one of the GTs.
Do you know that's the Sim Racing for Holland car?
Yes, he hasn't been in that car for particularly long. Oh, that's a familiar name in the comments. In the YouTube comments.
Joshua Anderson, who's he?
That is indeed Joshua Anderson. For those who are struggling to stay awake, Joshua Anderson is the solution to all of your problems.
That is true. Joshua Anderson is the solution to you trying to fall asleep. To have Josh Anderson in your headphones, it's wonderful.
As the comment section started to turn a little bit too...
What?
It's not. It's before the watershed. I know some of you have been awake for X number of hours, but it's before the watershed, guys. Be sensible. As Arias now comes into the pit lane, focusing back on what is actually happening on the track, which is the most important thing, obviously. Vincenzo Capella is also in the pits.
Number 40 car.
Mm-hmm. That looks like just a scheduled stop for Capella.
Probably will be.
Probably just for fuel. Seems to be slightly long. Oh, that's a driver change. Arias is out and Sebastian Rodriguez enters the number 47.
Rodriguez, I'm not sure if we've had Rodriguez yet in this race.
I don't know.
I'm not sure if we have actually had Rodriguez in that 47 car yet.
as Jakovic comes in from second place. They definitely seem to be 3 or 4 laps apart in their pit window, which is going to be certainly a thing. Oh dear, that's Rodriguez and Barkley have crashed at Tetra Rouge.
Rodriguez and Barkley.
Barkley,
Ooh,
yes,
that's
Rodriguez has just
rather
got in.
large incident.
Rodriguez is without his front bumper. How much damage
That is
is
true.
on the Barkley car? There doesn't seem to be as much damage. His steering seems to be
It's ever so slightly off, I think.
yes,
it's
ever
steering.
so slightly, only by a degree or two, but that
Yeah.
is significantly
Only by
more
a degree or
damage
two.
for Rodriguez, as we can welcome to the booth, or back to the booth, a certain Joshua Anderson, and what a time to rejoin the booth, Josh.
And not half because Neil sounds like he's been dragged through a hedge backwards.
Well, Neil always sounds as if he's been dragged through a hedge
That is me
backwards,
normally, to be honest.
Especially after 20 hours of commentary.
yes. But yes, that is almost, I think that's about 40 or 45 degree steering offset for Rodriguez, and no front bumper, and he is quite rightfully being very cautious as he comes through the first of the Mulsanne chicanes, but he's got a car behind him. I can't quite see, I think that's the car that's currently in last of the runners, one of the GTs. So it's gonna, and there's a fair few cars that might have to come up to lap him, overtake him before he gets back into the pits. Because it's a long way from Tetra Rouge all the way back to the pits. So this is not...
He seems to be going at a fair lick, though.
Well,
He'll
this-
probably try and keep his race going, just try and keep it, as fast as he can, but his goal circumstances considered, despite the damage. But he's got to get back safely. That's the most important thing here.
Well,
I'm sorry, but Josh, you're saying I sound like I've been dragged through your hedge backwards. You sound like you woke up about 3 minutes ago.
That's because I did just wake up about 3 minutes ago.
That is true.
That is true. I would have got up sooner, and I would have come back sooner. Apologies, everyone. I'm not at my best just yet. I literally just woke up. I realised I'd slept in, and I was panicking because I wasn't here sooner.
Oh, and I see, when I woke up, I was like, right, I better check all of my social media and then go and make a cup of coffee, go and stretch me legs and me arms.
You're just not committed.
You know what it is? That's what I need. I need a cup of coffee. I'm just woken up. I need a cup of coffee. Need to get my enthusiasm back for the last 4 hours of this race. But from what I've been watching from the replays, it looks to me like Team Virus are back on for the title.
Perhaps, maybe, yes.
Perhaps, maybe, yes. Even you don't know. The maths have even failed the maths master.
Yeah, Team Virus have had an interesting night. Champa. Well, the GNS car, I think, had an incident during the night, if I remember correctly, and that's caused them just to drop back one place. So that now gives Virus the championship. In P2, the Atlantic car had a whole run. I think they had in the space of about 3 hours. I think they had 3 front ends fall off.
Oh, no.
So that's why they're back
Yes.
down in the third.
They've had another one fall off since then as well.
It looks like...
Because-
well, I hope they brought plenty spares then.
Because they're down in third though, and you've got the 46 in the lead, if it finishes as it is now, the 46 will take the championship by 1 point.
And what a race it would be for Seawolf if they did that, because, well, the championship, come out of this LMP2 champions, that might set them up for LMP1 next season.
And the GTs, I have no idea what's going on.
Well, Pinto
Hang on,
was...
I'll just quickly do some maths. Hang on, where's my bit of paper that I did all my
Yes.
maths on earlier?
Well, the
Stay
Pinto
there,
incident will definitely have changed things. We now have Gurgly Barros in the lead, but we've also got one of the VLMS entries in second place. So that
Yep,
in
Aspect
terms,
America, my pick for the win, I think you'll find.
but
Neil,
in second.
he's going to have all of the bragging rights if they win, of course, but
I did also see the 3 car was going to win P1.
yes, and that's not currently happening.
I did also say, who did you say was going to win P2 again?
You said, I think you said, did you see the Atlantic team? I don't know. I can't even remember at this point, but...
I think I did say Atlantic actually.
Yeah, but it's
Wow.
Seawolf at the moment who are going to win. And, well, I'll tell you this. Caspian Motorsport aren't far from winning the BT category. Currently, Boris, of course, leading that from amateur to car at the moment.
Yes, but there was definitely an incident earlier for the dark racing car, where there was a bit of a screen freeze for Pinto, and the number 5 car was also involved, but the 5 car pretty much came away scot-free from that. But Pinto had a lot of damage, and that caused him to drop down quite considerably.
Top 3, that's almost like a comedy booth without Neil Heatley in it. But hey ho, I wouldn't have it any other way, and I wouldn't have it any other way, because without Neil, we wouldn't have had commentary through the night.
That is true. Well,
You know,
Thanks,
Neil,
B.
Neil was also assisted by Kieran Parkins, so I think he definitely deserves
yeah, big shout out
deserves
to
a
Kieran.
shout.
And
Thank
Nick
you.
Newcomb.
And Nick Newcomb, of course, my fellow Geordie, who might be coming back later. Some luck. It's brilliant. It's a great, the amount of help we've had and the amount of support we've had for this broadcast. You know, people really want to get involved, and that's awesome. And of course, none of this would be possible without our brilliant race director, Jimmy Allison, as well.
Oh, certainly. Jimmy's been excellent working manning the cameras all night long. And obviously doing race directory stuff as well.
Is that the official term of it? Race directory stuff.
There you go. Craig Warlock with the terminology of the century here.
Yes.
Come on, it's not as bad as my monster
Cutting
quote from
edge.
before.
Oh, yes, your quote from yesterday, which was...
Which you
What was it again?
immortalised.
You found it. What was that quote again?
I think
I just remember it was something
Craig
absolutely
got it.
extraordinary.
He made a picture of it. I'll share it within our broadcast area, so Neil and Craig can have a look. But it's been immortalised in the world of memes now.
World of memes.
I am now officially a living meme. Maybe I should join GTGNS. That's where I belong now.
You belong now. You've had a meme.
I've become a meme. I must join the meme team supreme. Maybe the new meme sort of apprentice should get himself a cup of coffee while Neil Heatley and Craig Wallard call the action.
Oh dear, that's a bit of contact there between Almeida and Alzapti coming through the second chicane. Just a bit of a touch.
Almeida will be getting the blue flags from Alzapti. Almeida in 24th, Alzapti in 21st.
Mm-hmm. But he doesn't seem to be yielding particularly easily. As the brakes light up as they both come into Molson Corner. Alzapti runs a little bit wide there. They've got the P2 of Tits coming through as well. There's a nice little gag with GT cars there. What a sound that is.
Having a look back at the GT battle, the 94, the championship leaders, that's the Stellaris Simsport car, would currently take the championship by 6 points if it finished as it does at the moment. Alzapti needs to get up into second. Or needs Almeida to drop behind both. Needs to drop behind both the VLMS entries and Ukic and Gray.
Mm.
Which I'm not sure that would happen.
There definitely does seem to be, well, looking at the track map, there seem to be a few places on the track where there's considerably more cars sort of line astern than in others. Like currently coming through like the Porsche curves, you've got a gaggle of GT cars, which is going to be absolutely terrifying for any prototype going through.
Yeah, to be honest, through most of the Porsche curves, especially in these GTs and prototype situation, it is single file. The only place you can really go around the outside is through the long right hander at the end of towards the end of the Porsche curves. The P1s can go around the outside of GTs there.
As Champa's now actually coming through this little gaggle of cars.
Indeed, the GNS in that classic Nissan livery, isn't it? It's very nice.
Yep, that's definitely one for those who were around in the early 90s.
The R something P 390.
I do believe that. I think I was going to say the 390, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Not at the moment. Maybe when I'm a little bit more with it. As we follow our race leader at the moment, you can see just how consistently strong he is at the moment. He is getting pretty much every apex spot on at the moment, he says, as he runs a little bit wide. Curse of the commentator a little bit there, but he's certainly doing a very...
It's a GTP ZX Turbo that it is a homage to.
Yes. That.
390p is a car, just not the right one. It's a real car, it's just not the one that we wanted.
Close enough. We follow our race leader, Kavela, coming through Indianapolis now. And into Arnage. And, there's people in the waiting booth.
Oh my goodness, I'll do something about them. Once I actually managed to pick up my keyboard off the floor.
Oh, Neil.
I know, I'm wonderful now. So joining us, we now have Michael Barnard from the 31 car and Oscar Hardwick from the 22.
What's going on, Neil?
Hello to you.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. So, Michael, let's start with you. You're part of the 31 Flatline Racing squad. You're currently up in second place. How's the race been going for you?
Well, for beginners, I mean, it was doing really good. Besides my little mistake I made there with the lap lead, we ended up unfortunately ran out of gas. Actually, coming down the Mulsanne, had about it was probably less than 3 liters of fuel left, and had it pretty much coasted around at 60 kilometers an hour all the way to pit lane, and gave away the lead to Seawolf, which they've been killing it all day, honestly. I mean, they had a huge comeback from the start of the race, so I give it all to them.
So, are you pleased with your team's performance at the moment? Second place, you did kind of need a little bit of luck to win the championship. You still technically can, but it seems to not be quite within reach now. But are you pleased with your second place run so far today?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, these guys we've put in so much work for the past month and a half. Same thing with our GT guys. And they're also currently running third in class as well. So, I mean, huge shout out with them. And with how much work we've put in, we knew we had a fast car. We were actually kind of hoping for a little bit of rain there at the start, because we knew, that's what we kind of started practicing there for the last week once the forecast started coming out. But, overall, I'm ecstatic. This is one race that obviously from the very start of the year that we all circle on our calendar that we're all trying to go and work for, and we always want to have that bragging rights heading into next season to go and at least have just that one trophy, that one win that everybody wants, and Le Mans is it. And like I said, the guys on the team, Mark Fuller, Jason Jones, they're doing fantastic today. Mark Fuller on the car right now, which he should be giving up the car in about a stint and a half. I'll be taking over after him, and then depending on if we can work our strategy out correct, we might go ahead and just leave me in, or we might go ahead and throw Jason in there for the last little bit. It just all depends on if there's any other code 80s and where we end up.
You're about, just having a look, you're about, let's do some quick calculations. That's about 1 minute and 10. So you're about 2 minutes 20, 2 minutes 30 behind the 46 car Seawolf. Is it possible to make that up?
I think, honestly, with our strategy that we have going on, we might be able to close the gap out a good bit. It's just, we're going to kind of have to hope for something to happen with the Seawolf guys to go ahead and maybe screw something up or get caught in traffic in certain areas. I know with Jason, that was his biggest problem throughout the whole entire run. Was, I mean, he was catching traffic right in the Porsche curves, and I mean, hitting into Indianapolis to where he couldn't make anything happen. So we lost a good bit of time to where he was about 2 seconds, 3 seconds off what Schroeder was running, which he was doing a killer job over there. I mean, he was running 338s, 339s when we were hitting their 340s, 341s. So, I mean, it's going to be hard, but honestly, I mean, we still have 4 hours left. I mean, anything can happen. You know, you guys were talking about the whole Toyota thing, and it's just, I mean, we might not catch that situation on the last lap, but, I mean, all hopes for us. I mean, that's all we can think about. Is just catching that little break, and that's what we need.
So of course in P2 you're in the position of lapping and being lapped at the same time. How have you found that?
Yeah, I mean, it's all part of it. I mean, it's honestly, if we end up getting lapped, I mean, because I know early in the race, I mean, that was our case. I mean, we were sitting there, we were about to lap second, and then the whole fuel crisis actually came about us. It kind of puts a little more stress on you to where you really got to push the car more, especially once you know that they're closing down on you and you're about to be lapped. But I mean, as long as you can stay focused, no mistakes. Honestly, I think that's pretty much the biggest goal. Is just don't screw anything up.
Have you got anything to ask Craig?
Anything to ask Craig?
I think Craig
might.
I think Craig might have died.
I know we're waiting on him for a hot minute there on the channel.
But anyway, before, if Craig wants to ask you anything, Oscar, how's your race been in the 22 car?
It's been very enjoyable. I've only hit one thing, so that's a positive.
What was that thing?
Oh, some poor LMP2 car, and then I scared them like an hour later by nearly ploughing them into the second chicane because I forgot where my braking point was. So yeah, other than that though, really fun, quite good. It's been going alright, and you know, for a Nissan in third, very much outdoing the real life counterparts.
So how's the race been from the perspective of the 22? Are you pleased with your performance? Third currently on the podium.
Yeah, it's all been really good. I think, you know, you've got Velez and Vires in front, and like, I think Velez haven't really put much of a foot wrong so far this race, and Vires obviously have been on the warpath since the beginning, and you know, they're just quicker. They've done that many laps of practice that you'd hope that they were at this point. Like, you know, Jimmy's very quick in the car, to be fair, but then you've got me and Coyne that are sort of probably 2 to 3 seconds off that, with Joe somewhere in the middle, and it's good to have Joe in at the moment, but in reality we're now sort of like looking to consolidate third, I think, rather than push through to try and get second or anything along those lines. You know, mistakes or incidents withstanding, we're looking to consolidate third.
So how have you found doing the Shark today, especially through, like, say, the Porsche curves in Indianapolis? Because I know it's very hard. It's very hard to even pass, you know, GTs through there.
You know, it's okay. Like, I feel as though we feel it a bit less, particularly in the Porsche curves in the Nissan, because the Nissan is inherently slow through the Porsche curves anyway. So if you do get stuck behind a GT, you're not actually hemorrhaging that much time. So, you know, it's alright, it's multi-class racing, you just got to be on board with what's going to happen, which is GTs are going to take their line and go around the track. There's been, you know, GTs that have been very kind, like almost too kind, moving out of the way, giving plenty of space. There have been GTs that have very stoically stuck to their line and been tricky, and other GTs that seem that they've not any idea what day of the week it is. So yeah, it's always interesting to come up behind a GT car and have them act in a completely different way to the last one that you found.
So what's the strategy for the GNS car for the rest of the day?
Just keep plodding around. We're doing shorter stints than the other LMP ones, I think. We're not filling the car up with fuel at the pit stops. We're going a bit below that, so that the stints that we do 3 stints in a row on the same set of tyres. Now, if you maxed out the fuel, the tyres would have lost a bit too much performance by the end, but by reducing that, you actually get good tyre performance over 3 stints, and you're saving yourself a solid minute, a little over a minute, with having to tyre change much less often. So I think Coyne, who is our resident expert and maths genius that sorts out all the stints, did a bit of number crunching and figured out that it was a quicker and slightly better option for us in the race, because it's not what we started with. I think we started with doing the same 12, 13 lap stints that the other LMP ones were doing, and now we've moved to this 10 lap approach that I think DHR sort of coined as theirs last season, and it was working for them very well then, and like all things considered, it's been working very well for us this race.
So so if you two have got anything interesting of note to say as well.
Oh, no.
Anything else caught your eye during the race at all?
I'll give a shout out to my team, which is different to the team I'm driving for, because it's nice and confusing that way. But the Magenta LMP1, it's still going. Still managing to go around the track. It's not had a fun day. Like, immediately caught up in that incident at the start, and the recovery's just never really taken off. Something new happens every time. I think we were almost back towards the lead lap group, and then poor Matt Richards had a timeout, so we lost another 2-3 laps then. You know, that poor LMP1, it's chugging round, but the luck's just not been there today. It's a shame, because we've seen in previous rounds that actually it's got loads of pace and we can finish really well in it. But, you know, you get to Le Mans, and if the luck's not in your favour, the luck's not in your favour. I mean, you look at us at GNS, and we've had incidents, but the incidents have been small or in such a way that the car's kept on going. Even when I hit an LMP2, we got no suspension damage, nothing like that. I just took the front splitter off, so it was a minute in the pit lane. And when you consider that you can just hit someone slightly differently to that, and then you've got 10 minutes worth of repairs in the pit lane. But, you know, it's mad. We've gotten quite lucky with GNS, and you can say the same for, like, you know, Velez or even Vires post-start, in as much as you need ample amounts of luck to keep going round, because it's, you know, it's 24 hours. It's coming up on 20 hours of driving now. You can be perfect and something bad can happen to you, but it's none of your fault at all. So yeah, it's a shame for the LMP1 car, because they've been doing really well, and you know, I admire them for carrying on, even though they're I think it's something ridiculous like 20 laps down on the leaders at the moment. So you know, not a fun place for them to be by any stretch, but they're going to keep on plugging. They're going to get the finish for the Nissan, and that's going to be, you know, a handful of points. I think we'll still end up sort of middle bottom half of the standings, but that's just been the way of it this season. And we've been new in the class, and LMP1's super competitive. I'm very pleased with what the guys have done with the car as well, because I wouldn't have thought we'd run anywhere. You know, I would have thought it'd been worse, but we've had a second at Sebring. So the guys have done really well. And to quickly shout out the LMP2 car, where unfortunately Hillebrand had a technical issue on his wheel, had some shifting problems, and it blew the engine in the end. That's another one. Like, that car was full of people who hadn't even done VEC before, and other than Hillebrand, that is. So for them to have secured a class win and to have run as competitively and as quickly as they can, like, it's such a positive looking to next season, because I think I can put these drivers in again, and with the added experience that they've got now, and as R-Factor 2 does gradually become more stable for things like driver swaps and whatnot, we're looking at maybe a next season where we can push ourselves 4 or 5 spots up the standings in both classes with these drivers at the helm. So yeah, not ideal for Magenta today, but you can't help but have a positive outlook, because the guys have been pretty good all season.
Yeah, I gotta go back to what Oscar was saying beforehand. I mean, it's Le Mans is a lot about luck. I mean, you can have the fastest car out there, but if you don't have a little bit of luck go your way, I mean, it can all be trashed. And well, we saw in the very first corner down the Mulsanne Straight. I mean, a lot of cases, it's just it's some days it's your day, some days it's not. But also, I mean, a huge shout out to Flatline Racing. I mean, all the guys on the team have been doing a fantastic job. Name down from. He's on the GT side, Thomas Jacobs, Boy Bryson, Lewis Bradshaw, Chris Hone. I mean, all those guys are doing a fantastic job. I mean, Sitting there running P3 right now with Lewis Bradshaw in the car, and then Mark Fuller and Jason James, man, they've been doing a fantastic job all the way around on the P2 side. I mean, it was working great in the beginning of the day, but I mean, as of right now, I mean, it all comes down to the last 4 hours, and I mean, anything can happen. I mean, it's pretty much the point where you really got to stay tuned and hope to God that maybe something else can to work our way.
You literally saying anything can happen. As we've just been speaking, the GT leader has disconnected. The number 89 car, seems like Gergely Barros, has disconnected from the game.
Well, Michael Barnard, truer words have never been spoken.
Broadcaster's cursed.
No,
Immediately. It happened immediately.
You're being the wise man of the broadcast here, Michael. Anything literally can happen in the last 4 hours. Like, it's alright. It's alright. It's like being good in an endurance race, right? You know, I'm good for 23 hours. Oh, snap, I've stacked it in the last one. Like,
this is
Gergely
Barros. He's just reconnected to the lobby. He's reconnected to TeamSpeak just now, actually.
You've really just got to be on it all the time.
Exactly. I mean, if you sit there and you give up just a little bit, I mean, you don't know what's going to happen. I mean, all we need now is just Seawolf to have the exact same thing, or something like a disconnection issue, or I mean, just a random, maybe even a prototype to go and cut him across, or he just has a bad situation with a GT. I mean, anything can happen. And not saying it can't happen to us. I mean, it can happen to anybody on the track. So.
And we've seen before when leaders have disconnected that usually it costs them quite a lot of time as well, Neil. And we've seen lead changes. We saw it with Oddball. Now we might see with Vela Simsport as well.
Demirkan is just coming through the first chicane. The next time he passes the start-finish line, he will take the lead of the GT class.
Well, might it be that one of our VLMS special entries wins in GT? I said the Witchwood one at the start of this race. Might just have got it slightly wrong. I might have been right that the VLMS car would. Might be that the Caspian wins.
My pick, the Caspian car. Do.
Yeah, and Neil Heatley will have ultimate bragging. I think in the current state of affairs, you're actually winning this bragging rights battle 2-0, I believe it is now, because I think you might have, actually, I can't remember who I said would win the LMP2. I think I said champion to become champions, didn't I? And they're down in,
you did.
13, so you're winning this 1-0 at the least.
The GT leader will not change hands, I do believe, because Barros has rejoined the race.
But he's not, and here he gets coming out. But the question is, does he lose the lap? Yes.
Because whether he loses the lap, because sometimes it doesn't count when you come back out after disconnection. It's a bit hit and miss, I think, but usually it doesn't count. So it might be that Barros loses the lead and that Caspian take it, but it won't be by much. Yeah, apparently Jimmy Allison saying his lap will count when it crosses the line, so he does lose the lead, I think.
Ah.
But we'll see. You know, because you never know. Some miracle could happen.
We'll know within the next 6 or 7 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Well, not even that. Barros is just... Not Barros, I'm looking for Demirkan. Demirkan is just coming through Indianapolis. We've got about a minute or so till we see.
Yeah, I mean, even if the Caspian car wins, it's not a disaster for Vela Simsport. They don't score points, remember. They're very much a guest entry, so they will still score the full 25 for second place. This doesn't change anything in the point standings. But they'll be pretty miffed they're going to lose the overall win. You know, you can't forget that. Like, they are still going to lose the overall win here to the Caspian, even though they aren't going to score the full 25 if they win. Because they are a guest entry as the BLMS special.
Full 50, double points.
50, yes, double points. You say this is the thing when you wake up half an hour ago, you forget it's double points.
Double points. But we shall just see, apparently, according to Jimmy Alston, is still putting Barros about a minute 40 ahead or so.
Yeah, it might be that Barros got his lap back.
As Demirkan comes to Virage Corvette and now out to Maison Blanche.
I guess it kind of depends on where we disconnected as well. That might have something to do with it.
Quite possibly.
Perhaps, yes.
I'll have to say, though, if Barros does get the lead, or whether it goes to the Caspian team, but again, it wouldn't change much points-wise, because they aren't scoring points in this race, but then again, neither of the Witchwood car, neither the RSA Protein, neither of the 139 Drake. But it has been great having these VLMS special entries around.
Nope, it appears Demirkan stays in 18th place overall, second in class, so Barros managed to get his lap.
We'll see when Barros crosses the start-finish line. I reckon it will sort itself out then.
Barros might have gotten away with an absolute miracle here, though. keep the overall race lead in GT and for Demakan to
But
be second still.
we've got less than 4 hours to go now. So
It looks like Demakan is gaining at a rate of knots according to the live timing screen, but then he's just lost some time here, so I think Barros is actually going to stay on lap 283.
And Demirkan is on lap 2... Oh no, Demirkan is on lap 284, the same as Gertler Barros, both on lap 284.
But we've had 20 hours gone now. We have 4 to go, so that's the usual race length for a virtual Le Mans series event, so that's something that Demirkan will be familiar with. So I think now would be a good time for someone other than myself to do an hourly update.
Well, I've just woken up, so...
That leaves Neil then. Go on, Neil. Go do it.
Neil, I've just done 20 hours of commentary. Heatley gets to do the 20th hourly update.
Maybe 20th, we missed it a couple of times in the middle of the night, so probably not 20th. But in the lead of the race is the Veles P1 car, the 21, with Alexei Cavallo at the wheel. Second is Nicky Jakovic in the Team Virus. Third is Joe Champa in the GNS Endurance Nissan. Fourth is Alberto Pastarato in the number 5 Scuderia GT Italia. And fifth is James Wilson in the number 3 Doug Henson Racing. In your P2 class is Jan Titz in the lead of the Seawolf Net race number 46. Second is Mark Fuller in the 31 Flatline Racing. Third is Lazarus Philippakos in the 32 Atlantic Motorsport. Fourth is Karsten Dindegaard in the number 50 Undercover Sim Racing. And fifth is JT Tammy in the number 38 Champion. And in your GT class, no, Demirkan's taking the lead.
Oh, well. There you go.
He's dropped a couple of places actually.
Barros has. He's dropped past Red
I should just say that. I'll just say.
So mid-update, you've added
Boris
Sandings
is, what's happened to Boris?
Barros is
I
in
think
the
he
pits.
just came back into the pits. Yeah, he came into the pit stop.
Okay.
So
I
that
assume the
means
driver change.
Demirkan is now in the lead in the 175 Caspian Motorsport car. Second is Liz Redshaw in the number 53 Flatline. Third, currently is Gergely Barros in the number 18 9 Bell Simsport car. Fourth is Marius Burton in the 77 3 wide. And fifth is Hani Albazati in the 84 Dark Racing car.
Oh, there you go. There's your Audi update with drama to boot. We have a lead change. We have a second place change. We have the full
Barros
works.
has stayed in the car.
Barros has stayed in the car. This is an interesting
That must be for fuel then. Surely.
It will be
Fuels
for
or
fuel,
something.
actually, yeah.
Might have just filled up. Might have put the minimum amount in and then, well, that doesn't make sense, but still, it might have saved the amount of fuel he had. I don't know, but I've got coffee now, so I might wake up slightly more now as we go into the last 4 hours of this race. We're going to have an Anderson.
Indeed, that does mean my pick is leading. Ah!
Yep, ultimate bragging rights for Neil Heatley if he gets this. He will not let me forget this. He'll not let us forget the curved corners on this track either, I'm sure.
Also the curved corners. Nope, curved corners are wonderful. I love a curved corner.
I love a cup of coffee. And I've just had some, so I should be waking up.
I can't think of many things better than a nice hot cup of coffee in the morning.
Yes, I'm sure Neil Heatley's consumed about 96 this broadcast.
I
consume
don't think
3
it's-
teapots worth. So about 2.5 litres of coffee.
Yeah, quite a lot, but that's what you need to do 24 straight hours of commentary. The Iron Man stint from Neil Heatley.
You're saying that? Is it natural for my eye to be twitching by itself?
I don't think that's normal. You should probably get that seen to.
Should I get that checked?
Yes. Oh dear, Neil.
Oh,
You
well,
are-
I'm back in the server
Where's the
now,
doctor
and
when we need him?
oh, here we go. It's a bit of a...
Yeah, Mate Lucata says they only had 7 litres of fuel when they disconnected.
Ah.
They had to come in the next lap.
I've just rejoined the server and everybody's jumping around a bit. It's like sort of getting updates every second for me and everyone's shaking a bit, but...
I think Josh needs a bit of an update as to what happened overnight as well, especially for anyone else who's tuning in, having slept through some of the unsociable hours in for us Europeans anyway.
I've noticed as everything's smoothened up for me now. The attrition rate has gone up significantly.
Yes, there's been 10 DNFs now. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, 10 DNFs. Go from the first to the most recent. The 91 car DNF for that first lap incident The 33 car grenaded its engine with a double downshift. Martins in the 71 talking to a racing car did something very similar to what Tracy Crone did coming down the S's in the Aston Martin. Tracy Crone did in his Ferrari. James Johnson lost the front end coming through Dunlop Curve, and lost the car. Actually, managed to go around the whole lap at quite a rapid speed without the front end, and just went straight on the Porsche cars and lost a wheel. That was it. Ryan Walker blew the engine at the second chicane with the double downshift. I believe the 76 car crashed. Robin Tull. With Marius Nikolai, the AI stole the car.
Oh.
Nikolai Hillebrand, it was an engine problem as well. I think that was a treble downshift. Tom Schenkel, the AI stole the car. And Mallerton Vindus was in crash as well.
Oh, well, that is a shame for the SRVN team and the Atlantic team. Both were doing great. Both had the AI steal their car. It has happened before. It's not really avoidable. And, you know, for both extremely good outfits to suffer that is a big, big shame, of course. I'm just looking to the field to see if any of the cars that we were commentating on before, how they're still running. I mean, as we say, Caspian now leading in GTs, but Flatline second, Willis in the 89 or third. It's still looking good for a lot of teams. Sim Racing for Holland have really shot up the order.
We have Sim Racing for Holland up into 6th place in class, 5th place for points.
Yeah, we have that, and well, I have to say that is the it's a very well established team now. Sim Racing for Holland. They've been going for I think about 2004, haven't they? A long, long time. It says on the front of the car at least 2004. So yeah, they have really been going for a while.
And of course one of their drivers technically will have an unfair advantage.
Yeah, that's the team that Marcel Offermans drives for, isn't it?
Indeed, Mr. Sector Studio 397 himself.
Yeah,
Mr.
absolutely. Mr. Offermans, and well, I'm just gonna do a quick mathematical calculation here actually, because I heard before I went to sleep, somebody asked, would it be possible to have 400 laps completed? And Marcel said if that happened, we'd have to change the name of the company. But Christian Michel is on lap 331.
I did estimate 395 laps before the beginning of this race.
Yeah, 332 completed by Michel now. Imagine 330 at the 4-hour mark, with 4 left to go, which is about 5/6 of the race is done. So if I divide by 6...
divide by 5.
Divide by 5 and times by 6, we should have 396 laps done. We're going to pretty much match it.
We get 395. That's what room 2 is on at the moment. They're on 333.
It could be we get 309. What are we gonna? This could be, ladies and gentlemen, if Marcel Offermans, if we get 397 or 398 laps, there will be a name change for Studio 397 at this rate. Come on, let's make history.
I'm saying I estimate 395. It's up on my sheet of paper up in the top blue tack to the top left of my TV screen. If we do get 395 exactly, it will be another bragging point for me.
I tell you what, let's play a game. Craig Woolard, how many laps?
He said he's going to be gone for the next 15 minutes or so. He messaged me.
Oh, blast. You know, well, Jimmy Allison saying, please, let's just push it for the last 4 hours. He wants 397 laps in this race. You know what? I'm going to side with the Great Dane on this one. I'm going to say 397 by the end. I want it to be 397. It would be pretty sweet if our Factor 2 race did with 397 laps, matching the real life record. Would be pretty sweet. And we've had code 80s as well. I don't know whether the actual Le Mans that year had any. Well, they must have had safety cars, but if not, if it was 24 hours of straight racing, we've achieved something here. Well, It has been a sensational race, no matter how many laps are completed, hasn't
It
it?
has
Neil
been.
Healy?
It's been a rather wonderful race so far, but there's still 3 hours 49 to go.
Yes, there is, and anything can happen in 3 hours 49. And, apparently room 2 is 1 lap ahead of us. So, Jimmy Allison, we might get it in room 2 if we don't have one. But, Christian Michel, get your skates on, mate. We want you to have done 397 laps by the end of this race. We are not going to settle for anything less, mate. It's the honour of the league is on you now to get these 397
Room 1 versus room 2.
Yes, but in all this, I know we say this, but room 2 is just, the quality of the field in that. We haven't talked about room 2, but it's just as good. I commentated on room 2 for a lot of this season, and the racing that we had there was absolutely sensational.
Indeed, even though it is room 2, it doesn't mean that the caliber is any lower.
Yeah, it is a separate championship, of course. It's just as important that we, for the drivers and teams, because they might find themselves in room 1 if they do well there in the room 2. It's a proving ground for room 1.
Indeed, it is. It is exactly what you say. It is a proving ground.
Of course, both teams can call themselves champions if they win.
They can indeed.
But there's only one room 1 champion. But still, equally important. Well, actually, I'm wrong. There's 3 room 1 champions, but there's only one room 1 P1 champion. Yes, but there are 3 champions in each class, of course. 3 champions in each class, 3 champions in the whole.
1 champion.
1 champion a class, 3 champions overall. And this is what
you'll
happens.
Get there eventually.
And Neil Heatley is the champion of this broadcast for doing 20 hours, but
I'm just generally a champion, I think you'll find.
Except that you've never won a championship.
I have, Dirt Rally.
Well, there's that, but does that really count?
The inaugural Village Racing Dirt Rally champion,
Does that count, really?
It does count.
Oh, an SLCE. You won SLCE as well. You absolutely owned that. Well, okay, I've actually got Neil Heatley to give a no comment. There you go. First in the broadcast.
I did. I won in my mind.
Yeah, you're the winner in our hearts. Well, mission accomplished, I guess. You have won something in life, and
yep.
Yeah, I've just seen Stephen Bailey in chat will be a whole lot more laps with no code 80s, and maybe one year we'll have a whole 24-hour race with no code 80s.
If that happens, I don't know what I'll do, because it's not. I don't think it's going to happen.
He's saying it would be a whole lot more with no code 80s. Perfect scenario prediction showing between 410 and 415. So, that just goes to show how good the field is if we can break records like that, or at least come close to break records. I've just Jimmy Allison saying Studio 415 sounds better, he assumes. Well, if we did make history, that would be pretty awesome, but we'll have to see if Marcel Offerman's stands up to his pledge here, but yeah, not just breaking records, breaking rocks in the hot sun. Lots of teams have fought the track, but the track won. But there will be 3 winners in this Room 1 Championship come the end of this race. Bit of a clash of the titans this race has been, and well, Bella Sim Sports looking to come out on top of P1 at least.
Is he coming top of P1 at the moment?
Although it may come out on top in this race, but it will be Team Virus who win the championship at this rate, because they are in 2nd place. That is enough for them. Even if Vela Simsport win, it is enough for them at the moment. It has been a sterling drive from the Jakovic-Taylor combo. Like
but that does mean that if Jakovic-Taylor even make a single mistake in the final 3 3/4 hours and drop down 1 position, it goes straight back to the 21 car.
The pressure's on then, because I don't know how many teams have done this race with just 2 drivers, but has anyone actually ever won that? Here's a question for Jimmy Allison, he'll know. Has anybody in SRC history won the 24 Hours of Le Mans with just 2 drivers. I don't know. I don't think it's happened. But Djokovic and Taylor might be able to make even more history in Season 9. They are really a dream team, and 2 drivers taking on a whole 24-hour race, that takes some doing. There's Djokovic into the pits now, so I do think Champa won't catch up in the meantime, but Djokovic in, and, well, Adam Taylor's not waiting about, so Nicky will stay in the car.
Djokovic, what was I going to say? Various have the best part of a lap lead over GNS.
Yeah, pretty much a lap. It's not quite a lap, it's pretty much a lap.
It's not quite a lap,
it's
now 3/4 of a lap.
Pretty much. As near as makes no difference to a lap they've got. And, well, Djokovic and Taylor, the real iron combo, well, apart from maybe me and Neil Heatley, but, yeah, these two have just done the whole race by themselves. You know, a lot of teams have had 3-4 drivers. The 2-man team of Djokovic and Taylor, if they win this, they'll have done, I don't know whether they've actually done 12 hours each, but it'll average out at 12 hours each, you know? And that's not something I would ever say. And Adam Taylor actually says, we have no spreadsheets and no strategies. They're really just winging this. So to win it would be the ultimate example of just winging it. Wing it and go.
Apparently, according to Jeremy Allison, a 2-team combo did win in Season 6.
Yep, and it was actually, funny enough, one of the drivers involved that's racing now, and it's actually the driver currently driving the GNS car in third, Joe Champa. It was him and Per Rosenley, won overall in Season 6, the first in R-Factor 2, Champa and Rosenley, and Joe Champa might actually be about to be, you know, Djokovic is not winning Le Mans here, but they're going to be a 2-man team that's won the VEC. And I don't know how that's happened. Le Mans has been won by 2-man teams before. I don't know whether the VEC's been won by 2-man teams before. But Camper and Rosenley won the 24 Hours of Le Mans in Season 6. And, well, Djokovic and Taylor might be about to win overall the whole season.
That wasn't a
and they became champions too, apparently. So, yes, Camper might have actually be able to see his achievement matched by Djokovic and Taylor. It just goes to show, though, if your drivers are determined enough, sometimes you don't need lots of them, but obviously having lots of drivers helps. It is a real advantage in an endurance race. Oh, I've just been told, actually, Erhan's going to step in the car later. That's Erhan Jajovski. I do believe he'll be stepping in for Team Virus, so I think it will be a 3-car outfit. For
no, Jajovski's got... Jajovski's got his license stripped from Interlagos.
Oh, yes. That's true. So, I forgot that. He doesn't have a license anymore, Erhan Jajovski. Yes. So the Macedonian will not be stepping in the car, so it will just be... I don't know, but... Oh, did he? I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Neil? Have you made a mistake?
Anyway.
Have you misled me?
I don't think so.
Hey God! This is what happens when you have 20 hours of commentary. Your commentators start tripping you up. Apologies if I just misled you all there, ladies and gentlemen. I don't even know what's going on anymore.
Justin Wilson, not Justin Wilson. My goodness, James Wilson. I've caught myself most time I did that this broadcast. One time I haven't. James Wilson is only 12 seconds behind Pastarato. That's for 4th place overall.
Yeah, 12th place overall then. JT Tommy there, and where's the Pastarato? That's 4th there. Joe Champa and James Wilson. Yes, they are reasonably close on track actually here. And yeah, going on for a battle, gonna get the number 3 up in the standings. This could be a fun one, this. Oh. I'm going to see how this goes. Wilson, of course, the number 3 DHR car. They have had problems. But, you know, it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. For Wilson, because DHR have, you know, had a decent battle so far. They've had problems, but it's going to be interesting to see how James Wilson continues from here, because he's a very capable driver, as we know, Neil. But, you know, that car has suffered problems throughout this race.
They are going to suffer. They are going to suffer problems from this race.
Well, they have had problems. They had the whole James Wilson crash, which I commentated on, and then problems with Stephen Bailey getting sideswiped by a P2, which we saw as well, and that got a penalty signed to it. So not had the best race in the world, the number 3, but they've come back nicely into 5th place.
The 3 cars done a very nice recovery job after having a couple of big incidents. Actually, just coming up into Indianapolis, he managed to gain 2.5 seconds on Pastarato that last lap.
It's going to be interesting to see how this goes, definitely, because it's going to be a good battle if they get together. Pastarato versus Wilson. I mean, this is going to be a good one. This is going to be a good one.
It will be rather fun. It should be really fun.
We love seeing prototype battles as much as we like seeing GT battles and the likes. Really going to be cool. See this. Wilson and Pastarato, of course. Pastarato driving for Scuderia GT Italia, the number 5 car. Again, it's been another car that's really come back into it.
That Scuderia GT Italia car really hasn't done anything. I know this sounds bad, but they really haven't done anything of note this race.
It sounds bad, yes, but that's not a bad thing. They've not really done much, but they've been there or thereabouts. And in an endurance race, when others are making mistakes, sometimes you just have to be there and thereabouts.
Yes, sometimes you do.
It's not a bad thing that they've not been up to much. It's actually a good thing, because they've had a nice, quiet, reserved race, and they've made the most of it, that number 5 car. Not really high in the standings at the moment, I believe, but still doing okay.
No, it's not, but it is doing well. Yeah, as you say.
Discretion possibly the better part of the valor. They're taking it nice and easy here. The 6 laps down on Joe Chavez. They won't be taking that position up in a hurry, at least. But Pastarato and the GT Italia team really had a quiet race, but a solid one. And sometimes that's what you need.
Wilson managed to gain 2.7 on that last lap, so Wilson is gaining buckets of time through over Pastarato.
Yeah, so we might well say this battle on between DHR and Scuderia GT Italia here. 3 versus 5. DHR versus GT Italia. Wilson versus Pastarato. The whole battle's going on. 2 Audis going to go to battle at Le Mans in the final 4 hours.
That'll be a very nice battle to watch, but I do think with the pace advantage Wilson has at the moment, it's certainly going to be advantage him.
Yeah, Wilson probably going to be on the advantage here, to be honest. I see Ethan Patty and the sister entry ahead, so Wilson will have to get through here. This is going to be interesting, but Wilson in the number 3 car will overtake and lap Ethan Patty in the number 2. That number 2 car started out as a championship contender, but then problems for them has put them down to 7th, not really in the running anymore. Won't be number 1 and number 2 for Doug Henson, it seems, in 2018 going forwards in Season 10, but they've put up a valiant fight this season. They have put in a valiant fight. Oh, it's actually, I see. There might actually be a 3rd driver in the virus car, but I may have just got it slightly confused. I've just noticed in the team speak that we have a Sten Ambus.
We do have Sten Ambus, but he's not in the... He's not in the
server yet, but Sten Ambus, of course, an SRCA graduate in that virus car, possibly even part of the virus driver development program that they have.
Yeah, he is part... He is a graduate, you're right, yeah.
Yeah, I think that might be where the confusion stemmed from. There you go, somebody will be getting in the car, but it's actually Sten Ambus. Rather than who we thought it was going to be, but yeah. An SRCA graduate is Sten, and going to be very interesting to see how he gets in what I believe will be his VEC debut at Le Mans.
It will be, yeah, it will be his VEC debut.
Ambus, of course, I've just checked, and I think he's Estonian, and you know what to say about the Estonians? Very, very quick drivers. I mean, I know a lot of Estonians in sim racing. I've met through, you know, the likes of this. They are very, very quick drivers in general. We have, you know, in the I know they're not in it anymore, but the Vodbull entry, Risto Capet, especially one of the most quick racers I know, is from Estonia. I know several very quick Estonian drivers indeed, and I'm sure this Stan Ambus is going to impress.
He's certainly going to impress.
I'm sure he's going to be on.
I mean,
he's got a bit of pressure on him because of the situation.
There's going to be a little bit of pressure on him. Yeah.
But you know, with the amount of speed he must bring in to the team. I mean, obviously not everyone's as good as each other. We don't actually know how Sten's going to do. But, you know, it's going to be very interesting because, you know, an SRCA graduate brought in by Team Virus into the driver development program, now driving the LMP1 at Le Mans. It's big pressure, and I hope he is able to stand up to it.
It is big pressure, especially when it's in such a precarious position where if you're the last driver, if you just get in, you've got the entire championship on your hands.
Yeah, so big pressure on him, and well, he's had, I think, a license for a while now, a license 4, but he's just not found a seat in cell now. Maybe being part of the Team Virus driver development program, but he's definitely on for this big moment. But yes, in fact, he was a second in season 6 of the SRCA Academy, and then in season 7, I think he competed again, just to get more experience in, I think. And well, season 7 standings, he came 3rd, so he's always been in the SRC Academy. He's always been at the top of it.
So obviously a very competent driver, but like I say, we haven't seen him in action yet.
It might be that we don't. This might all just be speculation, but the fact he's in the TeamSpeak kind of suggests to me that he will be, you know, because why else would he be there apart from maybe being a cheerleader? And I don't imagine an SRCA driver who's so good will be a cheerleader. But yes, I'd make a pretty good cheerleader. Not in real life, but a sort of spiritual cheerleader. I'm good at motivating people. Good at getting them on to good things, so to speak. You know, really moving them forwards and keeping them motivated. I should be a motivational speaker, really. The amount of enthusiasm I bring, because how can it not motivate someone?
Your motivation infuses everybody.
It brings a sort of it brings an enthusiasm, like me.
Indeed.
But yes, Christian Michel leading in Prototype 1 at the moment still, and well, let's see if Veles and Sport can win in 24 hours at the moment, because it would be great for them if they did. But of course, the virus situation means they're not going to win the title.
Indeed, and perhaps that'll be a little bittersweet for the Veles car. Although they know they did everything they could, winning the race, they still didn't quite get the championship.
Yeah, but at the same time, you can't really, you know, they'll be thinking, we did everything we could, fair play to you, you know, you've just done better, but, you know, if you do everything you can't blame yourself if you don't win. If you give it 100%, if you give it your maximum, you can't blame yourself. Alberto Pastorado is actually in the pits here, so Wilson will assume 4th in the pit stops here. Wilson goes ahead, and I've just noticed, actually, there is a Stephen Bailey waiting around in the driver lobby, so maybe we'll be seeing Bailey in the car in the number 3 again at some point before the end of the race.
The Bailey.
The Stephen Bailey, who we had a fantastic interview with last night, and well, it was absolutely brilliant just having him about again. It's great to have him with us back in a race. Very much coming back for Le Mans only, but still great to have him. Still great to have him back.
Indeed, he was countering the two Geordies last night.
He kind of just he brought the balance back, didn't he? But yeah, definitely brought the balance back into the lobby. Made it slightly less smooth. We got Enzo Falzi in the comments saying hello, and hello to you too, Enzo.
Oh, he's awake again!
He's awake again! Yay! You can promote SLCA and say that you can be like Stan Ambus and get in the prototypes if you're good enough.
He's awake again. I actually had drunk Enzo in the commentary last night.
Drunk Enzo, how was that?
It was fine. It was good.
Well, is that going to become a staple of Season 10? Drunk Enzo on commentary.
There you go. Yep, the answer is yes.
Make it
He's got to
happen.
be.
Make it happen.
Drunk commentary. That
drunk.
almost makes me remember something that we're supposed to be doing at some point now.
We are supposed to do that at some point. Yep.
We're doing sober commentary now, but
Drunk commentary will be at least 10 times better if we do it.
I tell you what, though, it would pretty much just mean if you two turned up absolutely palatic onto a broadcast, I'd have to carry you throughout the whole broadcast. And given I'm supposed to be only here for 12 hours and you for the full 24, that's not mathematically going to work, Neil.
It will work.
Hey, well, I can't drink if I even wanted to, but I'm sure Jimmy Allison's approach to things is just to not. It's a race
But
director.
indeed, we would yes, I think we're going to be doing end of season's awards, aren't we?
Jimmy strikes me as the sort of person who would be teetotal. You know, being a race director, he has to have concentration and focus. Seems like a very dedicated person. You know, he's got a lot of good qualities, so, you know, I imagine, you know, someone like him who needs to dedicate himself and focus to a job wouldn't drink.
I think. No, I think.
But who says really doesn't? There you go. I was right. Coffee is the fuel of champions. That's right. That's all you need in life. Just a good cup of joe.
coffee is not the breakfast of champions, though, according to James Hunt. Way back when.
Something else is, but James Hunt was wrong.
Well, James Hunt was the champion, though, so...
Yes, but then again, there were people who won more titles than James Hunt, so he's wrong. Come back to us when he's won 7 world titles. Oh, wait.
Well, he can't really do that now.
Yes,
I'm
I was
afraid.
about to say, not really going to happen, is it? But Wilson in the pits, says Jimmy Allison. We missed this. Wilson in the pits, and this will probably be for Stephen Bailey to get in the car.
By the sounds of it, yes. We also have a couple of P2s in there with Fuller and Philip Harkos in the pits together.
We also have a little bit of a bat.
Yes, we have a bit of a bat. We have a bat. What's a bat? Is it a sheep?
We have a little bit of a battle for the lead in GTs.
Yes, we have a
Between
sheep
Jack
for the lead of
Mackley
GTs.
and
Jack
Redshaw.
Mackley versus Lewis Redshaw. Yeah, this is going to be interesting.
It's fine.
It's fine. We're all saying here, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, Redshaw and Jack Markley might be battling for the lead here. Flatline versus Caspian. Remember, though, as it stands, it will be that Flatline 53 that takes the 50 points, because the 175 is a guest entry, does not score points in the 24 hours of Le Mans, so Flatline on for 50 points here.
I'm not familiar with the status in the championship at the moment, but is that crucial as such?
No, because the 53 needed some variety of miracle to have a shot at the championship. Unfortunately, it's not quite worked yet.
But, well, in that case, they just want to win the race, I would have
I should
thought.
just quickly do some maths for just now.
He sounds like he's going to have a cardiac arrest if he does any more maths, but...
Sorry, that was me just pulling my chair in towards my desk.
Yeah, Neil Heaton's going to do 20-hour awake maths, and this probably is going to...
Well, no, it's more than that, because obviously I thought, I need to get a good night's sleep I thought on a Friday night, I'm doing the full 24 hours, I need to get a good night's sleep for, so to make sure that I'm not tired. Of course, I woke up at 6:30 yesterday morning.
Oh, dear.
You see,
So,
I bet the thing
more
is,
than that at the moment.
you don't perform the best when you're tired, so I will not be at all surprised if you manage to come out and say British Racing have already won the GT Championship 3 rounds ago.
To be honest, that's what I want to happen.
But it's not going to. First thing is they
not
don't
going to.
First thing is they don't drive in the VEC. Secondly, because they didn't win it 3 rounds ago. It's not mathematically possible. And thirdly, because they're not in this race, Neil. And fourthly, because I've repeated myself twice, and that makes me right.
No, no, you're just refusing to believe.
No, I'm an absolute non-believer. I am an atheist, but I am an absolute non-believer.
Poor.
In the Craig Waller would know if British Racing runs.
84. Whoa, what?
If
no, hang on. What?
if British Racing won the championship with 3 races to go, as Christ, the
this is close now. This is close.
This is very
Jack Martin
close.
Redshaw. I do hate to interrupt, but they are getting really close here. They've closed up. In the meantime, we were talking about the GTs and the GT lead, but Redshaw's closing in at a rate of knots, and he might actually be on for the lead here.
Absolutely. This could be done quite soon, within a lap or two, I reckon. Gap is just a few seconds now, if that.
Right, if it finishes as it is at the moment, the 94 will take the championship by 6.
Oh, well, okay. That's pretty good. 94 by 6. Pretty good for them. And, well, the 94 car is the actual, it's Velis Sim Sports. Well, they were having a nightmare of a race before, but they're going to win it now. Somehow, but Lewis Redshaw's determined just to get into the lead here with Flatline Racing. Going into Indianapolis now. Redshaw's just going to get the throttle on a little bit. Got to push that Corvette a nice bit, and well, Neil Hitney, if you must be asleep, this will wake you up, this battle, because throughout this whole race, the GTs have shown us how it's done.
Indeed, the GTs have shown us how it's done. The fact that these two are so close for the lead of the race after over 20 hours.
Yeah, you know, it just goes to show how this is, just how long it's been, and oh, well, interesting stuff. Bradshaw, really, and Chan Mackley gonna go to battle here. Bradshaw, I think, you know, if he can get into the lead here, it'll give him something very nice to take home, you know, for Flatline. They've not had the best of seasons this season, and they need a bit of a miracle to win the title, which I don't think they're gonna get. But, you know, Bradshaw's gonna still do pretty well here. We have a guest in all this, and it's about time that we get our nationalities confused, because welcome to the booth is Yuri Kazdorp.
Good morning.
Morning to you, Yuri. Of course,
Bradshaw's came into the pits.
Bradshaw into the pits. Well, that ends the GT lead battle, so we can talk to Yuri now. So it's a good thing we brought him in then, isn't it? Great to have you with us, Yuri. Of course, Alice Simsport driver, and Christian Michel, your teammate, is currently leading the race and has been for a while now in that number 21 Audi R18. But you kind of... And firstly, he needs to get his skates on, because we're not going to get 397 laps done otherwise. And secondly, he needs to get his skates on and hope for a bit of luck, because Nicky Jakovic in second means you're not going to win the championship at this rate.
He just put a lap in only 10th of our fastest of the whole race, so I think he's going pretty decent pace. We're not going to go much faster than that.
Well, he's got a bit of motivation now, because he wants to get 397 done by the end of the race.
I don't think that's our main focus, but...
Make it your main focus. This is your priority. It's now your focus.
Alright, and I guess it's my focus now.
Yes, do 397 laps. That's what you need to do.
Jimmy Allison just did say if we don't reach 397 laps by the end of the race, he's going to DQ some HQ.
MHQ, what do they have to do with this?
Oh
they don't have anything to do with this.
Velis, close enough.
Velis? Of course, yes, that's more like it. I thought you said virus a minute. Just DQ the guys who are trying to go for the title.
Velis,
I'll
it's
take
fine.
that.
It's Velis, it's fine.
Yeah, but if you see, that's the thing now. If you don't do 397 laps, you're going out of the race. So, anyway, no, in all seriousness though, Yuri, it's been a great race for you and your team.
Yeah, it's been completely clean so far. We're just doing a steady pace and it's working out so far.
Yeah, it's been working out for you guys, and of course, taking the lead when Vodbull had their issues, you've not really lost it since. You know, you pretty much have wake up and you're still in the lead, so I assume nothing really has gone drastically wrong for you guys, but still leading 341 laps at the moment, and, well, of course, you've had Alexei Kavala and Christian Michel in that car too, 3-car team, going to do well here at Le Mans, so do you find lots of drivers helps?
What was the question?
Do you find lots of drivers helps at a track like Le Mans? Having a lot of drivers on board.
3 is not that many drivers, but it's alright. I think 3 is the limit though. Two is too, like, I've got such respect for Virus trying to do it with only 2 guys. Like, trying to do the whole 24 hours. Now the last couple hours are gonna be hell. And for them to be doing the pace that they're doing without having any incidents apart from the start, which wasn't their fault, that's really impressive.
Yeah, it's really quite impressive that you've gotten so well into this race. I'm sure you're going to be pushing for the lap record here. And, well, another driver that you've been battling with and having drivers and, you know, teams go with this race, Yuri and Christian Michel is currently out on track. But another one of the drivers and teams you've been battling with is Doug Henson Racing. And we can welcome a certain James Badass Wilson to the chat, James. Great to have you with us as well.
Where did that middle name come from?
Well, it's just because you're so good. It's so good. But yes, part of that number 3 squadron with Adam Hodgkinson and the Stephen Bailey, who's currently driving that car. So he is back in it. But you've had quite an eventful race yourself.
Yeah, very eventful. Towards the start, it was all looking so good. But then, you know, we got really unlucky with multiple code 80s. And yeah, when I got in the car, I avoided an accident, but like spun the car myself on the grass, and I was basically told there was a bit of a gap for you to rejoin, and so I moved forward, but one of the victims of the other accident just very slowly drove into me, which ripped the front off and damaged the suspension, so that's set us back, and it was all going well again from there, but sort of again when I got in the car I had another accident with a stationary car.
It's not easy, Le Mans, you know, it's so easy to make mistakes and have incidents, but, you know, it's part and parcel of endurance racing. Not everything goes your way all the time. And, of course, you now, Stephen Bailey in the car, 6 laps down on Christian Michel, probably not going to go for the race win at this point, but you can aim for about 4th still, can't you?
Oh, yeah, we're gunning for 4th. I think we got a serious pace advantage at the moment over P4, so we'll be looking to grab that back, and you know, it's technically the number 3's favourite finishing position, because we sort of start the season finishing 4th all the time, so why not end it finishing 4th?
Yeah, you know, it's pretty consistent, I guess, and maybe I'll have a DHR number 4 next season.
Maybe. But that's far away, and well,
yeah, season 10 is far away still, even though it's just coming, season 9's coming around, and we like to get, you know, kicking into season 10 quickly. I don't know whether Neil Heatley has any questions for Yuri and James.
Oh dear. So Yuri, you're obviously driving the current leading car. You're doing all that you can at the moment. However, it isn't quite good enough for the championship. You need Virus to lose a place. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, well, we're doing what we can do. Got a bit unlucky in previous races, like the last race we were fighting for the win, and then I had a massive lag causing us to get damage and being out of contention, but I guess you can go back over the whole season and find some mistakes. If they're getting a P2 here with just 2 drivers and we're winning it, I don't think it'll be too bad. I guess I'll just take a 3rd win. Here at Le Mans we won Sebring 12-hour race, which I really wanted to win. We win the big one at Le Mans. I don't think our season has been too much to complain about. Of course the championship would be nice, but Virus has been really strong the whole season as well.
I mean, winning both big races as well, you know, it's, you know, he must be the long race masters then.
Yeah, well, that's a good trait to have in endurance racing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good trait to have. It's a very, very good trait to have. You know, it's not wrong with being good in the long races. Makes you more likely to win at Le Mans. And that's a great thing. And, well... Oof. Don't know whether you got any questions for James Wilson, Neil?
Well, I know it sounds horrific, but I've kind of... We had Adam Hodgkinson earlier on this morning, and I kind of asked him all the questions involving the 3-car then. I wasn't expecting to have all of them here.
Well, that's
we had
the thing about
Stephen Bailey last night as well, so we've had the
This
entire
is the thing, we have the
3-car.
whole of the 3-car. DHR, they come in their numbers. They're definitely dedicated.
They're dedicated, certainly.
Very dedicated team. Definitely one of my favourites to watch, and well, a lovely looking car as well.
I've got a question for you guys as well.
Oh, you've got this is a role reversal if ever I've seen one.
I don't like it.
It's gone a bit unnoticed, but what do you think of the performance of the tackle car?
Oh, the tackle car.
They lost a lot of laps in the beginning, and I think since the lap 1 incident, they
They're up
only
to
lost
6
1 lap.
now, yep.
That's not for fair play. Yuri Kazdorp, shout out to Monaco ECR in 6th place. They have not had the best of races at the start, but they've come back beautifully and are actually only 2 laps down on the 3 car. They're in a D. They are the Monaco. They are the tackle sandwich at the moment with DHR bread, but 6th place, very respectable, all things considered.
Yeah. I don't think on this rate they'll catch up to the Scuderia GT Italia, but they've done a great race as well. They haven't had the pace all race, but they've stayed out of trouble, and by doing that, they're gonna get a top 5 out of this.
They are going to get a very good result out of this. You know, this is a great race for them. Even if it's not top 5, they are going to do well. And, well, props to Monaco. You've really impressed with.
Yeah, they've impressed me, even though it's gone a bit unnoticed. I think they started 7 laps down, and now they're about 8 laps down, and they've had some small issues during the race, but that would have put them easily in 4th, maybe even 3rd. They didn't have that crash at the first lap.
We talk about good results throughout the season. The number 3 Doug Henson racing car, looking through their results, they have not had a win this season, unlike the sister entry, which won first time out in Indianapolis. But they've been quite consistent for the most part, and well, maybe a win this season, not what you're after, James Wilson, but still some very good results, something that you can be quite proud of.
Yeah, I think we can be happy with this season. We've sure had our fair share of bad luck, especially in the mid part of the season, but you know, Hodge and Nick worked together for years now, and I'm just sort of the rookie for DHR, but it's been a pleasure driving for DHR this season, and just, as you say, consistent. That's all we do. We turn up, we do our thing, and sometimes we just slip under the radar, like at Silverstone, for example, when we snuck our way into 3rd.
Yeah, sometimes you get drives like that, which just really warrants, you know, very, very being proud of. And it was a great drive from you and the team, that race. You know, it was just utterly brilliant, all things considered, and just did really well. It was a great race, that. Anyway, thank you, Yuri Kazdorp. Thank you, James Wilson, both for joining us, and good luck in the final couple of hours to both of your teams, Velosim Sport and Doug Henson Racing.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. And I thought I'd just say what an amazing job you commentators are doing, especially Neil, still somehow alive after
he's a mad
21 hours.
I don't know how he does it, honestly. Is he actually an AI?
Must be.
Well, that answers our questions then. Thank you, James. Thank you, Yuri.
Thank you.
Well,
in the sister DHR car, Patty has just got out and Scheider has got back in, I've noticed. And
okay, then, so
the gap between Bailey and Pastorato has gone right down to under 4 seconds now.
If you look at the gap between Bailey and Pastorato, and I'll have a look at Czech Macklin, because he's bound to come in at some point. We've got to see what the gap will be between Czech Macklin and Redshaw when Czech Macklin has made his pit stop.
But it'll be interesting to see. That this gap is coming down very, very quickly. He's now able to see Pastorato, who's had to navigate some GT traffic, and Bailey's obviously going to have to negotiate the same traffic, but he's got it coming out of Mulsanne corner, which is not the worst place to get it. So you can now see Pastorato in front of him as the race leader is in the pits now.
Czech Macklin not coming in again.
Absolutely on the limit coming through Indianapolis. Wonderful bit of driving there, and this gap is coming down quicker and quicker and quicker.
Oh, that was a big wiggle from Pastorato, was it not coming off of Orange?
I think so. The the traffic in front of him will not have helped him there. That looked like a very quick stop for Michelle, who rejoins in the lead. And oh, this is not going to be ideal for Bailey. He's got the GT traffic coming through the Porsche curves around the outside. Beautifully done. And coming through the quick parts, and is closing in quicker and quicker and quicker. Surely Pastrato has got some sort of problem, or it is gotten. He has gotten very easily there.
Oh, through goes Bailey there. What a move from him. Nice and easily done. Into fourth then goes Duck Henson Racing. So the goal is on. Goal is on, and I tell you what might be helping. They're on medium tyres compared to the hards of Pastrano. Might be better traction.
Almost certainly.
Just had a spin at Indianapolis, but hasn't touched anything.
Oh, thank
it's 50 undercover sim racing car.
Thank goodness for that. Pickford just getting through there. Of course, all the P2s really on the soft tyres this week. I haven't talked tyre strategy much because everyone's been on the hards with the exception of P2s and that. Apparently the harder compounds don't really work with the P2s, so I guess everyone just wants to run the softs.
Well, that's something I noticed with the Ferrari, was that we found the soft compound tyres to be pretty useless, even in qualifying, because it changes the balance of the car so drastically. So you whack on a set of soft tyres, and you don't necessarily go any quicker because the balance of the car has shifted so much. So what we found was that the more gentlemanly drivers, such as myself and Campbell, tended to be quicker on the harder tyres regardless. And that was certainly interesting to find out, and we just basically developed our strategy around the hard tyre for the entire season. I don't know whether this is the same case in the VEC and for these teams, because obviously they're going to be much better than what we were. But so it's interesting because I know that you were right with the P2s, definitely sticking to the softer tyres. But I know they're able to run quite a long time on them, on those softer tyres anyway. So it doesn't seem as if the tyre thing is that much of an issue within the class, apart from, so like obviously you might have some drivers on softer tyres when some drivers are on more worn rubber towards the end of the stint. So you do get that that change. Oh,
I've just seen Rickard Norgren's had an off in Indianapolis as well. No damage though for the
what a
Sim HQ
surprise!
car.
What a surprise! The Sim HQ car's crashed again at Indianapolis.
Oh, Neil. But yeah, Norgren had an off.
It's literally like the 13th time this race.
Yeah, it just Norgren just went off and he lost it in the curve. Actually, he lost it. He went too wide.
It's the curve. It's the right-handed game for Indianapolis. That's literally the 13th time that's happened this race.
Oh,
I'm not even kidding.
Lucky
you.
to miss the wall though. They just you see, Norgren comes into Indianapolis. Norgren comes in and then it seems to not turn. Then the back steps out. He corrects it. It steps out again. Then he corrects it again, and he's so lucky not to hit the wall and just go into the gravel. He locks the brakes, gets the car stopped. So lucky to avoid a major incident there. He will be thanking his lucky stars, Rickard Norgren. But they have Koreaned off the track again, and they are actually now behind some P2s in the overall standings. They're 43 laps down overall.
They're behind all the P2s still running, with the exception of Fanatec.
Yep,
they are literally the Enso CLM P101 of this race. Except their Audi's quick.
You can't stop generalising, the bicollars and the Enso COM car. It's a wonderful machine.
I'm sorry, but the bicollars is absolutely woeful, and there's nothing you can do about it.
When you think about it, they are drawing quite a lot of parallels because it's a V6 engine. They're behind lots of prototype 2s. But, I mean, it's not because of the driver skill. They've been doing a good job in terms of driver skill. Rickard Norgren, Per Rockfist and all that. Very talented drivers. It's just it hasn't been their race. Really has not been their race. Had a lot of bad luck and incidents, of course, maybe going off in Indianapolis a couple of times. But, they're doing a good job to be keeping on going, to be honest. Pedro Gomez, Per Rockfist, George Manasakis, Rickard Norgren, that team kind of do feel sorry for them because, a very talented driver lineup, but just not gone their way.
Maybe they haven't quite got the setup right for that particular section of track. And it's just not working for them in that particular corner. It's such a difficult corner.
Because Lamont, you've got to really set your car up. You doing an all-round's good, but you're going to lose out on the straights. You set up for the straights, you're going to lose out on the corners.
Well, you can, compromise your setup in that respect, but what we found when we were setting the car up was that you had to really, really soften the suspension just to get any confidence going through the quick corners, and you gained so much time just through confidence and being able to turn in.
Yeah, you just got to be able to do that. You got to be able to turn in, got to get your confidence going there, and maybe it's not going well for CMHQ, but they're still going, and they're going to make the end of this 24 this race, and that is what matters. Just getting to the end when you can't get a good result. And I know from first-hand experience, just getting to the end of a 24-hour race is an achievement in itself.
Absolutely. Well, we struggled to get beyond, 3 hours into the 12-hour race. So, well, it was 2.5 hours, I think it was, before Campbell decided to forget how to upshift and downshifted instead.
That was...
There's been a driver swap forced from the Magenta P1 car.
Oh, yes, I've just seen that. Matt Richards has just told me that.
Oh, has he just told you that as well?
Yes, he has. He said, because of engine issues, lost power, and can only hit 198. Okay. Maybe problems with the engine and that, and Nismo now. But, Oyala in the car now, being forced to change. It could have been a hardware issue from Richards as well, but he says engine issues, so... Yeah.
Does Chuck Macklin come in this time round? If Chuck Macklin comes in at about this time, it's going to be a straight 2-stop to the finish for that GT car. However, I do believe that the other GT car, with Lutz Retro behind him, would have to do a splash and dash, or save a lot of fuel.
Yeah, may not have got the fuel right on Flatline. May just have to go for a splash of fuel near the end of the race. But, Flatline have had a fantastic race, all things considered. That car, of course, Bryson, Chris Horn as well, Thomas Jacobs, Gert James, and, Gert James has actually been the RSA Pro Tier car, I believe. Has he? I don't know. He's associated with that team, but Lewis Recho as well in that car. Very, very well assembled team, that.
I've noticed since Bailey got past Pastarato that Pastarato's pace continues to just plummet. Is more than 15 seconds behind Bailey now already, and it's only been a couple of laps since the overtake happened.
Yeah, Pastarato struggling a little bit by the looks of it, and GT Italia, they're just plugging on though. Again, they're having a quiet race rather than an exciting one, and that's not a bad thing. They're doing a good job. Pastarato, the number 5 car still on 4-5, and everything's still going okay here for them at least.
Oscar Hardwick is now in the 22 car.
Wow.
That's just been into the pits.
It has been, and I'm going to try and do some maths here. So Neil Heatley, if you'd like to talk about some stuff for a short while.
What maths are you doing?
You'll find out.
Oh no.
I've noticed that the lead gap has come down slightly in the past hour or so. Jakovic is now just over a minute behind Michelle. So
it's about 30 seconds of the past hour, isn't it?
Yes. So this could get quite tasty coming into the final hour. And when I say quite tasty, I mean tastier than a pizza with cheesy stuffed crust and just meat on the top.
Right. I've done some maths.
You like a lot of meat, don't you?
I've done some maths.
Big
You're going to love
sausage.
this, right?
What?
If there were no more Code 80s in this race, we're on for 397. We are on for 397 if there are no more Code 80s. I've done the calculations. It's coming up as 396.5. So if this is a perfect race from now on, Michelle should crack 397.
This is the perfect time to get the AMS banter lap in, though.
It's the perfect time for an R-Factor 2 hourly update, Craig Wallard.
Oh, do I have to?
Yes.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh. Right. Here we go. Hourly update. Leading the race is Christian Michel, 346 laps now, 447 completed now. He is 1 minute ahead of Niki Jakovic in the number 4 Team Vires car. In third place, a lap behind, is Oscar Hardwick in the number 22. In fourth place is Stephen Bailey in the number 3 DHR car, who is 20 odd seconds ahead of Alberto Pastorato. In sixth place is Edgar Rees in the number 7 car. In seventh place is Maximilian Scheider in the number 2. Eighth, and several laps behind the rest of the P1 pack, is Tommy Oyala, and that rounds out for now the LMP1 field. Leading in LMP2 is Bjorn Vollmeyer in the number 46 car, I think that says. My screen resolution is a bit poor. In 10th place overall and second in class is Mark Fuller. In 11th place, which was leading earlier, is Lazaros Philippakos in the Atlantic number 32 car, ahead of JT Tami, who has dropped back quite a bit from Philippakos. Next is Christopher Pickford, that car is 13th overall, ahead of Andres Rivero. Behind him is Vincenzo Capella, and that rounds out the P2 field for now. Behind them, 5 laps down, is the last of the P1 runners, and that is Ricard Norgren. And that car still has a lot of time to catch up before getting to the rest of the pack. That car is 43 laps down, and we've just had a disconnection for Tony Ukic.
Oh no, that's the SimHQ team as well.
That is the SimHQ team. Onto the GT pack. At the front is the Virtual Le Mans Series entry, which is not eligible for points, of Cat Mackley in the number 175 car. And what would be the car which would get 50 points if it finished there is Lewis Redshaw, and that car is about half a minute behind the GC leader. Next is Eunice Raivio, who has been massively quick all weekend. He is a minute and a half behind second place, and he is ahead of Marius Burt. Behind him you have Hani Alzabati, who was, I believe, the leader earlier on before having a screen freeze whilst that car was being piloted by Nino Pinto. And behind him is Dennis Duna in the, I believe that's the Sim Racing for Holland car. And behind him is another P2, that is Ben Willis. And then you have another gaggle of GT cars. You have Callie Corey, Lance Garasino, Nicola D'Agostino, the currently absent Tony Ukic, Dennis Hadlack, Daniel Maybach, and rounding out the field, Ukic, I believe, is not quite back yet, but that P2 car has just changed driver from Ben Willis, the number 139 drag car, to Roy Schrotten. And rounding out the field, 95 laps off the lead, overall lead, is Ilaria Finn.
Oh, Neil Heatley, please go back about 70 seconds on your replay, because I've just seen Adam Taylor has had the closest shave of the race. He was getting past Dennis Duna and Lazarus Philippakos. He's trying to get past, and Philippakos had to move right to get past Duna, and he missed Taylor by 2 millimeters. If he'd crashed into him there, that would have been disaster for the Virus car, but he's missed it by 2 millimeters and nothing happened. That was the closest shave I've seen all race.
Here's a question for you. How long ago was... Oh dear, that's going horrifically wrong. How long ago was lap... For the GTs? Lap 291.
Well, they're 50 laps
291.
behind. So
Yeah.
that would be
A while ago.
about 8 laps
Hang
ago.
on, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 7 laps since then.
Imagine about half an hour.
That's 28 minutes. Say half an hour. That's how long it's been since Chuck Mackley pitted. It's been about 20. It's been about 25 or so since. It's been about 23 or actually so since Redshaw pitted. So. Oh, might be very interesting.
There might be a bit of an issue for Tony Ukic.
Oh yes, I've just seen. They've reconnected with 3 litres in the tanks that are coasting around. It's at 6th gear. There's no damage on the car. So they are safe to continue, but they're just coasting around in 6th. They're quite slow to try and get themselves back to the pits on enough fuel. They're just keeping it in 6th gear. They're coasting around.
If I remember rightly, it takes nearly 7 litres of fuel at full pelt to circulate.
Well, they're just.
If I do remember correctly, I believe that Bernard in the flatline P2 car had to do the entire lap on 0.2 of a litre, 0.2 of a lap of fuel.
0.2 of a lap. Okay.
UK here. It's, as we say, there's no damage to the car specifically, so it's not like he can't react to people coming up to him. He can get out of the way. He's not got damage. He's very much able to drive that car very safely.
Yep.
He's just got to keep it out of the way and in 6th gear. As you see, you got Al Sabdi here coming through. He just moves straight to the other side of the track, so Al Sabdi can go through on the outside. He's doing this perfectly.
He's also lost a position now to Dennis Hadlack.
Yeah.
Obviously, with the disconnection, that will be a thing, certainly. But Ukic is doing a pretty good job of being careful at the moment. Obviously, looking at the driver tracker, he does
He'll know
not...
where people roughly are, so he'll know when to get out of the way.
He doesn't have too many cars around him at the moment, but there is a gaggle of cars now coming out the first chicane.
Yeah.
Which is...
If he knows where people...
That will probably catch up to him. And he's just missed.
There.
Yeah, he has just cut the chicane, but it's not going to exactly gain from that. So,
yeah, probably the safest thing to do if he's going slowly.
But he's going to have those cars come up to him pretty quickly.
You see, he's just keeping on the very right-hand side of the turn here. You know, he's he's just out of the way. He's not nearly on the racing line. No one in a realistic... Oh, he's just wandering off here. But no one in realistic world is going to use this section of the track on the right anyway. So if Tony Ukic is doing anything, he's doing the perfect thing. He's just keeping the right. You see, JT Tarmy comes through, as does Riviera, as does Taylor, as does Jack Markley. So he's doing the right thing just by keeping out of the way, letting them get on with the race, and even though he's going slowly, he's got no damage and he can react to other cars.
Definitely.
So we're very lucky that there is no need for a code 80 here, because it means obviously the lap record still on, but it means we can keep racing, most importantly.
Yeah, I don't know how much fuel he's going to have left in that car.
He's coasting it in neutral, so it must be touch and go.
Oh, yes.
He's only accelerating when he has to.
I think he's turned the engine off.
Yeah, into 6th
Yes.
gear.
He's done something. He's done it very sensibly there. Just keeping the engine off when he's not actually.
Track, though, coming up to Indianapolis, he's going to have to just keep out of the way here. Philip Harkness is going to go left. That's lucky. I imagine. If there's a battle though, it's going to be a nightmare for anyone in the battle.
Yep. Any team who has got another member watching the stream, I suppose, would be updating the current driver at the moment
on where he is.
On where he is.
Yeah.
They'll know
Ukic,
now
though,
that he's coming through Indianapolis.
What's important is he's doing the right thing. He's doing this in the correct manner. He's keeping slow, yes, but he's not got damage. And in fact, Jimmy Allison, even he understands that he's doing the right thing, because he's given a advisory warning for the drivers that there is a Ukic going slowly heading towards Indianapolis. He's done that. Obviously, with the condition of Ukic's car, no need to actually enforce a code 80, but just inform the drivers that he is moving slowly and they should be careful going into Indianapolis. Almost like a slow zone, really, but it's not a slow zone. He's just telling them that he's going slowly.
Why is that corner called Indianapolis?
That's a good question.
No
Why don't
idea.
we go find out? Well, we'll find out, I'm sure. But Daniel Maybach now passes Tony Ukic, and well, as does Marius Bett. Oh, you see, he actually... Oh, Bett has gone wide there, but it's okay. He's managed to make the corner. Ukic, I think, maybe could have cut onto the grass to give the full line there, but he's still doing a very good job of this, and he's gonna make this round. Come on, Tony, I'm rooting for you.
The problem is now it's slightly uphill between now and the pit entry.
Yeah, it is,
So
but I
it's-
think he's probably going to make it still. As Stephen Bailey and Roy Shorten here,
Oh,
two
this is-
prototypes, and they're going to get held up as Shorten. But Ukic, you see, moves straight to the right, gets out the way. Mark Fuller as well is going to get through as well. So, you know, people know at least Ukic is there. People know he's there, so they're able to preempt him.
Mm-hmm.
As now he's just going to keep to the right. The most important thing Ukic can do is be predictable at this point.
Yes. Now, looking at the tracker, there's a gaggle of about 6 cars now coming towards Indianapolis, so they're going to catch up to him, possibly just as they're coming into the Porsche
apparently he's got a
curves.
litre left for Sector 3. I
A
think he's
litre.
just going to make it. Just going to make it.
So, on average, that works out.
On average, but this is uphill.
Yes.
Oh, it would be so good. It's a story of absolute determination if he makes it. I want this to happen. I want this to happen. As Alberto Pastorado gets through now.
Yep. And there's about 5 cars now coming up right now.
As Jimmy Allison just updates everyone that there is a slow car there. Ukic is actually staying as far offline as he can get here. He's understanding the severity of the situation. He just wants to stay out of the way and get out of the pits.
Yep, this is very sensible driving from
He's
the
on the
Ukic.
outside here. Garasino coming up ahead can see him. He has miles of time to react, as does Hadlack. You know, and right here has got a decent amount of time too. Gets by nicely. In fact, we're getting a yellow flag too, so really just about to do it. Got to get through has Tony Ukic. There is a yellow in Sector 3 now. No overtaking allowed in that sector at all.
There's only, I think he's only going to have one more car between now and the pit entry, and that
But
is...
look how close he's staying here. Just he wants to get this. He wants this. I want this.
If he's going to do this perfectly, he's going to run out of fuel literally just as he's coming into the box.
Oh, this is look here. He's gonna make it after all of this.
Yep.
He's gonna do it, Tony Ukic. Go on, son.
He's accelerating to a leisurely 94 kilometers an hour now.
And he's in the pits. He's safe.
He's in the pit lane,
He's
but
home free.
he still needs to get into the box.
Well, I hope he does. But at least he's safe now. So, you know, he's good. Track clear, says Jimmy Allison. I think he's home free. He's on the home stretch. He's doing 75 kilometers an hour. He's at the pit limiter now. And he's going to make it. I think maybe he might have done a little bit of speeding in the pit lane, so he will get a penalty for that. But he's made it. He's home free. It's Tony Ukic. He's still in the race.
That is excellent driving.
Hats off to you. You've done it. That is determination right there.
0.3 litres of fuel left.
He did it.
Well,
That's the win of the race right there. That is the win of the race. We may crown champions of the Virtual Endurance Championship, but SimHQ have won my heart. Tony Ukic is going to get out there and he can get back up to racing speed. That is the ultimate example of just... That's how you do it. That shows the quality of the field as well, to be able to negotiate that. The yellow sectors, just getting around Ukic. And the quality of Ukic as a driver. Just the fact that he was able to get round so safely. And how good these drivers are when they need to go slowly. Ukic now can get that Corvette up to full racing speed. And I'm sure he's going to be very happy to hit the full 7,000 RPM on that V8.
Yep. He's now leaving the pit lane. Yep. With all of that nice, wonderful petrol in the back of his car.
It's not even like he could have done anything about it. He did so well to get back after he disconnected with 3 litres left. He did a superb job. Wow, Tony Ukic, what can you say? That was the best fuel saving I've ever seen. If we could have that throughout the entire race, you could do the whole race on one fuel tank.
I wouldn't go that far, Josh.
Yeah, fair enough. But it was a great drive by Ukic, and it takes a special something, doesn't it? Just to be able to pace yourself so.
Yeah, especially when I don't know how long he's been driving for, but
He could have done the whole season on 1 litre, says Jimmy Allison. Ultimate fuel saving from SimHQ here.
He might have had to push the car for much of the season, but
They could have installed pedals inside of it. Well, have pedals, but I mean pedals that rotate and turn and convert into useful energy. Get into a push car. Well, it's determination. They get absolutely from me. They get the full-on Braveheart award there, right there. They get the William Wallace award just for keeping on going. Even though they're not a Scottish team, they get the award. You know, they did not give up. Even with the things, they're still trying to get around with 3 litres. That is determination.
it's such a difficult thing. It's such an awkward position to put for Jukic to be put in as well, because it's not as if he, missed the pits. It was something beyond his control, and then he has to get back into the race, having just disconnected, so that would have completely thrown away his focus, and then he's got to immediately go into the most absurd fuel-saving conversation mode, and at the same time avoid being hit by half the field, which pretty much came through to pass him on that lap. So he did a stellar job in that respect.
Yeah. The Baumbach Smith Berger Jukic car really for me is just shown there what Le Mans is all about. Just getting to the end, just making the end of it, keeping going regardless of the circumstances. I mean, well, Mitchell Smith in the comments saying we've had a race go wrong 5 times, but we're still here, and that sums it up. Keeping on going regardless of the circumstances. Well, hats off to you and your team, Mitchell. That was the Le Mans spirit right there.
Absolutely.
Get to the end, and it is achievement in itself. It's all about that, and big. Everybody wants everyone to finish. It's the one race of the season, arguably, where we're all like, "Come on, make the end."
Yeah, well, you can see it. So, like in the real 24 Hours of Le Mans, you could tell the sheer shock on all the teams' faces when the Toyota went pop with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's one of the few races in the world where you get everyone comes together, and you're competing against each other, but we all want to finish in the end, and when things go wrong for teams so close, we all feel bad.
I've noticed the gap at the front of the field has increased again.
Oh yeah.
It's gone out to more than 2 minutes now.
It has,
I do believe that's probably because Taylor's came in for a pit stop and Michelle hasn't.
Yeah, that might be because of that, but
wasn't Jakovic in the car before? They might have done a driver swap, possibly.
Such actually is the team spirit. Sorry, I've just seen.
He came in lap 348, so 3 or 4 laps ago came in.
When it was Michelle last in.
I've just seen
Michelle was last in on 345. So the virus is pitting 3 laps later than the SimHQ. By the Velas.
Yeah, I must be on a slightly offset strategy here, virus compared to Velas. I've just actually seen Mitchell Smith in the comments just saying the 19 car, which is the SimHQ P1, actually came into the pits and offered to push them around. Give them a bit of a shove. That is just how much they care about each other. I'm not sure about the legality of that, but it would have been a lovely gesture.
Is there anything in the rule book which says you can't offer to, push a...
Apparently Jimmy Allison said there is, so it would have been a penalty. But it was a nice gesture nonetheless.
What is the penalty for pushing another car then, teammates?
He says we've had it before, so there must be a penalty involved. So I think it'll probably be a stop hold. They're creating a yellow flag zone. But yeah. Oof. I tell you what, it was a nice gesture though, wasn't it? Just the offer. It goes to show how much the team looks out for itself and other people.
Meanwhile, on the track, Edgar Ruiz has come in from
he has.
6th position in the number 7 car. Is this a quick stop? Is this a slow stop? Is this a driver change? We shall find out shortly. That looks just like a fuel stop to me.
Yeah, just fuel. And straight
Yeah,
out.
there's no one in the. It's only Benatti and Schumann who are in the waiting room.
Yeah, in the terms of driver lobby, yeah, so they'll be doing that. And yeah, it's rule 6.4 actually. Drivers are not allowed to create yellow flag zones by creating stationary on track or by creating a dangerous environment. So that would have well, probably fallen
I'm
under that.
imagining.
But in good
I'm also
spirits.
imagining Jack Mackley will come in the next couple of laps.
We'll see. I think you're probably right, actually, Neil. He probably will come in the next couple of laps.
Because I think this is lap 13 of his stint. GTs could do about 14 to 15.
Yep. 14 or 15 they can do, and well, we'll see just how this goes for them. And Caspian, obviously, they've had a fantastic race, really. One of the better teams out of the VLMS entries. They're going to win overall of this race, the VLMS entry, and that's fantastic for them. They've shown, though, really, they can take it to the big boys, and maybe they are going to get themselves into the history books. First VLMS team to win and show maybe they can get themselves into VEC next season. Pat Mackley, though, you imagine, will probably come in soon, and it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. Let's see if Chat Mackley does come in, though, and if Neil Heatley is in fact correct at all in this instance. What's he going to do as he comes around into the Ford chicane? So he's keeping right. He's keeping right, and he does not pit. But he might be soon.
It might be next lap or so. I said say next couple of laps. It might be next lap.
Not instantly, but you may be correct in the long run.
Because I'm always correct eventually.
Yeah, eventually. Being the key.
Is that his fuel or position? That's his position.
As I've noticed, Paul Schumann in. Schumann in.
Chuck Mackley has his pit in light on his dashboard.
That might be this lap then. Might be coming in this lap, and oh, Lazarus Philippakis had a big slide there coming into the Porsche curves. He's not hit anything though. He's kept it going, and that's the important thing. Really, just lucky to keep that on the track.
He's not having the cleanest of runs as Philippakis.
That was close.
God, Bailey!
Oh,
Bailey.
what? Even Bailey's
came running over the crest up the hill up to Tetra Rouge S and had to brake hard for Chuck Mackley because you can pass him before they reach Tetra
he did.
Rouge.
That was almost a collision too, but avoided by Bailey there. Oh, it's getting tense in these last couple of hours. Hey, it is getting tense in these last couple of hours. You're keeping what on edge. Such an interesting end to this race.
This is gonna. It'll be interesting to see just how the field is after another 2.5 hours of this. We just don't know what's going to happen. Some of these gaps have ebbed and flowed, and now Oscar Hardwick is less than a lap behind Adam Taylor, I've noticed. So that is a battle that could come into play towards the end of the race.
Could come into play near the end of the race. Daniel Maybach has just come out of the pits for No Limit Motorsport. And again,
Philippakis has spun at the first chicane.
No, that's... Please, Lazarus, please don't have an incident. Yes, he's managed to get it going again. Good on you, Lazarus. He's going to get it going out of the chicane as Adam Taylor gets through there. Now, that's 2 incidents he's had. Maybe those tyres are starting to run out. The soft tyres on that Atlantic. I'd please just say, come in, Lazarus. And if they are worn, get them replaced. Of course, Philippakis, an interesting quantity in this race. His steering inputs, he actually must drive with a D-pad or a joystick.
He does, but I think he's got some suspension damage picked up from somewhere because he was all over the place just now on the straight. He was on the...
Well, of course, when you drive like that, you've got to make small inputs a lot, you know?
Possibly, but I wouldn't have thought so in the middle of the straight.
It looks like it's fine. He's making as small inputs as he can get. And, well, no, I think suspension is fine on that car. I don't think there's any damage by the looks of his inputs. He must know what's going on here, Lazarus, as he comes into the corner. You know, I didn't know until the first time I actually looked in his cockpit, ever, that he drove with the control system. It's so sudden the way he does this.
Yeah, it's very strange to see.
Can't be good on the tyres.
No, absolutely not. That's something I noticed back when I used a joypad when I first started having a go at these types of things before I got my wheel.
I don't know how he does it. He's just so quick with that control system.
He's not the only person I know who can be really quick on a controller.
Mackley's in.
Oh,
Jack Mackley in as... Oh, why aye, lads, it's Nick Newcomb, he's back!
Good morning, good morning.
The sun is indeed rising over Lamont, and we got a bit more Geordie in the booth because it's Nick Newcomb here, and, well, we're having a bit of a scare at the moment. We keep thinking people are going to have major incidents, and then they don't.
Yes, it's that time of the day, isn't it? It's very early.
It's
well, it
coming
is
up,
for me.
coming up to the last 3 hours, and it makes it more tense, because we are...
And Redshaw's came in as well. Redshaw has reacted to Jack Mackley.
Redshaw in, that's crucial. Jack Mackley in. Redshaw reacts.
Yeah, that's a great race up there, isn't it? At the front of the GT field.
The front of the GT still battling on, and yeah.
VLMS flags being waved.
The 53 will get full points at the moment, no matter if it finishes first or second, because the VLMS car is taken out of the equation when the points are awarded. But this is for pride.
This is really for pride for the Caspian team. They're not going to score points, of course, as we know.
And the Flatline team.
And the Flatline team. They're going to score the 50, but second would still be good for them.
And who called the BMW?
It was Neil!
Good call.
Yeah, you see, he's going to get full bragging rights. He's going to win the bragging right battle. But yeah. Oof.
If I do get that right, I think I have the ability. I think I will ask to have Jeremy Clarkson's smug face put on my car next season.
Maybe. There's Vincenzo Cavallo in as well in GT Italia. What number 40 car there? He is in. In SRCA, perhaps Neil.
I'll just put Josh's face on the side of my car in SRCA. It's fine.
Oh no, I won't allow that.
Put a bacon bap on the side.
What you should do is put a deep fried pizza on the side. A picture of a deep fried pizza.
What I might do is try and get it printed on the underneath of the car, so if we roll over, everyone just sees you.
No, that's a good shout.
I wouldn't be as objective to that, because hopefully you'll just never roll. Oh my god, it won't work because apparently anything deemed as offensive is not allowed.
Josh's face is apparently too offensive for liveries.
Profanity, nudity, or anything VEC stewards deem as offensive are not allowed.
Rule 2.6 as well, so it's right there at the start. Utterly shut down there. That's me, Tools. I'm getting plastic surgery.
Can you imagine Jimmy's face when that was brought up? A bacon wrap on the bottom of the car.
I'm getting my face done now.
Just have PTO written on the bottom of the car and an arrow pointing upwards.
My goodness.
I don't even think you can edit the carbon fibre on the cars. I think that's actually built in.
But we've got to. But can you imagine? We've got 2.5 hours to go.
Yeah, 2.5 hours to go, and most important,
23 seconds between the two, 1 and 2 in the GT.
Yeah, that is.
And they both pit at the same time, so this is a straight race.
And
it is. They're on the same pit strategy, so it's they're going for it.
Oh, look at this! Kale Curry has just unlocked himself on Jack Mackley, the GT leader. There you go. Curry there is just going for it. Oh, Melly goes for the overtake again. It really doesn't work.
Are they carrying damage?
I've noticed
at top speed.
There's only another 40 seconds behind the flatline car as well before you see the Velas, with Rovio, who has been massively quick all weekend. Well, all week.
All day, all yesterday, all
day,
20, all hours. Yes, words.
Always.
Quality field
Always,
at the top of the GT.
always quite extremely very well quick.
That's well put together. Your English teacher must be well proud.
Yep. I'm not even going to counter that. This has been a stunning race though so far. It really has, and we have to, thank Jimmy Allison, our race director, for being here for it and overseeing the race. We would not be here without our fantastic race director Jimmy Allison in room 1, and of course Ben Schmidt in room 2, who's doing that race as well.
Yeah, definitely big props to Burnton in room 2.
We don't
VEC overall as well, though, isn't it, to put on this event?
And of course in charge of the Virtual Le Mans series, which is why our entries are here.
Yeah, I think it was a good call to have invites for top performing teams.
Yeah, it was, a very special honour to be able to compete and prove themselves among the VEC Elite, and for Caspian Motorsports, there must be a VEC entry on the cards because they've proven they can handle that. They can prove they can handle it.
I think they'd accept that as a reward instead of points for sure.
Well, it's the next best thing, isn't it? Yeah, we may not have got the points, but we've proven we can stick it in the VEC.
Jimmy's singing a song at the minute. Perhaps.
Well, if they did make it, there'd be a very interesting quantity next season, perhaps for the championship.
They certainly wouldn't be taken for granted by the teams already available. Yeah,
they'll see these guys, they'll think Caspian Motorsport, they won Le Mans, they did so well in the VLMS, we've got to take these guys seriously in the BMW. If they choose that next season.
Yeah, I think the BMW might
become more popular.
Exactly. Because these guys have actually found the sweet spot, haven't they?
They've made it work.
Craig.
Mm-hmm.
In the VLMS, what were the top speeds you were hitting?
We were definitely able to hit 300 Ks on the approach to the first chicane.
Yeah, because Chuck Mackley just broke at 299, which suggests he probably hasn't got a problem with top speed.
Well, he's got no problems there then.
We were, if I remember rightly, we were hitting 304, 305, I think, before having to brake. Although I think this might have been when we had taken literally all of the wing available off, but we did add a little bit before we did drive, and we were able to, well, we did lose a few Ks there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously losing speed's not something you want to do with Le Mans, but all is good, and, well, the Caspian car are not really losing any speed at the moment, of course. They're fine in that sense. They are all good. Everything is cool with them. And that's important, because they can keep part on the flatline team.
But perhaps the Ferrari was just quick in a straight line.
Perhaps.
Which wouldn't have surprised me.
Yeah, I mean, they're all good in that sense, so that's fine, great to see. And
it's probably just been in the setup, maybe trying to gain a lot more in Sector 3.
Potentially.
Yeah, in sacrificing a little bit in Sector 2.
Yeah. Just have to wait for the next time round before we get some time. But I believe that Redshaw is catching Chuck Mackley and Ravio is catching Redshaw.
Well,
so we might have a nice three-way battle for the leading GTs, not too distant future.
We might do. Potential GT battle on.
That gap between Flatline and Velas is less than 40 seconds now.
Yeah, just a few minutes ago it was 42. So the gap is closing all up the field 1, 2, and 3. So the
I've just got to wait for Ravio to come across the start-finish line next time round to see what he's doing compared to Redshaw and Chuck Mackley.
I think Chuck Mackley is just coming for fuel.
I imagine the next time he comes in will be for tyres.
Probably, yeah.
because you want that fresh rubber for the end of the race. Chuck Mackley crosses the line with a 4:02.2.
4:02, right.
4:02.2. Redshaw is just coming through up into the Ford chicanes.
His last lap was a 4:40, but that might have been with a pit stop.
That was the pit stop lap.
Fuel.
The
Fuel stop.
4:02.2 compared to Redshaw, who's just set 0.3, so 1.8 seconds gained by Redshaw.
He's closing in.
I think Ravio's on a different pit stop window, if you will, as he slides.
Very, very nice slide there.
Very,
Corvette there.
Yes, very well held. Because he hasn't been in recently. He last pitted on lap 297.
He's gone out.
Just
Well,
9
he's got
laps
him out.
ago.
Yeah, that's recently recent. But when you consider it's Le Mans, it's not recent.
And here comes Ravio. Compared to the 4-minute dead, Ravio takes a 57.6.
That is...
half a tenth slower than that car's fastest lap of the race. Redshaw's catching Chuck Mackley at 2 seconds a lap. Ravio is catching Redshaw at 3 seconds a lap.
That is...
Well, you know what it is? That's
There's
not
nothing.
even like it's come out of nowhere. I'll tell you Rivio's last laps. 37.6, 37.7, 37.8, 37.5, 37.9, 38.5, 38 dead, 38.4, and he did an actual full 38 dead as well, up 298, 358.000, and then he's been absolutely sensational this race, Jonas Rivio.
I know Rivio has been incredibly quick, but I would be absolutely astounded if he was managed to do 38s in the GT car.
He's just... There is a
Did say
finished
38s
word.
for the entirety of that,
There is a
yeah.
finished word I want to utter, but I'm not going to. But it's just an exclamation about how quick Rivio is.
That's a good sequence of laps, especially in the context that it's at the time
Reveal
of the
So
race it is.
consistent, so good. Nobody misses Riviera there, but...
Rivio's
he's pushing hard.
about 47 seconds behind Redshaw. No, that's a lie. He's about 40 seconds behind Redshaw.
Yeah.
And Chuck Mackley's about 22 ahead of Redshaw.
I
So,
think each team's engineers will be saying, like, I'm sorry, we need I know you're doing really well, but I think we need a bit more gas.
Because look at Eunice, he's just so quick. I mean,
I think they're all going to meet up together in about 12 laps time.
less than that, Neil.
Yeah, they've got to react to Ravio's laps. If they don't
Then-
react to Ravio's laps, he's going to just reel them in.
I think it's going
Eunice,
to be 11 or 12 laps when you see all of these cars together.
it's Eunice Rivio, more like Eunice AIVio. He's absolutely on fire, a machine in this race. Really is utterly brilliant. He's a flying Finn indeed. Utterly brilliant. And Rivio, he's got to be one of the drivers of this race.
But the fact that he's putting in that sequence of times, he is comfortable at that time.
He is.
He
It's
was
not
probably-
even like
he
he's
was-
pushing
yeah.
hard.
He was
It's like
probably
he could
disappointed with his 50
He could probably crack into the 57s. I wouldn't put it past him to get into the 37s. This isn't even his final form yet. Jonas Rivio, what a driver though. In a GT car, he seems to be infallible.
We are potentially watching the driver of the race here.
I would say so.
Yes, he gets in and magic happens. Max Scheider's going to get through on him, but he's in a P1. I would not have put it past him to have struggled with the rate Rivio's going, but got to be possible contender for a top flight P1 team if he can do this in a GT, unless he just likes GTs more.
I think Velas would not be happy if they'd lose him in the GT car, but I think Velas P1 would be quite happy to accept him in their car.
But definitely a secret weapon here has been Rivio. Got to be one of the big drivers in this race.
Redshaw only caught Chuck Mackley by 0.6 of a second that last lap.
That's not really what he wants, not as much gains really, but I mean, look at Rivio, he's just scything the gap down the Redshaw. You know what? I think I might just ask if we can have an onboard lap with Jonas Rivio, see how he's doing it.
That is precisely what we're having right now, Josh.
Oh, it's exactly what we're having. We're going to start a new one.
Yeah.
No, Jonas
It's-
Ravel.
And he's been to bed. If Neil had said that, we would have totally accepted that.
Yeah, well,
But seeing as it comes
And
from you,
Raven's caught red shot by 2.3. that lap.
2.3 seconds, that's how he does it as it comes into the Dunlop chicane, of course. We've seen accidents happen here, we've seen cars mount the curbs here, fly over the bumps here, do quadruple barrel rolls here. Jonas Ravel won't be doing any of that though, he just storms straight through under the Dunlop Bridge, into the S's. Now, this didn't used to be on the track, it was added it was added later. It doesn't feature in the 1991 layout we used for many years until we got this modern one, which is of course VEC exclusive. But Jonas Ravel now into Tetra Rouge. The right-hand turn has been profiled many times over the years, and now in this thunderous V8 Corvette he finds himself running down into the first chicane. And well, if the last couple of laps have been anything, this should be a monster lap from Jonas Ravel. He's done so well this race, and this onboard lap has gone perfect for him so far, even though we're only about a third of the way into it. He's still doing a stellar job, isn't he?
and what's more amazing, it's a two-car team.
Two-car team. So, you know, Ravel, and this is another fella's car doing this. It's not like they're pouring all of the resources into this one car. This is just one of the two cars as Ravel now heads towards the second chicane. I'm going to be quiet so we can listen to the roar of the V8 Chevrolet Corvette. That is 7 litres of American powers. No good goes off. No good goes off ahead. I hope he hasn't got damage. I hope he hasn't got damage as he comes. Oh, that is such a close shave from Record Norgren. Oh, I thought I was scared there. I was scared there. He got past Ravel.
Is that Rickard Norgren in the number 19 CHQ car?
Yeah, he just overshot it. Luckily, no damage, but he's going to try and get past through. But yes, that was close. That was close. Jonas Ravel, though, coming into Mulsanne, round that turn, and Adam Taylor's going to go through, as is Norgren. And I hope Norgren doesn't go off in Indianapolis like we saw before. Ravel's going to be first to see him go past, though. And, well, now we can refocus on Jonas.
Jonas is coming into the pits, apparently.
Into
That
this
would
lap,
make
well,
sense, because it's been... What lap did you see he last came in on, Craig?
It was like 297, I think it was. Yeah, 297, judging by the lap time.
Well, that's him doing 12 laps now. Perhaps he's that's him about on his 12th or 13th lap. He might be looking to do some slight fuel saving towards the end to just do it on one stop from here.
Well, this is going to be interesting. Yeah, he is going to have to almost certainly either do some massive fuel saving, go for a splash and dash, or pray for a significant code 80. I don't think he's going to be able to make it on one more stop from here. No way. Unless there is like a very long code 80.
Ravel, if he is coming in, he's going to be coming in this lap, you imagine. But Porsche curves, he tackles now into the final couple of turns through Virage Corvette. He's going to come in the Corvette. Quite, you know, the namesake corner, he takes it beautifully. Now just into the Ford chicanes, but if he's coming in the pits, he won't actually take the Ford chicanes. Rather, he will divert to the right. As he does, hit the brakes, and then it's a left, then a right. Just like the Ford chicanes, but it's not. It's a left and a right before another left and a right, but this is the pit entry he's doing now. Ravel in the pits, but he is going to complete an onboard lap.
The Ford chicanes are left and right.
Yeah, I know, but those are the slightly different Ford chicanes which he used to take into the pits. So if they're not the Ford chicanes, or they're the General Motors chicanes. Answers on a postcard, please.
2 Sandancer, 1 High Street, South Shields.
True, this is true. Apparently Chat Mackley, though, is going to be leading this GT field, though, and still it's going to be a great show from the Caspian team, as we've said before, but hats off to the 53, the flatline car. They've done just as good a job.
Let's see how this battle progresses, because this is gonna last quite a while, I reckon, and it'll be interesting to see just how Ravio's pit strategy affects all of this as well.
Richard gained 7, almost 8 seconds that last lap.
Because if I do think that might have been just fuel for Rivio. So I don't know whether he's. So I don't know whether he's on his final set of tyres already or what.
Oh, I'll have to see. I'll have to see if he is on his final set of tyres. But, you know, GTs can make the tyres last slightly longer than the prototypes can. Not just because they're slower, but also because, you know, they don't have as much downforce and they're not really pushing them as much.
They are heavier, though. There is that.
There is that, but handled well enough. That can't necessarily offset the advantages that they have.
This is why this is so interesting, because we're not aware of their tactics, each team's, and how they're gauging
Oh, we're
the
going to
last
yellow
couple
in
of
sector
hours.
3. We're going to yellow in sector 3 for Garrett James, who's had a bit of a spin. And, well, I don't think it's a very serious spin. I think he's just lost it into the Ford chicanes. No damage on that Corvette. He should just be able to rejoin safely. And, yeah, he's going to do that. There's plenty of room for James to rejoin in that RSA car. But how did he lose it? It's just into the Ford chicanes. Yet back just stepped out. And he clipped the wall, but no damage. Well, that was very lucky for Garrett James there. Just missed out on damage, and he's able to keep going.
It took him a while to get going again.
Oh, look at Benanti getting held up by
Bit
James here,
strange.
unfortunately. Oh, he cuts over, does Garrett, and he's just let Benanti through there in the LMP2. Nicely negotiated.
I think he just took a little bit too much speed into the first of the chicanes.
Yeah,
and
must have
lost
lost
the rear.
his rhythm. Lost his rhythm by that incident, but yeah. As Adam Taylor, I'm still watching in the Team Virus car. Stephen Bailey's in as well in the DHR. I imagine there won't be a driver change going on there. But yeah, Adam Taylor in the pits. Taylor in.
Right.
For Team Virus.
Okay. Now, is this going to be their last tyre stop, or what? Because they've got to try and do something now to try and win this race. So,
Yeah.
if
Are they
I
just
were,
going to shout, "Watch this"?
Well,
No, don't. Neil. No.
if I were them, I would be chucking on some fresh tyres now and just try and
You've got to do something, basically, haven't you?
Yeah.
Tactically.
Importantly as well, the P2 leaders in. Seawolf, Net Race Motorsport are in. Michael Barnard still a ways back, but Bjorn Valmeyer pits. Now, this is going to be interesting for them because I think they are still on for the championship here. The Valmeyer, Pobadnik, Walter Scotter, and Jan Titz car. But yeah, what a win it would be for the German outfit. I certainly didn't tip them as championship favourites coming in this race. I think that was the champion racing car driven by Paul Schumann at the moment. But Valmeyer and co might just win it.
They might just do it as long as they don't have any hiccups in the last couple of hours.
Which we're really hoping they don't. But yes, going to be an interesting last couple of hours. They says I think we're just coming up to the last couple of hours in about 10 minutes. Daniele Tully exiting the pits as well in the Witchwood car. As there's been a driver change. Jan Titz in the 46 now. So the return of Jan Titz into the 46 car for Seawolf Net Race Motorsport.
That will most likely be to the end.
To the end, I imagine. We'll be seeing the final couple of driver changes.
Yep, Tits was in the car earlier on this morning, whilst you were still in the land of Nod Josh.
Yes.
He was.
Yeah.
It was about 6 a.m, wasn't it?
Yep.
Well, no, it's when you were here.
I think I was in the car that time as well. It was a very good drive.
I
Very
can
interesting.
just have a quick look as to see when it was in the TeamSpeak chat.
That GT
7:55.
Ah,
So he was in at 7:55.
there we
Ooh,
go.
an interesting little duel developing here. Daniel Maybach is actually trying to unlap himself on Daniele Tully, who's fired up ahead in the Witchwood car. It's his No Limit versus Witchwood. They're both heading down towards the first chicane. Maybach's not going to get through, though, but this is an interesting little duel between two GTs, two Corvettes. One trying to get through on the other. Maybach's got the better exit, though. And Daniel Maybach's going to die through here on the Witchwood car. Tully might just be best left to let him get through here, but he's fighting it. Going to be a tight battle here. Maybach's got the slight advantage. Tully can't defend this too hard because he's trying to unlap himself. But at the same time, if he's quick enough... Oh, this is going to be close.
Doing
I
the
think she's got
same
it.
speed. Well, near enough the same speed.
Breaking
He's
for the
got the
corner,
inside.
Maybach's got to be careful here when he is. Slotting behind Tully Hugels. Very defensive on the inside, then exits on the outside. Maybach's got the advantage, but he has to slow down because Tully balks him. Now Daniel Maybach. And what's he going to do here? A blue flag's being waved, and that's for Jan Tins to get through. And Paul Schumann, this is a precarious scenario here. And, Yoyala wants through as well. Oh, Tommy, you may as well wait, son. Schumann down the outside. And Paul Schumann, that was close. Paul Schumann, I think it might just be best served to wait, son. As Oyala goes through on the inside of Maybach. And then on Tully, Paul Schumann should follow suit on the inside of Maybach. On the inside of Tully as well. Get to the left, Daniele. What's Paul doing? He's going to the right. That's how you do it, Paul. Tully, though, that was a scary scenario.
I think those...
apparently I've just seen not DHR again. In the comments, something might have happened to one of the DHR cars.
Both of them still have a front end.
Yeah,
so
both still have a front end. But no damage. Most one of them might have spun. I'm going to see who it was. Oh, it was Max Scheider. Max Scheider, who, narrowly avoided disaster. Max Scheider, he got wiggly on the curb, missed the wall, went over the gravel, and was so lucky to avoid incident.
Oh, did he go over the gymnastic hump or the other side?
He just went over a regular bump there and off the gravel. No damage taken from Scheider. That was close.
Which side of the gravel did he go in? Did he go in the inside or the outside of the chicane?
I think it was the turn after the one you were on about, actually. But yes, the Tully Maybach battle, as well as also continuing on. Obviously, very close lapping procedures there. But the drivers, I think now, after 20 hours of racing, 22 hours of racing, know what they're doing.
As the gap at the front of the GT battle is still about 10 seconds.
Closing in, it is closely, and getting closer and closer to the end of this race, and closer to a GT battle. We've got a GT battle between Maybach and Tully, even though they're on opposing laps. Well, who would have thought that would happen? We got cars 5 laps within each other, going for each other, and Tully, well, as we said, you may as well just let him go through, but this is a great battle.
But in all honesty, I thought it may happen.
Very short, and here wants through as well in the P2 as he gets through nicely on the inside of Maybach.
Oh,
now
what
he's going to negotiate Tully.
Looking at, currently watching Eunice Rivio, who's just come out of the pits, and what a drift coming through the first turn. That was absolutely masterful.
Yeah. Well held from Rivio, thank goodness he didn't crowd. He really shouldn't, so close in the end of Tully.
His first lap out of the pits, 3 minutes 58 again, despite having a full tank of fuel.
Determination from Rivio, isn't it?
Eunice is not real. He's not a real person. I refuse to believe this.
But you compare that.
He's had sandbags in that car for a week, hasn't he?
He's taking them out now.
He took them out in qualifying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybach and Tully close. Maybach and Tully close again, but Daniel Tully yields. Maybe this is him realising he can't get through. Maybach through on Tully. Maybe he's just letting him go here.
Yeah, they've had their fun. They're just going to try and be sensible now, I think.
No, don't be sensible. Stop.
This close to the
end. No,
end.
please be sensible. Please be sensible. This close to the end. We want this. We want this to just go well for now.
But we still have
had a sharp word in his ear.
Yeah, maybe Richard saying, come on, we can't get past this. We don't want to cause an incident. And he might go for it later. I don't know. I'm not going to keep an active eye on it. But giving his heart palpitations just thinking about it. But this has been a good race.
So we still have this situation where Kakmakli is lapping a second slower than Redshaw in second place in GT, who is lapping a further 2 seconds slower than Rivio in third place. So this is still going to become really interesting. It'll be even more interesting when we see how the strategy plays out. We also don't know whereabouts on their tyre life the top two are.
So Chuck Mackley pitted on 305. That's when he changed the tyres on the 305. He's currently on 311. So this is his 6th lap on this run, going for the 7th. I'm imagining we're going to see him at 320 and possibly 335 again. That'll just be slightly too short of the end, though.
Right, I'm going to run some numbers here, so if you'd like to just keep going.
I'm seeing that that lead gap now underneath 10 seconds for the first time in a while. So Red Shaw's definitely closing in.
335 is at 23 laps away. 23 by 4 gives you 80... You did maths.
I did do maths at university, but that does not mean that I'm any good at it now.
23 by 4 gives you 92. So it's 92 minutes until he needs to make his second stop, I believe, Chuck Mackley. Somewhere in the region of 92 minutes, possibly up to 95. So he's going to be about half an hour short. He has to make 2 stops. That's the same with Redshaw, because he pitted at the same time. He has to make 2 stops as well. But can Ravio come out with 1? It's going to be extremely hard.
Well, Ravio's final stop is only going to be a splash for sure, just a small splash.
Yeah, it's going to be a splash because he pitted at about 2:15 to go, didn't he? No, his last lap was the first flyer with full, so he pit at 3 laps to go, which is 12 minutes. So yeah, he pitted with 2:15 to go, which means he might only pit with 15 to go, as opposed to the others who will need to pit for half an hour to go. He will certainly have less time in that final pit stop.
Right, I've run the
Almost
numbers.
certainly.
Oh, here we go.
I've run the numbers, ladies and gentlemen. With about 2 hours to go in this race,
Eyes down.
we're still on for 397. But only just. Christian Michel really has to be on lap 364 by the time we do the next hourly update. If he's not, then I think we're only going to come within 1, but... well, it'd be close either way. Michelle, I think, really needs to start getting into the 323s again and that sort of area. Come on, push hard, Christian! Well, it would be amazing if we did. I'm a nervous wreck. I want it to happen, but I'm not holding hope.
Michelle's currently lapping in sort of the 325, 326, 327 range at the moment.
I'll reserve my enthusiasm until it actually happens, but come on. It would be brilliant if we matched the Le Mans record.
Absolutely.
We can have a party all night long.
Well, I do have a nice small bottle
Jimmy
of...
Allison says no.
Oh.
No parties for us, but we can be happy. We can prove ourselves.
Yeah, sleep.
Sleep. That's going to be our... yeah, we're all going to sleep. That's what we're going to do. Except for me, who's just woken up.
A slumber party.
Yeah, I've had a couple of hours.
The thing is, Neil, you're going to be absolutely tired. And I know there's an Indy 500 race going on at your home club later tonight, so I don't think you'll be taking part in that.
This is Neil we're talking about, and I think he's gone to stretch, I think.
Stretch his legs.
Yes. And I've noticed that Philippakos has just been in and out of the pits.
Yeah.
Rejoining in 3rd place in class.
Yep, indeed. So, yeah, going to be interesting to see how this one goes. Oh, what a race this has been, though. I mean, 2 hours to go in this race. You wouldn't think it's the Le Mans, and it is so sad it's going to end. I don't want it to end. I want to have this going for another 24 hours. Neil Haley doesn't, but... oof, I want this to happen.
Notice that the last registered lap time by Taylor was a 3:24, so he's lapping slightly quicker than our race leader at the moment. Not by much, but I do think a pit stop has happened in there as well.
Yeah, pit stop may have happened in there. Andres Riviero in the pits for MVD Racing Team. The only P2 team that weren't in the championship coming in at this race. And that just goes to show how competitive P2's been this season. Really are, competitive P2 field. But, and this is a big but, we are in the final 2 hours of this race, which means it is time for the next to last hourly update of the R Factor 2 variety. And since I want to do the last one, that means either Neil or Craig or Nick's going to have to do this one.
Wow, selfish.
I did the last one, so there you go, Neil.
Nick.
Oh, is it mine? Yes, the hourly
Hey!
update.
We're going to have an hourly update, but it's not going to be me.
Okay, here we go, the hourly update. In the lead, P1 is Christian Michel in the number 21 Velas Sim Sport, followed by the number 4 Team Virus, driven by Adam Taylor. Third is number 22 G&S Endurance, driven by Oscar Hardwick at the minute. And fourth, number 3 Doug Henson Racing at the minute, driven by Sir Stephen Bailey. Fifth, number 5 Scuderia GT Italia, driven by Daniele Pizzo. Moving into the P2 class, we have leading that number 46 Seawolf Net Race, driven by Jan Titz, followed by the number 31 Flatline Racing, driven by Michael Barnard. In third is the number 32 Atlantic Motorsport, driven by Lazarus Philippakos. 38 Champion Racing, driven at the minute by Paul Schumann. Number 50 Undercover Sim Racing brings up the top 5 with Anthony Jans at the wheel. In the big battle, in the GT class, being led by the invite car from the VLMS number 175 Caspian Motorsports, driven by Kakmakli at the minute. Second, number 53 Flatline Racing with Lewis Redshaw at the wheel, followed by the number 89 Velas Sim Sport, driven by Eunice Ravio. Fourth spot in the GT class, we have the 3 Wide Motorsport Heiko Kovlerbach at number 77 car, followed by number 84 Dark Racing, driven at the minute by Kevin Ryan. And the final hourly update will be read out by Josh Anderson.
Hopefully, if I don't forget. But yes,
fall asleep.
if I didn't fall asleep, man, I'll be doing the last hourly update. But yeah, right. 2 hours to go in the 24 hours of Le Mans. We are officially 11/12ths into this race. And that is awesome. But the last 2 hours are the last most crucial 2 hours. As it stands, Team Virus on course to win the LMP1 titles. And Seawolf on to win the LMP2 titles. And the GT-wise, I think it's going to go to Velas Sim Sport.
Ooh, I've noticed the GT lead battle gap is now 5 seconds.
Redshaw's starting to close this down.
2 hours to go, 22 hours gone, and there's only 5 seconds separating the top 2 in the GT class.
But you
this
have
is
to
going to be
remember,
fun.
You have to remember that Ravio has got those that pit stop, which these two have to make.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Gotta be done, and... Well, it's the closing stages of the race where I always get the most nervous when it comes to Le Mans, because I just, I want this... We've got so much to play for this year.
And I'm still curious about the tyre situation with all 3 cars. Because if one of them has to make a tyre change, then that's going to cost a lot of time in the pits. And driver swaps as well, if any of the drivers have done too much time or approaching that, they're going to have to do a driver swap, which does also take time. And then the new drivers are going to have to reacclimatise to the track.
Yeah, it's going to take, time. It always takes time to acclimatise when you just get onto a track. You have to get yourself in a race scenario. It takes time to just warm up, and that's why drivers sometimes slower out of the box. But some drivers are great out of the box. Sometimes drivers are just great from the start.
Sometimes drivers are just slow, generally.
Like Neil Hitley.
Yeah.
And me.
You what?
I'm slower than you. Come on, I've got to be fair. I've got to be fair.
Did you just say I was a slow Conino? I'm not slow, I'm mildly average.
Mildly. That's one term to say. But yes, I'm slower than you, so I can't complain.
Absolutely terrible human being.
Oof.
I think Neil feels affronted by that comment from yourself, Josh.
Yes, I apologise. Sorry, Neil. Sorry.
No,
I love you.
it's too late. No, stop. Nope.
Stop right there.
I'm not being allowed to. No, this isn't working.
Meanwhile,
Rewind, retract,
the gap between the top 3 in GT is now about 70 seconds, and we do still have these pit stops to play out. So after this amount of time, to have such a small gap at the front is remarkable.
Yeah, it is. At the front, you know, this little time is just amazing. We've got the whole GT battle, 3.8 seconds between Retro and Jack Markley. Even at the front, there's only a couple of laps in it, so, you know, that's really, really good. But kind of hoping nothing happens to Christian Michel at least. You know, as far as we were concerned, we wanted to win this race because of reasons. But Adam Taylor and Oscar Hardwick reasonably close together, 2 minutes. So for Team Virus, this isn't over.
No, absolutely not. Looks like the Virus car has been marginally quicker in the past few laps, so like doing 324s, 325s, compared to Michel's lap times of 26s and 25s. So the gap is coming down very slightly, but Michel is lapping at a good pace to be able to win this, provided there are no further incidents, and is also being very cautious lapping one of the GT cars coming into the Dunlop corner.
At this point in the race, you just gotta take it easy. You can't afford to be aggressive unless there's somebody right behind you. At this point, with this much into the race, with this much to play for, you just have to take it easy. You don't have a choice. Reinhard Berger into the number 94 car, 95 rather, the CMHQ car. So Tony Ukic out, Reinhard Berger in. No relation to Gerhard, of course, but
He's an excellent GT driver. I've known him for a number of years.
yeah, Reinhard.
This is his first steps into R Factor 2, and he's a driver to watch out for in the next couple of seasons. Once he gets used to this.
Actually, we've got an update from Carsten Deinegard in the comments. 3:37. Anthony Hans has just done. I'm going to go and check that. That is true. It's a 3:37.000. The LMP2 fastest lap, apparently.
Oh, he takes it from Fanatec Drake.
Yeah, Anthony Jans, though. Anthony Jans. We haven't talked about Anthony Jans. The Belgians. A brilliant Belgian. Such a threat in that undercover car. Of course, drove for Team Spirit Racing in the LMP2 in Season 8. Proved himself to be the driver of that team, and he's such a quick driver on the hands. Absolutely sensational driver.
He was
showing it now.
He was insanely quick in the first qualifying, if I remember rightly.
He was, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Hit the
Jans.
34s.
Really. Apparently, Jimmy Allison says 7 out of 8 poles last season for Team Spirit in LMP2. So Anthony Jans really the qualifying specialist, the hot lap specialist in that undercover car. And he wasn't just hot laps either. When it came to the race, he could maintain that pace.
7 out of 8 poles is great going.
7 out of 8 poles. That's pretty much 90% plus pole position rate. So it was like, not when Anthony Jans, it's not is Anthony Jans going to get pole, it's what's his pole time going to be. That is, oh, hang on a minute. The game is afoot. The game is afoot, apparently. I'm going to double check this. Because Roy Shorten, a couple of laps back, on lap 302, did a 3:36.984.
I thank you very much, yes.
The game is on for fastest lap in P2.
The
He
game
does
might be on
want
for fastest lap in P2, but at the front of the GT field, Redshaw can now see Mackley in front of him.
Yes.
We are 2 seconds is the gap, so this is going to be juicy.
Juicy like a cup of orange juice indeed. This is going to be a tasty battle for the lead of the GTs, and this is what I'm going to be jumping on for the next 2 hours. No breakfast for me, just racing. I can have sim racing for breakfast.
Dinner and tea.
Yeah, that's all I need. Lewis Redshaw, come on lad, let's see a battle with Melly Chap Mackley. The gap is about 2 seconds between them now.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this.
This will be a battle to remember.
We have just over, well, we have 109 minutes to go in this race.
Yes, we do.
This battle is within a couple of laps. Certainly Redshaw is going to be ready to try and make some sort of move. We shall see how that pans out.
He can barely contain himself with his breathing. That's how excited he is. He can't keep his eyes off this.
We're just pleased to still be in the race after all our problems.
Yeah. I mean, watching this battle though, it can get anyone excited. I mean, at the moment, I think you're probably going to be on for your target of 20th or higher as well.
That's the aim. We just kept it going through the night, and hopefully we're going to get our target. It's at one stage we kept going, but we thought we may not get it. But we're optimistic at the minute with 1 hour 50 to go. We're optimistic.
Matthew Allen in the chat says, tasty VEC on screen, chocolate milkshake in hand, late morning sorted. Yeah, all we need now is a record broken, but early afternoon sorted as well. And yeah, we'll see exactly how the rest of this race goes. I'm looking forward to seeing how the 24 Hours of Le Mans here at the Virtual Endurance Championship pans out.
You can visibly see as I believe we are riding on board with Redshaw.
He's closing.
You can visibly see how much closer he's getting to Jack Mackley.
Yes,
gap is 1.4 seconds now. So Redshaw really within touching distance. He'll just be having the flatline guys in his ear saying, come on Lewis, get past this guy. The lead of the race, remember, and we got to keep this on. There's oh dearie me, Nick Newcomb getting excited again. He's stamming static from his radio. In fact, you know what it is? It's his equipment getting excited, this. It's not Nick, it's his equipment.
They've got Oscar Hardwick now coming past them.
Yeah, Hardwick passes. Now passes Jack Mackley here. And the speed of the Nismo means it can get ahead before the first chicane, doesn't it? But
I wonder if Berger might be a bit of an issue
past
here.
Like a rocket to the moon.
No, I don't think Berger's going to be an issue. Hardwick should be able to get past after the chicane. Just got to pace himself, really.
No, I mean for the lead battle in the GTs, because Berger might not necessarily be easy to get past, depending on where they catch up to him. Because obviously these two guys are amongst the fastest on the track. Obviously Rivio is still lapping at a pace which is simply
disgusting.
Is dropped off into the 58s consistently now, so there is that. Yeah. But it's still incredibly quick.
Yeah, still incredibly quick here. I mean, yeah, it's still going so quick here. A lot of teams are still going quick. I mean, Doug Henson Racing are still going quick. Max Scheider and Stephen Bailey absolutely gunning forward, still up both in the 323s. They are pretty much matching Christian Michel, our race leader's pace. They're going for it. The GTs are going for it. Lewis Redshaw's going for it. He's chasing down Jack Mackley.
Redshaw's just edging slightly closer, corner by corner, like just hundredths, maybe like a few minor tenths here and there. But he's driving absolutely beautifully at the moment, and well, as is Jack Mackley, resisting this pressure.
Yeah, he's just resisting the pressure nicely here. He's not buckling at all. He's just staying put. He's ready for the battle with Lewis Redshaw. That much is for certain. He's not afraid of it. He's not going to be worried about it. He knows he can handle it, and he's going to give it his absolute best.
Gap is less than a second now, so
it's on.
Here we go.
This is it. Prepare your drinks, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to probably witness a GT masterclass. And, well, this GT Masterclass might be me. Very happy. I'm gonna like this.
If I was Red Shield, I would be starting to consider lining him up through one of the chicanes down the Mulsanne. That sounds like
just send it up inside for chicane.
Oh, Adam Taylor. Oh no, Rachel in. Oh,
He's
Lewis.
jumped.
He decided he wants to come in.
Didn't this happen before?
He's committed. He has to go for one more stop after this one. So 2 stops left for this man.
Wow,
including
okay.
this one.
Interesting strategy call from Lewis Redshaw.
But Mackley surely got to be in within a lap or two now. So
Gotta react.
So will we see the position change through the pit stop sequence? Because how long is Redshaw going to be in the pits for? Is this going to be for tyres as well as fuel? Is there going to be a driver change?
This way he won't lose time trying to overtake though. That's the thing. He will not lose time trying to overtake. He's trying to undercut Jack Mackley here. Melly has to react.
That's just fuel, surely.
Yeah, quite so. Although I see Thomas Jacobs waiting. Could be a driver change.
Driver change. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
Thomas Jacobs. He's in.
Thomas Jacobs. Right then,
go.
Mr. Jacobs. Let's see what you can do.
Why would you do a driver change but no tyres? Because I think tyres don't take any longer than a driver change, no?
I think a driver change takes a little bit longer than just fuel, but tyres takes considerably longer.
Yeah.
As there's a car
That's
right in front of
Philipakos
Jacobs.
up in the
That's
gravel.
Philipakos.
Philipakos hasn't got a front end.
Oh,
No,
again.
Lazarus! Please don't have damage.
Again.
Please don't have
He
major
hasn't got a
damage.
front end. He hasn't got a front end.
Oh, he's got no front end. Please, no, Lazarus. Just please don't have suspension damage. That's all I'm asking. Oh yeah, he lost it and cracked it into the wall. Oh, Lazarus.
Oh, dear.
Lazarus, please.
He's still pounding around at a pretty
Acceptable
quick pace,
pace.
so I don't think we'll be going to code 80.
Thank the Lord, Allison, for that. Yeah, Lazarus is not struggling in a straight line. He's got it. He's got this sorted. He's not wandering off to one direction. He's fine. But he's got to worry here. I think he's just going to try and stay behind Yunus Raivio. I don't think he's even so much as attempting to go for the overtake. And rightly so. He knows he just slow Yunus down. And Lazarus is just going around at Raivio's pace here.
This in-lap from Mackley's got, well, I'm assuming it might be an in-lap, but it's got to be massively quick. No. But
Lazarus, though, why do you do this to us? You keep us on edge. That's what you do as Max Scheider in for DHR. Oh, I got worried there.
Oh, Jack Mackley goes wide at Indianapolis.
Yeah.
He misses the apex there.
That's not good for Mally Jack Mackley.
I'm curious to see when he'll be in next, because his last pit stop was on lap 305, so he can't have that much more fuel left.
Yeah, I can't have too much more fuel, but... Ooh. Gonna be interesting this last bit of the race. Interesting.
Coming through the Porsche curves now.
Well, if you're going 15 lap stints, which these cars can do, but it's a little bit of a push. If you weren't going on 15 lap stints, Chuck Mackley would next come in on lap 320. He's currently on 317.
But I wonder whether he'll react. He does not. No.
I think that Flatline have fueled to the end, have done it, so they're going to be fueled to the end of the race. They've got one stop halfway from now. Jack Mackley's just driving until the tank runs out, and he's got the pit-in light up now, lap 318.
So he's done two. Well, he's going to do 2 laps more.
Two laps more. I think. I think now, because of the way this has happened, Jack Mackley will need to add 2 less laps of fuel at his final stop compared to compared to the flatline car.
Yeah, maybe that is going to be the case, and I just can't keep my eyes off Lazarus Philippakos, just in case, but he's going to make it back by the looks of it, nice and simply. He's managed to, he's so lucky he didn't come out of that with suspension damage, you know?
Yeah, he is incredibly lucky there. He's done very well to get it back in one piece and to drive so like at a similar pace to the GT car. Oh God, he's gone off. He's gone off there.
You've made a hash at the pit entry, mate, but you're in the pit entry. If there is any consolation, so you're not going to hit anyone.
It's fine. It's close enough. It's fine.
Oh, now we can't get Lazarus.
Lazarus,
just get it
please,
turned around.
Please just get to the pits.
Crucially, he didn't lose a wheel in that.
Oh, now there's suspension damage, but
There'll
he's in
definitely
the
be
pits.
suspension damage after that. The steering angle on that is...
Oh,
What did he do? What did he even do?
What it was, he was coming into the pit entry was Lazarus Philippakos. He just caught the grass. That sent the car onto the grass. He couldn't then counter steer, and the front right just ate the tyres, sent him 90 degrees around. Luckily, though, he stayed within the pit segment.
Oh, also in the pit lane is Stephen Bailey.
Yeah,
in
Stephen
the
Bailey.
number 3 DHR car.
Yeah, Stephen Bailey in, and I think he'll be staying in that car. But, oh, this is going to hurt the Atlantic team.
Certainly. They've got, I think it's like 2 or 3 lap gap to the car behind. So, depending on how long this is going to be, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, going to be interesting to
There's a
see.
3-lap gap to the car behind. Paul Schumann.
Yeah, going to be Paul Schumann again. Champion have not had the best of races this race, but they're going to get third. They're going to get third, and that's an improvement. That's an improvement on where they were before. They were having difficulties. We spoke to Paul Schumann earlier, and he said pretty much just hope to get to the end. Now they're going to be third. They'll be happy with this, I think.
Well, it depends on the time for the damage. If it's a 20-minute stop, then yes, certainly. But if it's only like a 6 or 7 minute stop, then might just get away with that.
Yeah.
Chuck Mackley just coming out of the run from Arnage.
Yeah, running into Arnage now is Manichack Mackley, and this has been a good race for him, but must be concerned about the rate of improvement from Jacobs.
What sort of lap time is Jacobs doing at the moment?
Jacobs' last lap out was his pit lap. It was a 5-minute point 2. But we'll see when he does this first lap. Pat Mackley will be keeping a close eye on how quick he's going, and his team will be keeping a close eye on how he's going.
Certainly.
Thomas Jacobs really the one at this point who we need to be keeping an eye on, because if he's not improving to Manichack Mackley,
And Chat Mac is in.
I thought there might be a response, and there is. Manichack Mackley in.
2 laps after the
Jacobs
Jacobs
through
got
Arnage.
Right, okay. Let's see how this pans out. Now, do they stop for tyres?
Well,
I don't think
no
so.
No tyres for them. No tyres. Interesting.
And I don't think they're doing a driver swap either, so they should, in theory,
Yep, no
unless
driver swap.
Jacobs has
Entering the Porsche curves.
yeah, unless Jacobs has done an absolutely bonkers outlap, this might just be Chuck Mackley coming out ahead.
Rash Corvette.
Yeah. That Manichack Mackley's Jacobs is not going to catch him. Jacobs is not going to catch him. Yeah, Tom, we'll see what his first lap time is going to be, though, as he comes around the 4 chicanes. Going to see exactly what he's going to do here, Tom Jacobs, in terms of lap times. Of course, this is only his first lap out, but what is Jacobs going to do? He comes across the start finish, and Thomas Jacobs will set...
4 dead.
4 dead.
4 dead. That's...
4.3.
Yes.
Well, 4 minutes, 0.3.
Oh, dear, I've just heard from Lazarus Philippakos in the chat. 20 minutes of repair for the Atlantic team. That's going to put them right down the order.
Certainly. Jack Mackley's come out a few seconds in front.
Yeah, Manny Chamakney before the pit stop was doing 401s and 402s, so he needs to get his skates on if he's not going to be caught by Jacobs.
The Rivio is right on the back bumper of Thomas Jacobs.
Oh.
However, Rivio needs to make an
Jonas.
extra pit stop.
Yes, we do indeed.
Rivio is indeed
Rivio
there.
needs to make an extra pit stop.
Yeah, but it'll be crucial for him he gets ahead, that's the thing. You want to get through.
I think what Eunice would like right now would be a code 80.
No, we don't
Just-
want one. Oh, get James off though. He's had a bit of a spin,
Ooh.
but no damage.
And
He's-
here comes Eunice. Absolutely just monstered it down the straight. 304, 305 kilometers an hour in that car.
Yeah.
As they've
really
got
just what they
got
want
P2
now.
behind him as well. Of Arias.
Oh, apparently the number 3 got wrecked. Stephen Bailey though.
I think that might have just been a spin.
Might have just been a spin. In the number 4, maybe it was overtaken
appear
by
that.
Hardwick.
Oh. Don't know.
Yeah, something's happened, but Bailey, regardless of the circumstances, going round safely, so may just have spun. May just have spun. Our fastest lap from Oscar being overtaken. I didn't notice that. I've also not noticed Alexi Cavallo in the Team Virus car.
46
So
is in.
Hardwick now going to go past Cavallo. Or he's going to try to at least.
46 is in.
And that gap at the front is now less than 40 seconds. So Taylor is only 40 seconds behind Cavella after that driver change.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this is for Cavella, because we saw him very, very capable of Finn. And to Hardwick through, I think at this point in the race, he doesn't really want to be battling Oscar Hardwick. Anthony Yans just coming into full sand with him. I think Cavella will just be taking it nice and easy at this point.
Well, now that we've got Rivio in second place, let's see what he can do when it comes to catching up to Kirkpatley.
Oh, wow. Hello. We've got a Nick Newcomb back with us.
Yeah, had a little time
Technical
warp.
issue, yeah, but
Technical issue.
we've had a couple of scares while you've been away, but we're all right. Everything's still good.
That's good.
That's important.
Has there
Review
been
starts
any
to make an
change in the
extra
GT?
pit stop compared to these other two, though, and I doubt he's going to take tyres.
Maybe that's why Jacobs just let him through. Maybe that's why. Or he got through, rather, but... Yeah, interesting times in the VEC. Really getting towards the closing stages of this race now. I'm incredibly nervous about this, because I want this to go as well as it can, but we keep seeing these close calls. I've never had this in a race before.
I do reckon that Philipparkos is going to drop right down the order
Yeah,
To
20 minutes of damage.
above only the Drake car, I reckon, with that incident.
Oh, Oscar Hardwick's got some lapping to do, but he gets through nicely here. He's got to get past Jonas Rivio, but I imagine he will. Alexi Cavallo, of course, has to get past Ockfist and Jacobs. As Ockfist goes slightly wide, but Cavallo down the inside. Now Ockfist himself has to get through on Jacobs. Cavallo needs to make this happen.
Rivio's casually back into the 3-minute
goes.
57s.
Oh, well, Jonas, please.
Completely casually,
Jonas
you know.
the machine.
As he takes a drink.
I said he might get into the 357s, and he has done.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jonas. Jonas is so quick.
And you compare that to Mackley's last lap without a pit stop, 4 minutes 2.5.
Yeah.
So that is massive. Eunice is surely going to be in with a shout of winning this.
Gotta be in. With the speed he's got to be in. Marcel Offerman's in for Sim Racing for Holland, of course.
But
the
they
head
need to
honcho.
Eunice needs to offset that extra stop, though.
Yeah,
He has to make one more stop compared to the others.
needs to make one more stop, but still, the pace he's got to be in with it. Got to at least have a shining chance in the chance of all chances. As we talked about chance before, didn't we? But we're not going to do it again. But yes, it is crunch time. 90 minutes to go now. 1.5 hours.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
You wouldn't think it at all.
I do say that Virus is now less than 40 seconds behind. They do owe us a pit stop though, because they haven't pitted since lap 361, I do believe.
Yeah, may have an extra stop in it. But
Whereas
they are closing in on the Team Vela Sim Sport car, and if anyone's going to take the lead, well, we might have a battle. We might yet have a battle.
But how long can the P1s do on a tank of fuel?
That's
That is
the
the question.
I should go back and have a look at gaps between pit stops.
Because could we be in a situation where both cars only need to make one more pit stop?
Yeah, we might be. We might be. Again, I've run the numbers, still on for the record, but, you know, most importantly, Team Virus on for the title and LMP1. That's what they're going to be concerned about. You know, they're not going to care about records. They want to put their names in the record books.
Cavella's been doing 12 between pit stops.
They just want to be putting their names in the record books as champions in LMP1 for Season 9. That's what they want. That's all they're going to be concerned about. Well, records may be broken here, but...
Cavella's been doing 12 laps between stops, and
12 laps between stops.
Taylor's been doing 13.
He's been getting over the course of a race. That's gonna count. Especially if we can assume the same pace.
So I reckon both have definitely got to make 2 more stops.
Well, Cavella stopped at 370. If you're going on 12, so he has to stop on 394, which is 3 laps short of our distance at the moment.
Yeah, at the moment.
Taylor last stopped on 361, so he has to stop at 374, then 387, so he's going to be a full 10 short of the distance at the moment.
Yeah, well, still a full 10 short, but, you know, it's...
So I think they both only need to do 2 stops, actually.
They full need to both do 2 stops. Right view in, though. Right view in as we expected.
Ooh.
Eunice in. That is crucial.
He was good 3 seconds ahead of
Taylor in
Jacobs.
2. Adam Taylor in as well again. We expected it.
Ah, yes.
Yeah,
And
they both need to make 2 stops. This is a straight motor race between Cavella and Taylor.
Yeah, this is
They
straight
both need to make
up
2
races.
stops.
And, well, no sign of Stan Ambus, but yeah, it looks like Taylor might be taking this to the end now.
No tyres for Rivio.
No tyres for Ivy, we're going to stay on. This is a tense, going to be a 1.5 hours last of this motor race, isn't it?
I think Taylor might be picking for tyres actually. He is
Might
indeed.
just be pitting. Actually, Adam Taylor is taking tyres on that car, but I assume this will be the last one. Last stop for him.
Certainly.
Off the tyres, at least. Might take a splash of fuel, but that will be it.
If they're doing 13 lap stints in the final stint. Pardon me, in the final stint, Taylor has to fuel enough for 10 laps. In the final stint, Cavella has to fuel enough for 3 laps. So Taylor's maybe gambling that extra speed that he's going to get on tyres is going to help him overcome that time that he loses in the pits by having to fuel more for the final stop and the heavier load for the final stint.
Right, Taylor is leaving the pits now. So let's see whereabouts he will come out. He seems to have come out quite a... Just waiting for the timing to sort of readjust itself now. It would seem as if it's a good 2-minute gap or so now between Cavella and Taylor.
But the question is, will Cavella change tyres again?
I am unsure when he took tyres last, so
I shall
quite
have
possibly.
a look when his last longer pit stop was. At 4:42, so he spent 30 seconds longer on his last pit stop, so he took tyres last time he was in.
Right, okay. So I don't reckon...
He took tyres in 370. He's currently in 374. But they still need to both make. Hang on. Yes, they both made their. Sorry, Cavell has to make one more stop compared to Taylor now.
Yes, but he only has to do it 3 laps from the end. I do believe.
It's still another stop.
It's still
will be
another
about
stop,
3
but
laps
it'll
from the
be
end at the
a
moment.
very short stop. I do believe Cavella has been triple stinting these tyres. So
That will make sense because this will be 3 stints and 3 laps.
So we have this situation where Taylor has a large gap to make up, but he is a pit
Fresher
stop.
tyres.
Yes, he is a pit stop in hand, I do believe, and on fresher tyres.
Yes.
Oh, this is going to be tasty. Taylor's got to absolutely boss it now.
The normal pit stops, Cavella's pit stops, I should say, have been costing him about 40 to 45 seconds. So he's got to lose about 45 seconds off of that time. So that brings him down to about a minute 10, the two of them. The question is, can Adam Taylor make up 1 minute 10 in 23 laps?
That's going to be very tough, I think. He's going to have to find more than 3 seconds,
3 seconds a lap. Over Cavella.
Yeah.
But he is on those fresh tyres.
Fresh tyres.
Perhaps because perhaps he can turn up the fuel mixture slightly as well.
Possibly. Unless they're running absolutely full whack anyway. I'm not sure about these LMP ones, but I've noticed the gap between McNackley and Jacobs has come down in the battle for the lead in GT a little bit as well. That's now 7 seconds.
Kovenbach is coming to the pits in the 7 wide car.
I mean, the 3
That's
wide
2
car.
seconds last lap. Jacobs took out Chuck Mackley.
So that's going to get interesting in 3 or 4 laps time. Daniele Tully is also in the 169, the virtual Le Mans Series regular.
Ravio just made a pit stop. This is his first flying lap after a pit stop for Ravio.
Right.
Very, very tactical towards the end of this race as Pizzos came in the number 5 car.
Okay. Yes. He's on the same lap as Stephen Bailey, but there's quite a large gap between the two at the moment. I'm curious to see whether Oscar Hardwick can do anything about Adam Taylor as well, because this is also on the lead lap. Just over 3 minutes. 3 minutes behind the leader, but still.
Hardwick. Let's have a look at Hardwick's stops.
Yes.
Hardwick's been doing 11 laps between the stops.
So he might is going to have to come in twice more, certainly.
He's coming in 2 laps time, 376 I believe. Then he's going to come in on 3... Oh, he's going to come in 376, then 387, 10 laps to the end, so he's still got 2 stops.
Yes, I think he's very much going to have a massive mountain to climb if he's going to try and pass Taylor.
Taylor's got a stop in hand over Hardwick.
Yes. So I think that that's done and dusted.
Oh, Taylor goes wide coming out of Indianapolis.
Ooh. That isn't going to be ideal at all. Meanwhile, the gap in
Just
the
onto the
GTs...
grass. Nothing severe, but just onto the grass.
Now, the gap in the GT battle is now under 6 seconds. Thomas Jacobs is absolutely flying right now. Let's see what lap time is. His last lap was a 3-minute 59.8. The first time in a while that car has been underneath 4 minutes. Whereas Mackley's last lap was a 4 minutes 2. So that is nearly 3 seconds quicker on the last lap. Jacobs is a man on a mission, and he is going to try and deny the virtual Le Mans Series regular the pleasure
the win,
the glory and pleasure of humiliating the VEC regulars by just casually showing up to the crown jewel event and winning. Adam Taylor is also flying right now, bouncing nicely over the curbs there. 3 minutes 23.9 is his first lap out of the pits on new tyres, which is considerably quicker than Cavella.
Let's have a look. How much faster than Cavella was that? That was 1.5 seconds.
Yep, 1.5 seconds. So he is going to try and do everything. I don't think 1.5 seconds is going to be enough, though. He's going to have to find considerably more than that.
As it stands, Virus are going to win the P1 Championship by 2 points.
We have yellow flag in Sector 2.
Do we?
Apparently so. I'm not sure what for. As Hardwick comes in.
If anyone is missing any bodywork.
Don't think so. No, the yellow got green flag again now, so
yeah,
couldn't have been anything major. I believe the 32 is back out on track now, and we've got Tonga Guardia behind the wheel there. That's finally back on track after Philip Arcus's most recent visit to the barriers. It's a shame for that car because that car was leading so convincingly early on in the race. We'll have Jacobs still flying. Gap is under 6 seconds now. Nearly 5 seconds. Is absolutely on a mission, trying to catch up to Mackley, and it's surely going to only be a matter of laps before we have a battle again for the GT lead. But will we actually see some on-track dueling this time? And we also have a couple of cars in the pits now. We have Luca Bonatti in the pits from 14th place overall in the number 40 car. And we also have Edgar Ruiz from 6th place.
So currently, if it finishes as it stands, which it may not, disclaimer, Virus will win, the 4-car Virus will win the P1 Championship by 2 points. The 46 Seawolf car will win the P2 Championship by something ridiculous like 21 points. And the 94 car will win the GT Championship by 6.
Well, there you go.
As
Championship
it
update
stands,
from Neil
though.
Heatley. Oh, I'm excited for this. I've just went and got myself some snacks to take me through to the end of this race, but Hey, what can you say? It's time to have an interview with a Pedro Romana. Hello.
Hello, guys.
Great to have you with us, Pedro, of course, a driver in the dark racing car, the number 84 car.
Hello?
I think
I
Josh
think
is.
we have lost Josh halfway through that sentence, but I shall just pick it up from where we go. Pedro Mata, driver in the number 84 dark racing car. You're currently 6 points off the championship with an hour and a quarter to go. Is it possible you need to try and pass? You probably need to try pass Kovenbach and one of Ravio or Jacobs, whoever's third. Is it possible within an hour and a quarter?
No, guys, I don't think so, because it's like 3 laps to review. So it was really unfortunate, because at the time with Nuno, he was with a lead of 20 seconds, I believe, to Barros at the time, and at the end of his stint he just had a big screen freeze, and he touched a P2, I believe it was GT Italia. So yeah, I want to, if it is them, I'm not sure, but if it is them, I just want to say a big sorry, apologies for them to ruin their race, because it's always a shit situation. And yeah, after that we got like 20 minutes in the pits fixing damage, and yeah, back to this place, 5th place in class. So there's nothing now we could do, because yeah, we probably had to catch Ravio and be second, and our team Velas finish 8th, I think, for us to be champions. So there's no way.
I think it was one of the P1s which was involved with the screen freeze, but remarkably, I think they actually got away with it.
Yeah.
Which I found remarkable. Yeah, they just they just got pushed off a little bit and clipped the barrier on the inside of the Indianapolis corner slightly, but I think they very much got away with that somehow, which is remarkable. But yes, that was certainly an interesting.
I'm glad to hear that.
That was certainly an interesting screen freeze to have, and that really dropped you out of contention. Do you think without that, that you might have been up there at the front? Because there are some mighty quick cars out there at the moment, regardless.
Well, with that 20 seconds that we had to Barros, and then Hani on track, Al Sabti on track, the pace would be was amazing. And now Kevin to the end, I believe, yeah, sure, with no issues from our part, we could have won it. So the pace was just superior compared to the direct teams. So yeah, so it was, yeah, really sad. We are immensely frustrated. It's understandable.
Absolutely. So what do you do now? Do you try and consolidate this position we're at the moment? Do you try and push the car in front? Try and force them into some sort of mistake? Do you try and hold off the LMP2, which is still behind you on the track? Or do you just try and bring the car home wherever and see where you finish?
Yeah, at this point we have Kalvenbach, the 3 White Motorsport in front, with 2 minutes gap. So in 1 hour and 10, it's really pretty difficult to catch them. So, and to the guy behind, we also have a 3 three lap gap. So I think we're okay on this position. We can do pretty much more than that. So yeah.
So that is a bit of a shame.
Yeah.
So how has the track condition changed as the race has progressed, do you think?
Well, for me and for the guys, at the beginning we had a bit of more understeer car, and then with a lot of rubber coming down on the track, the car actually gets a bit better, as we thought it would be. So it really works for us. The setup was really good. We were all comfortable. So yeah, it's interesting because we can push a bit more. We have more grip. It's more stable. So in a way, we are a bit more comfortable on driving. We enjoy it a bit more, I think, but we have to have a bit careful about going a bit wide, because the marbles, yeah, will push you away a bit to the outside of the turn. But it's really fun, yeah.
And what about fuel strategy? Have you got one more stop to make?
Yeah, one more stop. We're gonna stop around 25-30 minutes to go, and then go to the end with another half an hour, and yeah, finish.
And what about the future for dark racing for yourself? Will we see you there next season, season 10?
Actually, we are hoping to get a spot with this lineup, apart from Arnie, Hani at this point. But let's see for the next season. We are hoping to get a spot for my team, Hamada Motorsport, on a P2. That's what we want. Move to prototypes. So let's see if Jimmy allows it, because our lineup, I think it speaks for itself. So I hope it shouldn't be a problem to be able to get a spot. I would be really happy for it, and yeah, let's see what happens.
Of course, Ramada Motorsport's one of the regulars in the virtual Le Mans series, if I remember rightly.
Yep.
Indeed.
So I want to make the step to VEC. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Have you got any questions, Neil or Josh?
No, you kind of covered everything.
Oh.
I think we've pretty much got it all, yeah.
Yeah. So thanks a bunch, guys, for all the effort again on broadcasting. For so many hours. Sorry, I'm a bit.
I know.
I'm a bit blah 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 and tired.
Neil's been going for 23 hours, pretty much. So.
Oh, it's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Congrats, guys.
And congratulations to you two for doing so well in the race, and your team, and best of luck for the rest of it.
Yeah, thanks a bunch.
Well, we have 70 minutes of this race left to go now.
And we also have 3 seconds separating the lead battle in GT.
That is not gone away at all, this race, has it?
No, absolutely not. But if it ends up like how it happened the last time, Jacobs will just pull into the pits as soon as he gets right onto the gearbox of Kirkmackley.
Yeah, so maybe this is a Caspian's to win, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's not.
We shall see.
Yeah, Jacobs is just closing in, like the door shutting on a person, but...
When did they last stop? Because Jacobs was in before. He last pitted on lap 317, which is, well, about 10 laps ago, so he's still got a few laps of fuel left in his tank. But what he might do is pit in early and then short fuel it.
I don't think you can pit in at least that early and still go to the end. These cars are doing about 14 laps on fuel. 14 by 4 gives you, what, 56? Still very close, but you've got to add the extra lap house. I definitely wouldn't pit with more than 50 minutes to go.
Yeah, pit with more than 50 to go, and well, you might be pushing it a bit at the end of the stint, but yeah, this is going to be an interesting final half hour of the race, that much is certain. Final hour and final half hour, everything's going to be interesting, I feel. And I'm just watching Alexei Cavalli, and that Vela Sim Sport car has been so dominant since he got back in. He's just not really let up at all, the Finn. Gonna come across the start-finish line now. Gonna start, I believe, minute. We're gonna have 64 to go as he crosses the line. Meaning, well, yep, we have 64 to go now. He's gonna be on lap 381 in the final hour. And well, that's important, because if you do 381 divided by 23 times 24...
Mac's gone off a bit.
Oh no!
He's gone off ever so slightly. Not that much though. He just turned in too early for the long right-hander at the end of the Porsche curves. Just turned a little bit too early, but nothing, no time lost there.
Yeah, that no time lost, but he's going to, oh, Paul Schumann! Paul Schumann's had a spin too, but no damage taken. Thank goodness for that. It was actually coming into the second chicane. It was Paul Schumann just coming through into that. He just lost it under braking through the turn, and he's rejoined safely. But yes, I've run the numbers, ladies and gentlemen, and I can't believe I'm about to say this. I cannot believe I'm about to say this. We might not just be on to match the world record. We might now be on to beat it. Because my calculations are showing Alexei Cavalli 397.5. So we may complete 398 laps by the end of this race. If all goes to plan.
What an achievement that would be.
We might do it. We might force Marcel Alfermans to live up to his promise. Video 398 sounds better, doesn't it? It does. Admit it.
But
we might be on.
Just riding with well, following Jacobs over the past couple of laps, he's definitely closing in on Jack Mackley. It's one of the Nissans go past. Well, no, it's the Nissan with Hardwick at the wheel.
Yeah, this could be on now. This could be really on in the GTs. The battle we've been waiting for might actually be able to happen.
No, the thing is, Jacobs has to think about points here. Mackley has got absolutely nothing to lose and everything to gain.
But to get to win from here, he needs the 52 to drop a place. He needs the 94 to drop, to essentially not finish anymore. And he needs the 84 to essentially not finish anymore as well. It's a big ask for the flatline car. There's no harm in him just going for the overtake. Definitely no harm at all.
Yeah, no harm in the overtake perhaps. And, well, Jacobs Jack Mackley will be an interesting battle when it occurs for sure. This is going to be a very, very good one here. We'll be waiting for it to happen. Maybe Jacobs is just going to pit in again like he usually has, but I don't see the pit in light yet.
No, it's too early for him to make a pit stop.
No, it's too early.
Yeah, would be too early.
He has to wait at least another 11 minutes.
Yeah, he needs to wait another 11, really, before anything happens. But, ladies and gentlemen, as I watch Alexei Cavalli come round the 4 chicanes into the pits, oh, this is going to hold him up a bit, so maybe we won't break the record now, because I thought he had to pit again, but with enough good driving, we might still do it. But as long as this isn't a long stop. Cavalli comes into the pits, and we are going to strike ourselves a bit of time now, because it's due a takeover this minute. And sooner or later, we'll be moving ourselves into the last portion of this race. Cavalli stops in his box. We're on minute 1,379 as it is. As soon as it gets to 80, the party can start proper, because you know what the final hour of any endurance race here at the simracing.club means, don't you? I think Neil Heatley's actually just muted TeamSpeak for some reason. I don't think he can stand this, but... Well... I think, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time for what we like to call the Hour of Power here at SimRacing.club. It's the last hour of the Le Mans. This is it. And of course, because it's the last hour, it's coming on now. And I'm going to take us through the final R-Factor 2 hourly update of this race. So, here we go. Alexi Cavella, number 21, Vela Sim Sport, leading the race on for history. Adam Taylor, second place in the number 14 Virus car. They are on for the title if all goes their way. Then it's Oscar Hardwick in the 22 GNS car. The big surprise of this race, perhaps. They've done fantastically. They've not had much luck this season, but Le Mans might go well for them. Stephen Bailey in the 3. The number 3 DHR cars had trouble, but it's come back. Great recovery from them. Rounding out the top 5 is the number 5. The GT Italia Prototype 1 Audi R18. And they've had a quiet race, but a great one. Now to the P2s. Champions-elect Seawolf Net Race Motorsport. Yantits behind the wheel of the 46, leading P2. Michael Barnard second in the number 31 Flatline car. Then it is Paul Schumann with Champion Racing, who have come so far back. From the back to the front to get to third place in the 38. And Anthony Jans fourth in the 50. And what a driver Jans is. Let's see if he can put up a fight towards the end of this race. Luca Bonatti running at a top 5. And LMP2 in the number 40 GT Italia car. Down to GTs now. We got a battle brewing between Jack Mackley and Thomas Jacobs. 175 and 53. Battling it out. 1 and 2. Then it is Jonas Raiville, the Flying Finn, driver of the day, perhaps. I don't know. 89, Vela Sim Sport, can never be counted out. Fourth place is the number 77 3-wide car, and running at a top 5 in GT. And this hourly update is the number 84 Dark Racing Corvette, driven by Kevin Ryan. So, GT battle in the final hour. Jacobs, Jack Mackley. Who's going to win?
I don't know. I still would not count out Rovio at this stage.
Yeah, Rovio's about 35 seconds up the road. Yeah, about 37 seconds up the road. Should anything happen to these two, Rovio's right there to take the win.
When they start battling as well, they're going to properly drop their pace, which will also pay into Rovio's hands. He's lapping a good 4 or 5 seconds a lap quicker than Mackley as it is. So
they're coming up to Reinhard Berger now.
So when they start battling, they're going to, almost certainly lose even more time. Unless they start to decide to tactically slipstream each other, like you see in the on the IndyCar ovals. But
yeah, perhaps. But I tell you what, we're in for a treat now because we can welcome a not so drunk Enzo back to the commentary.
Hello.
Great.
I figured it was time for the power hour again.
It is the hour of power now here at SimRacing.club, and you know what? It's so important that I've got the bevs in, as I usually do, although of course with it being me on medication, it's non-alcoholic, but hey, you gotta celebrate somehow.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, from a driver perspective, you know, Enzo, you haven't really got the chance to drive this race, unfortunately, because problems befell the LMP2 for Vela Sim Sport, didn't it?
Yep. Yeah, the engine went up in flames.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's problems for you. It's really just not been good. But hey, you know, you've been able to watch the race, and how has it been just being a spectator? Because this has been a sensational one.
Well, I'm very happy with how the other Velas cars are doing. Of course, LMP1 leading. Jonas has a chance of getting the lead back. It's going to be really exciting this final hour.
Yeah, it's been great for Velas, hasn't it? In terms of the
and
P1.
Jacobs does it
He's
again.
coming into pits. Jacobs coming into pits.
Called
with
it.
55 minutes to go.
Called it. I knew he
That's
would. He always
risky.
does this.
He's
Risky.
overshot the pit entry a
Ooh,
little
Thomas
bit,
Jacobs.
so that's going to cost him a little bit of time.
55 minutes to go is very risky.
Yeah, very risky business from
Got
Thomas
a yellow in
Jacobs.
the middle sector. Just a quick
Cool.
yellow in the middle sector though.
But
Yeah,
you have the engine mixtures, so like it's an hour or something. It's 13 laps with the highest engine setting. So if you have to go longer, you can just turn down the engine a little bit.
Yeah, you can't just do. But, you know, the P1 race for you, Alexi Gavella in the car now, it's been a stunning race since you got the lead. But Adam Taylor, you know, coming back to it.
Yeah, he's of course chasing, but I think Alexi's quick enough. Like, if everything just goes the way it has been going for the past, well, I don't know how long it's been leading now, like 12 hours or something. If it's not longer, then yeah, it's going to be fine.
I don't mean to put the onus on this, or the pressure on, in any way here, Enzo, but you're on for a bit of history here, in case you're not aware. I'm sure you've been watching the broadcast, you are aware of this, but Alexi Gavella, as it stands, in that Velas car, might be on to match the Le Mans lap record.
Yeah. Well, maybe
397 laps set by Audi in 2010, he might match it.
Yeah, that would be really exciting. Like, and maybe even if he even beat it, would be great. Maybe Studio 397 will change its name.
Be fantastic PR.
Yeah.
Really would be excellent PR, and I mean, at the moment, Team Virus are set to match that match because they're on the same lap as you.
They are. But, yeah.
Yeah, they are, but, you know, pretty much for you guys at this point in terms of the P1, you can't win the championship unless they drop back, so you've pretty much done everything you can this race.
For the first time in my life, I'm actually cheering on Oscar on.
You're actually cheering on DNS here. You want them to be, you want Oscar to catch up to Adam Taylor in this last hour of the race.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it gets you the title, but, yeah, you can't really say you've not done everything in your power, can you?
No, exactly. You know, that's why we dropped out as well. Like, it's been a bit of the story of our season in the NLP2 car. Yeah, it's great to see the NLP1 car still have a shot at the championship, and of course winning Le Mans is maybe even more important by itself. And then of course the 94 car, who is probably going to win the championship as well, which is great.
Yeah, of course, 94 won for the championship after problems at the start of the race, let's not forget.
Yeah, problems at the start of the race and later on as well. Yeah, well, of course the messy start didn't help, but that's nearly 24 hours ago, so everything could have happened in the meantime.
The sheer determination of Schoenfleet, though, in that car at the moment, to get it back, and the whole of the team, let's not forget, the whole Schoenfleet, Almeida, Calicuri, Sentel and Davidovich car as well. You know, all 5 drivers in that car, and throughout the course of the season, have been fantastic, and well, this race to win the championship from so far back in Le Mans really is going to be one of the best comebacks since Lazarus.
Yeah, it definitely is, and like you said, they have been performing really strong this season.
Such a strong car. Any questions from anybody else here for the Enzo?
I do not have any questions, but I've been keeping a tab on Eunice Rivio at the moment, and I've noticed his pace has dropped off slightly, and I think his tyres are starting to cry a little bit. It has been a very long time since he's changed tyres, and he's, well, I say only lapping in the 3-minute 59s now. It's still considerably, you know, quicker than a lot of other cars out there, but it's not the pace that we have been familiar with from him.
I also think Jacobs has turned down his fuel mixture. Usually it's been about 30, was it 12 or 13 laps that Jacobs has been doing?
Yeah, you might, like, with the highest engine mix, you can do 30.
He needs to make this tank to last 14 to get to the end. He needs to get an extra lap out of the tank, which is not an easy task around Le Mans.
Yeah, not an easy task. You need fuel conservation, not easy because the length of the track and obviously turning the engine mixture down helps, but it's worth so much time because of the long straights. So, you know, fuel conservation is not an easy thing. We saw Tony Ukage with some fantastic fuel conservation before in the GT, but
I don't think fuel conversation of that degree is going to help him win the race, to be honest.
That's just going to slow you down.
Has Thomas Jacobs really been doing that? Hang on.
He seems surprised at something. Oh.
Jacobs needs this tank to last 14 laps if he wants to get to the end.
Yes.
He's only been doing 11 lap stints.
He's going to have to go for a splash and dash then.
Wow.
Why is he going so slowly then? His laps were like 404s or stuff like that.
And he's not trying to.
This is his
honestly, if
first.
he's
This
taking
is
the
his
engine up
first
to
flying.
limits-
This is his first flying lap. After coming out of that pit stop phase. Go see what he is. He's already 3.5 tenths down on his fastest time coming through the first sector, and he didn't have any traffic. Got around that first sector from the start finish line all the way to just before Tetra Rouge.
Might have just been a little bit squirrely somewhere, or
Possibly. Quite possibly.
you have to remember his tyres won't be at their best now, as well, and he's got a full tank of fuel on board.
Yeah. Thomas Jacobs, I think, really might not get the win of this race. Jonas Rival, though. Let's not forget Jonas Rival. If he keeps this pace up, if he keeps this run up, he might challenge the Caspian team come the end of the race. Although, you know,
He
maybe
might, yeah.
maybe wants to get some different tyres on that car if he's starting to slow down on them.
Well, no, that tire change is more than 30 seconds. You're not going to.
Yeah. Not going to
Yeah,
gain
yeah.
anything.
If Jack Buckley changes tires as well, but I doubt it. You might as well finish the race now on this set of tires.
Yeah. That's-
Also, the GNS car with the same amount, the same rear tires as from the start. It's just
Oh,
incredible.
is that even
This-
possible?
Oh yeah.
Because it doesn't use it.
Wow.
I just think of how many kilometers that set of tires has driven so far, and at
Wow.
which sort
If
of
they really,
speed and
if they
and
really
loads.
have gone for the full race on one set of rear tyres, that would be something. Apparently they're going to be running those tyres next season too. Ah. Well. This is really what it's come down to now, isn't it? 40 minutes of racing, 45 minutes. Just to decide everything. And it has been a sensational 24 hours of Le Mans. I said last year, can this year's Le Mans be even better? And it's only gone and done it. Oh, and it has been. It's been absolutely brilliant racing today and yesterday, throughout the whole of the 24 hours. I mean, I don't know how next year could possibly top this. I said it last year, but I don't know how it can.
Explosions.
Oh, maybe.
But Mackley's turned up the wick a little bit. His last lap was a 4:04. He's turned up the wick a little bit. He knows that he needs to start pushing to keep Jacobs at bay.
Certainly.
Needs to
Rivio is
start-
Rivio is pulling away from Jacobs a little bit. I've noticed.
Yeah, it needs
Let's
to
see
start
what Ravio's lap this time round is. Coming through the final four chicane.
And Eunice is going to do what? He's going to do
39
59?
59.
so a second. Sorry, 59 for a second out of Chuck Mackley.
He's still cutting this time out,
Jacobs
even with
right
one
behind
tyres.
though comes up with a 4:05.
Yeah, he slowed
So
down.
loses
hasn't
a second to Ravio.
he? That's either tyres or he's trying to do something with the fuel. I don't know. He's taking the engine up to the limit on the straights. It's Jacobs. He's not trying to fuel save. He's giving it the full beans in terms of engine use. So he probably will have to come in again.
I think he will need to come in again, yeah.
Maybe he's running a lower mix. That might be why he's going up to the full range. I don't know whether the GTs have fuel mix. GTs do have fuel mixes available. As a prototypes
do.
that don't.
Yeah, we do have a fuel mixture, but you can tell there's such a difference between the respective fuel mixtures.
Oh dear, I think I've seen somebody lost the front end and it was Paul Schumann. Paul
Ooh.
Schumann in the champion car, but he's got it back to the pits already. There wasn't any suspension damage, thank goodness for that.
That was second in class. It still might
I
be
think
second in class,
third,
depending on
actually.
how long.
It's fourth.
Oh,
Yeah,
Fourth in
Schumann
class,
lost
sorry.
the front end and oh, that was scary. I heard lost the front end and where did he lose it? That's the question. Where did he lose it? Paul Schumann. Oh, he's lost it since at least the Porsche curves. Oh, it was he passed Indianapolis even. No, it was at Indianapolis he lost it. Oh, he just lost it on a break and packed it into the wall. But the suspension wasn't damaged, so he could get round nice and safely, and that was the most important thing.
Mm.
Thank goodness for that, but that's going to hurt their race. They were doing so well as well. They were third in class. They're now going to drop down the order.
Meanwhile, looking at the gap at the front, Adam Taylor's now got the gap down to less than a minute.
Wow. This'll put Enzo Farsi on his feet here, this battle. But yeah, gonna be interesting to see how this proceeds. Taylor versus Cavalla. Virus versus Bellis. Very similar team names, very different approaches. Very different cars too. Audi versus Porsche.
Indeed. One has to wonder where or how this would have shapen out had the rather interesting incident at the start not occurred.
Well, it shaped this race though. It's shaped this race, it's helped it, and if it hadn't occurred, maybe we would have absolutely broken the record, but smashed the record, the 397, but we're going to probably even be on with that, and that goes to show how quick these drivers are. Well, what a race it's been. And I'm sure that Taylor versus Cavalla is going to be an interesting battle still.
Bernard is in the pit, second place in P2.
Yep, Barnard in, probably trying to capitalise on this whole scenario, or just coming in for his final stop. Thing is though, fuel in the GTs lasts about 45 minutes, so he's probably timed this perfectly. And the prototypes, that is. So he's probably timed this perfectly.
Chuck Mackley comes in. Chuck Mackley comes in.
Oh, Melly in. Yes, Melly Chuck Mackley in. 17th in Caspian. Now, this will probably be the last one too. Fine. Gotta be the last stop for Chuck Mackley.
It will be the last stop.
Yeah, got to be the final stop of the race, and he will be taking this to the end, of course. There is no point in doing a driver swap this late. But he comes in.
Ravio
not
has
going
to
change
stop as well, surely.
Ravio, though, may have to stop too. No pit-in light for Ravio, but
he will inherit the lead for now, anyway. Meanwhile, Ben Willis has moved up a position overall, but not in class, overtaking Kevin Ryan.
Nick Newcomb will be pleased to see they're on for that top 20 then.
Jacobs coming through Maison Blanche. Through the four chicanes.
Yeah, but it's not Rivio that we're looking at, really, it's Jacobs.
This is Jacobs.
Yeah,
This is Jacobs. He's just come onto the start-finish straight.
Yes.
Well, he's not going to make it. He's going to get past. That Mackley's just coming up the exit line, and Jacobs is going to pass him. I think it's going to be so close.
It's going to be incredibly close. They're going to be side by side,
he's
surely.
Hold it.
They're going to be side by side.
Well, now we get the battle. Now we get the battle.
Here we go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Jack Mackley versus Jacobs. May only be second in class, but that's what's important because Jacobs just wants to get through. We've been waiting for so long for this battle, and it's finally happening. Now we finally see them have a direct battle.
Something to bear in mind. Ravio just needs to come in for a splash. If these two are battling, that's allowing Ravio to get away.
Maybe this is going to help them. Maybe it is, but here we go.
Many
finally.
twists and turns left in this race.
We have waited so long for this battle to develop, and here it is in the final 42 minutes.
Taylor's came into the pits for his last stop.
Right.
Yep, that'll be a splash for Taylor. That will be a splash for Taylor, and well, Jack Mackley versus Jacobs now. Jacobs on the outside. He's going to be on the outside of the chicane as they come into it. This is the big one. Thomas Jacobs outbreaks Jack Mackley. Jack Mackley holds the inside. Jacobs can't do anything.
Well defended by Jack Mackley.
But he's gone wide. He's gone wide, and this is going to give Jacobs a better run out. And, well, Mike Bell says surely Caspian are going to run a higher fuel mix. They must have it maxed out by now. Must be on mix 12 out of 12, but that's not stopping Jacobs. He's really flying now.
And there's Stephen Bailey coming through.
Oh, gets through lovely there, does Bailey. Nicely negotiated, but Jacobs on the outside. We got Chad Mackley on the inside. They're too close again. Chad Mackley just has to get the braking, but he doesn't. Does he? Yes, he does. Gets the braking. He's side by side there. Oh, contact.
A little bit of contact.
Jack Mackley goes wide. Jacob, he's going to come
contact again.
Oh, no, it's gone wrong. It's gone wrong.
Ravio's won the race. Ravio's won the GT race.
It must have been all this suspension damage to the Jack Mackley car and the Jacobs car. There's not much, but they're both crabbing slightly. I think they'll probably still be able to go reasonably flats out, but that's gone terribly wrong. Oh no, Melly, Thomas.
I think that might have just been Jack Mackley not leaving quite enough room there, I'm afraid.
Oh yeah, he's on the grass here. He's just trying to steer it right to get back on the track. Jacobs trying to get it back. Jacobs, there's not much suspension damage on the cars, but they won't have as much front downforce. So it's going to be a struggle for them. With 40 to go, that was a big hit.
What a shame for that battle to end like that. That has been shaping up for so long.
Benazzi goes through on Chap Mackley here. Nicely done. Ooh, well. That was not the best move. And we waited so long for that battle, and then it ends like that. That must be Rivio's, wasn't it? Must be Rivio's, wasn't it?
The thing is, if Dark Racing passes these guys, then the 94 car doesn't win the championship.
Yeah, Chap Mackley was turning left all the way through that corner. I think Jacobs may just have gone in, but there wasn't much room, so maybe he could have left more room. But yeah, Chap Mackley and they've been reasonably safe so far, Chap Mackley and Jacobs. I don't imagine really anything's going to need to happen as a result of this. They should be okay. Arne Schoenfried coming up behind both of them, but he is in a GT. So Schoenfried should go through nicely and not have to really worry about any problems here. Chap Mackley, oh, just onto the grass again, but that was a big hit there. That was big. And Rivio in. He doesn't. He knows now. He can just come in and be safe. He doesn't have to risk it anymore. But Chap Mackley now is going to have to pit, as is Jacobs. I'm so happy, it must be said. Oh, Chap Mackley staying out! What's he doing?
What is he doing?
He's desperate to hold this lead with no bonnet. I think he thinks he can manage the damage.
What?
He thinks he can manage the damage. Jacobs has had to come in, but Chap Mackley's staying out. This is madness.
His steering is at a good 30-degree angle at the moment.
He's got nothing to lose. He's just an entry. He's not scoring championship points. He might as well just go for it.
But by that logic, why not come in and play it safe?
Yeah, because
he's
want
got
to win.
To
it's
lose.
Racing. You want to win.
But he's got damage. He can't catch Rivio.
No, but
But
Jonas.
he's coming out again, and he'll be quicker. This doesn't make sense.
No, Rivio has to pit, so he stays in the lead now and hopes Rivio doesn't catch up. If he pits, he's going to lose the lead anyway.
I'm not sure I'm happy about this, but Chap Mackley is staying out with damage. He thinks he can. He thinks he can stay out and manage the damage. If he can, fair play to him. But I would have pitted because it's not really what you want. I have driven with a broken car in VLMS before, says Mike Bell, and well, they know how to deal with it then, but if they cause an accident, that could change everything, you see. That's why I'm worried about it.
You call that broken? I've driven a car with 3 wheels in the Virtual Le Mans series before. This is nothing.
He has done that.
Oh, Chap Mackley, you see, he locks up and goes to the right. That's what I'm talking about.
He almost completely took out that car. I'm not sure which one it was. The one right in front of him, but he's just trying to get used to this.
He's trying to be safe here, but the car's wiggling a bit, and Ockfist wants to get through. We see he has to turn it sharp left to get out of the way. If I were you, I'd pit. That would be a black and orange flag if I was a steward.
It's not a black and orange flag, it's a meatball flag.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean, but this is brave stuff from the Caspian team to drive around with a broken car.
It is a fine line between bravery and being a little bit on the silly side. I think this might be over the line into the being a little bit silly side. Credit to Caspian, they've driven incredibly well up until that point. But I think this...
It's fine.
Yeah.
This is a little bit on the...
A bit on the brave side. To be kind, but do we need to be kind?
Just having a look coming down into Mulsanne Corner, he got it slowed up quite nicely. It appears that he might have got started to get to grips with the car.
With the DHR car's got no front bumper, but he's in the pits already. I don't know how that happened. But Scheider's had an incident somewhere along the line. Someone might want to go investigate that for us, but Scheider has had an incident somewhere along the line, and he's lost his front bumper in the DHR car.
9 laps ahead of Matt Richards in 8th.
It's not like they won't have the time to repair it then, but... Yeah. Oh, Christian Meyer gets a bit off the line as well. In 27th, I was just watching, scrolling through.
Just to show what would happen.
Pizza down the inside.
Just to show what would happen if Chap Mackley stayed in the pits. Thomas Jacobs is still there, fixing damage.
Yep.
Chap Mackley has nothing to lose. He's in the 175 car. He's just a VLMS entry. He's not going for championship points. He might as well.
At the same time,
Colvenbach
though, it's a
might-
safety question. It's a safety question. Can he handle it? It seems like he can, but
It's not going to be too long before the likes of Colvenbach, Willis and Ryan come up along. Jacobs as well, if he's in there for too much longer.
With 34 minutes to go, roughly 4 minutes a lap, that means that would be, my calculations, just over 8 minutes?
Oh, you see,
So
he is,
9 laps or so?
he's going a bit off here. Jack Mackley, of course, just went into Jacobs there, and now he's just trying to keep it going with this damaged car on track. He thinks he can, but the suspension damaged on that car. No bonnet on it, no front bumper. Is he going to come in? No, he's not.
No.
Staying out with this damage. Must think he can handle it.
Well, you've seen how much time he would have lost. He's just coming through, and he's lapping Jacobs now. There's only about 9 laps to go in the race. In fact, there's about 9 laps to go for these GT cars. I would say that the time that he would lose by pitting, the time that he loses by staying out, is going to be less than what it is by repairing it.
I think you might be right there, Neil. But it is the safety question as it stands. Because if he does end up taking out, for example, the race leader, that is not going to sit well with anybody at all.
Yeah, you know, from a safety standpoint, I would call them in and fix the damage.
He knows he's got a broken car, though.
I know he knows, but it's a question if anything goes wrong with it.
Well, I've seen people drive perfectly fine cars worse than he is driving this car now in this race, so I don't see the problem, to be honest.
Well, interesting things going on here in the Virtual Le Mans Series and Virtual Endurance Championship entry sort of battles in the VEC 24 Hours of Le Mans in the closing stages of this race. But it certainly makes for great viewing. If there's anything, if there's any positive, it's brought some entertainment into the race, I guess. But it wasn't already missing entertainment anyway. It's been a fantastic race. But yeah, let's see if we can just focus on something else for the moment at least, because I'm looking at the gap between Taylor and Cavallo. It's 1 minute 56 again, so probably going to be Vela Simsport that win this race.
Well, Taylor pitted. Well,
Yeah, Taylor
Alexi's
pitted.
still out, but he still has to make a pit stop if I...
Yeah, Cavallo still needs to make one more stop.
It's not going to be very long before Rivio comes up to pass Mackley for the lead in class.
But then Ravier starts to pit again.
Yeah.
No, he's already made his final stop, has he not? He came in a couple of laps ago.
He did? I must have missed that then.
Yes, he came in on the last lap. He came in on the same lap as...
Oh yeah, of course, because he was in the lead, yeah.
Yes, he came in on the same lap as Jacobs did.
Yeah, he did, and well...
Mackley's last lap was a 4 minutes 10.5, and I think the incident was involved in that. But still, that's very slow. Especially when you compare that to Rovio, who has often been below 4 minutes in this race.
Yeah, and well, I'm just looking up and down the field here at the moment. See what's going on here with all of the vehicles. It'll be interesting to see how this pans out, that much is for sure, but obviously you don't... We're half an hour to go, pretty much. As near as makes a difference to half an hour to go to this race. And it has been a very positive race, hasn't it? It's been a fantastic race. So, starting with Enzo Fazi, I think I'm going to ask you, what's been your moment of the race?
This? Yeah, this crash, I guess. Deciding giving the win to us, to Veles, I guess. And the race start, which, yeah. I can't remember too much of what happened earlier yesterday, I think. So,
Well, when you were doing drunk commentary.
yeah, perhaps, yeah.
But, yeah.
I think this is probably one of the most deciding things that happened this race.
Right, we're about to see a change for the lead, almost certainly. As Rivio is
just
caught
catching up,
right
man.
up
Jack
to
Mackey's so
Mackley.
wide. He's going slower, isn't he? Really getting blue flagged, I believe. No, that's for Reed!
Oh, my
so
goodness.
close, so close! Oh, bloody! This is Edgar Reed gonna go down the inside. Man, Jack Mackey stays on the outside. Here does Rivio, though. Oh, what a close battle this is now.
Rouge did the absolute right thing there in backing out from that. He will
Yeah, he
almost
did.
certainly need new underwear following that.
Won't be a very happy chappy, but Melly Chattermackley here. Gonna go Eunice Rivalries on the inside. I just let him through, Melly, please. You've got damage, you're not as quick. And I think he has done. No, he's gone for it. Is he going for it? No, he can't go for it. Rivalries must be through now.
Yes, that will be the race lead, and I can't see Eunice relinquishing that at all now.
Yeah, Melly
Almost
Chattermackley,
certainly.
he's lost the lead now. We may as well pit and get the damage fixed. It doesn't matter where they finish because they're not going to score points, but yeah, just pit now, please. That's kind of just, I know I don't get personal, but please just fix the damage. We've seen teams go with broken suspension before, but it's the lack of downforce as well, I feel, that is just hurting them. Even if they just repaired the body.
Well, and straight line speed.
And the straight line speed too, let's not forget. Aero damage, but yes, back to the positives if we may. Craig Wallard, any moments of the race for you?
Yep, the start was definitely a moment.
A moment, yeah.
That was... I still can't work out how that sort of thing could happen at the start like that. Just, yeah, some rather over-ambitious driving for sure. I think over-ambitious is putting it far too lightly for what it actually was, to be honest. Yeah, there was also the incident with Pinto, which I thought was really surprising. But I think literally everybody was away for that one, and that was just me having to commentate on that, so that was an experience. Basically, he had a screen freeze coming up towards Indianapolis, and he had a P1 car enter him, I think is the way to put it, and had a nice 20-minute damage repair following that, which really put them out of contention. They were leading at the time, which was definitely unfortunate for them.
Jan's in, front of cover sim racing and all his pair Rockfist too, in the LMP1 behind. So Jans and Rockfist both in. Bailey is in as well, Stephen Bailey in the Doug Henson number 3 car. And, well, again, he should... Oh, I see James Wilson, actually, who's just swapped in, a late-minute driver swap. Well, interesting, but Stephen Bailey has been driving for a long time. So maybe James Wilson getting in for the last portion of the race, but... Yeah, Jan's in also. Paul Schumann still in, obviously, after the damage. Per Rockfist in too. And I see JT Tommy, so maybe that'll be a driver swap, getting Schumann out the car as well. May as well if they've got damage.
Is Jacob still in the pits?
No, Jacobs is back on track. He is rejoined behind Kolvenbach.
Because if Kevin Ryan for Dark Racing in the 84 car overtakes Jacobs, then they win the championship instead of the 94
I wouldn't think that might be a thing, but more a case of Jacobs might try to get that position on Kolvenbach back. Yeah, because he's only half a second behind, so the podium positions in GT is still not decided.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm just watching this battle at the moment. 13th and 14th, Benatti and Arias in the LMP2s are going at each other here.
Two amazing battles on track, and unfortunately it doesn't look as if we can be both of them at the same time.
Yep. Yeah, Benatti and Arias within a couple of seconds of each other, and this is actually for 4th in class in P2. This is a big race going on here. Both drivers need to get themselves a good race here, because this could be good in the closing stages of the Le Mans 24 Hours.
I think I'll leave you to keep an eye on this P2 battle, Josh, and I shall keep an eye on this GT battle.
Oh, that'll be lovely if I can. Arias and Benatti we can keep an eye on, because we all love our prototype battles, and we might get one right at the end of the race. MVD Racing Team, of course, the only team not in the title contention going into this race, so really the outfit can just go for it. But at the same time, you know, you don't really want too much, you know, a lot of teams will just think, get out of the way, you're not in the championship fight, but some will think, go on then. But yeah, Benatti and Arias, yeah, this could be a good battle, 40 versus 47.
Jacobs definitely looks quicker, and he'll be absolutely riled after that incident a couple of laps to go.
Won't be very happy at all, but yeah. Jacobs, I mean, I feel for him. He tried his best, and getting that way is always bad. JT Tommy in the champion cars is suspected then, so driver change over there.
I don't think that they were to blame for that at all. They just weren't left the room, and had nowhere to go, and chaos happened, and Colvenbach gets a little bit wide there coming through the Dunlop chicane.
Yeah.
And they've got prototype traffic coming through now as well.
Yeah, prototype traffic coming through. Really need to be careful around it at this such a late stage in the race. Just need to take caution first over direct speed, and Bernatni and Arias are taking caution in all the traffic they're dealing with. Oh, Arias off there into the wide section of the track. I think Bernatni might have this.
Jacobs might have put some fresh tyres on as well, as he was in for a damage stop. Yeah, he would have had nothing to lose doing that. So,
honestly, I think this P2 battle has gone to Luca Bernatni now, because Arias is just dropping behind now. He's lost pace. Not gone so well for him, but yeah, Neil Hitley, you've been here for pretty much 23 and 40 minutes now or more, and while we've got you, just want to ask what your moment of the race has been.
I think Neil might have died.
Oh God, no. Neil,
hang on,
to us.
I was doing maths and I was counting it like, so I'm like, oh! Kevin Wright's in the wall! Kevin Wright's in the wall!
What?
That's not good! Ryan is on it! Oh, but he's already at the pit entry, basically. And oh yeah, that is damage for Dark Racing. Bit of suspension damage, no front thingy. They are wiggling a bit, but they're already at the pit end. It's okay. Ryan is just going to come straight into the pit here, and no harm done, but that's going to hurt. Oh, Squiggly, I know, into the wall of the pit entry. That's exactly what Philip Parkos did, but he's already there. He's already there. Whew. Jimmy Allison must have got confused there with us all speaking at once, and I got confused too, but Neil, man, you got to stop this. Kevin Ryan is fine. But sudden things happening for Dark Racing. Where did it happen? It was on the exit of the Porsche curves.
At the exit of the Porsche curves, at the beginning, in between the left hand and the right hander, towards the end of the Porsche curves. You know, at the weight transition. It looks like a P2
wide. He went too wide and he lost it into the wall, hit the on and off, and then he, on the rejoin, hit the grass again, then into the wall again. Oh, he's alright though, he's in the pit and he's safe. That's the important thing right now at this late stage in the race. That's all that matters, really. That's really the important thing. So, we now have exactly, pretty much, 22 minutes to go in this race. Alexei Kavala has started lap 393. And that means he is probably going to get about 6 laps in. I think we're going to do it. At this rate, we're going to do it.
That is going to be quite something.
Going to be quite something indeed. With about 20 minutes to go, we are going to have this, and we're rejoining. Nick Newcomb is back with us.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon indeed, and well, as it stands, of course, 392 laps completed by Kavala. So by the end of this race, you know, in 20 minutes, I imagine he'll complete about 6 laps. He's probably going to be there. Oh, this is going to be an interesting end. Are we going to do it? That's the question.
397.5 or 398?
Well, Nick Newcomb, you would be very happy if you could be part of a history-making broadcast. I'm sure. What's been your moment of the race for you personally?
For us,
for everything.
For the whole race, I think it's been Ravio. I can't say. Obviously, we've got 3 different classes, but I think everybody was hooked on his laps. And seeing that sequence of laps that was about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, was just immense. At this time of the race, can't really look past that. I think he's been the driver of the race. I think if he if he completes the win, I don't think anybody would be upset about that.
Especially if you combine it with the fact that it's only Jonas and Gege, so they're only with two of them, and they're putting in these really quick laps. Now
to
even
be thrown in laps like that, two-man team, absolutely immense drive, the pair of them, and I take my hat off to them.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. Heiko Korvenbach and Thomas Jacobs are close now. This is going to be a battle here, 19 and 20, two GTs. Of course, they're battling for third overall redemption, perhaps for Flatline Racing after their incident. With, you know, they're going to have to get something back from this race. They won't be happy about the incident that they've had, but they need to get past Korvenbach.
I must admit, I had my hands on top of my head, just with my mouth open, just thinking, no, when it happened. That, coming down into the second chicane, you could see it. Nobody wanted to give. Nobody was going to let off the foot off the gas and yield that position. But as they came out, I was just stunned at what I saw.
Yeah, it was a pretty big incident, that much is for certain, but nonetheless, Heiko Korvenbach has just been taken over by Ben Willis. That is a position up. You're into 19th. Fanatic Drake, that's good. Oh, Willis actually overshoots Mulsanne, though, and he's gone off the track, but Korvenbach, well, he's going to get straight back through. That's how quick the prototype is, and Jacobs now still able to resume the battle.
Oh, he's been doing well as well, putting in some good times, 38 and 39, so... In the first question I got asked by Roy was if anybody takes...
Kavala in with 20 to go. Is this a splash of fuel?
Yeah, it was scheduled to come in at about 394, so he might as well just come in for a splash of fuel.
Yeah, I'm going to come in. He'd better make this quick, to be honest, because, you know, he's got a record to beat. Let's see how long this takes to get the fuel in the car.
And do the calculation as soon as he leaves.
Well, I think we're on for it, to be honest. It's taken 10 seconds so far. We have 18 minutes to go, and I imagine in 18 minutes, if he left now, we'd get 4 laps done, so I think we're still on. Yep, exits straight away. I think we're still on for it.
So the calculations that were worked out in the booth a little while ago have come true, yeah?
It's going to be pretty sensational, this. I can't believe... It feels real now, doesn't it? Like it's actually going to happen. We didn't believe it for so long, but now it actually feels like it's going to occur.
But I'm just looking at, after virtually nearly 24 hours of racing, we've got so many close battles still. Shows you the quality of the field and the way people have been using the tactics, thinking about it all the way through the race.
It's a testament to just how good this field is that we can still have this racing on with 15, 20 minutes to go. This final closing stage of the race, and we've still got the battles.
Yeah, it's really good, and it's highlighting the VEC in a great way, I think.
Yeah, really is a great ambassador for sim racing as well, this race. I think it's really proven over 24 hours we can, you know, match the real life World Endurance Championship, you know, and maybe one day in maybe the dreams of Jimmy Allison will become the official VEC, the official virtual series of the WEC.
Yeah.
Maybe that can happen one day. I bet Jimmy Allison would like that to have official status. We're already official R-Factor 2 League, but maybe one day we'll get picked up by the actual FIA. But Jimmy Allison will still have to be in charge, though.
But yeah, we can't have Mr. Freitas taking over Jimmy's calling, can we?
No, we can't. No. Jimmy Allison, pretty much the reason why we're here in the VEC. We would not be here without him.
To be fair, it's great being on trackside and having the commentary on, and then hearing his voice coming over the comms. It's absolutely brilliant, and he's just so calm and cool.
Danish baritones.
Jimmy just reminds us of the Freitas. It's excellent.
He's better than him.
Oh yeah,
miles better.
Yeah.
Only you see, Jimmy Allison. What would we do without you? Thank you so much for being race director and doing everything you do at VEC.
And doing some great cameras as well.
Yeah, and doing great camera work as well. He's been here for the 24 hours. Neil Hitley's been here for the 24 hours. A lot of people have been up for a while.
3 hours sleep, I think.
You've had literally 3 hours of sleep. We're all being up with the exception of me, but... Well,
being from South Shields will forgive you.
Yeah, I am lazy anyway, but I can be forgiven. And it really just goes to show what the VEC is all about and how good Season 10 is going to be. Season 9's been good. This has been a sensational 24 hours, and Season 10, God, that is going to be amazing.
Well, that's what we're talking about in for the last 23 hours, basically. Let's try and have a good show here, try and do what the best we can. I know we've had difficulties and all that, but we've driven hard and come back through. We've reached our target now with like top 20 after all the difficulties and time lost on track, and we just want to hopefully try and get into Season 10 and obviously hit the VLMS as well and just push on and become one of the teams.
Yeah, that is really going to be the ultimate goal here, to be honest. I'm just keeping half an eye on Cavella here, because if he crosses the line, before it hits 26 minutes, and he has done, if he can just do, there would be 14 minutes left, if he can do 4 laps, if all of his laps continue to be under 3 minute 30,
which they easily will. Yeah.
We might break the record, not just beat it, because he's completed 394. He has to complete 3 more, and that will take about 12 minutes?
He's got
14.
He'll be going for that because his team will have told him what's at stake, not just the win, but the record. So it'll be his personal goal to do. If he knows his target time is sub 3:30s, he'll know, and he'll do 26, 27s, just to give him that extra edge.
He really, really is doing good. This Alexi Cavella and Vela Simsport have done so well this race. The 21 car, and I'm sure Jimmy Allison said we'd love it if we could get 397 laps. We might exceed that. That might be history in the making. As
and don't forget the code 80s we've had throughout the race.
Goodness!
Oh, what's happened?
The 46 car almost had it coming together with the 75 PRL Logitech car.
Oh no, that would have been terrible.
Coming through Tetra Rouge.
Luckily, no collision.
Oh no.
The Seawolf car gets away there. That was a lucky escape, but I would very much like to welcome our next guest into the booth if it's okay. Probably might even be our final guest, I don't know, but it's going to be close. As we would be very, very happy to welcome Canada's own Olivier Fortin to the booth. Hello, Olivier.
Your mic.
Hi, I'm fine. Good to be here.
Great to have you with us, Olivier. And, well, your race perhaps with Atlantic Motorsport in the Chevrolet Corvette has not been the world's best. I mean, you were in the car before I saw you, but Martin Vindis out in the number 72, unfortunately, on lap 222. So for Atlantic, it's not quite gone as well. And Marius Nikolai also out in the Porsche, the number 54 car. But, you know, despite that, come on, how has it been?
It was great. It was really great to share the track with everybody. So it was really fun. Yes, it was a tough weekend for Atlantic.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but there has been contact between Jacobs and Colvin Bach.
Oh no! That's bad. Oh, hopefully Jacobs can get it. Oh yes, he's safe. He is safe. Has Colvin Bach got damaged though? That's the question. Jacobs is just he came down into the first chicane. Oh, he just tipped him. He just tipped Colvin Bach, but Colvin Bach was fine. Yeah, he was fine. And well, you never like to have damage in DTs really, because difficult thing to deal with. But yeah, Olivier, you were saying about your race?
Oh, I just see the crash now, right now. Yeah, the race start was very not good for us. Felix played the bowling ball at the back of the field in GT, so we're sorry for everybody involved. Yeah, but after we tried to catch up a bit, but it was too late. 5 laps down is not very good at Le Mans. And this morning we lost our focus, so we crashed the car. So end of story for us here at Le Mans again.
Yeah, it's not quite gone your way then this race, but looking forward to season 10 then, you know, are you looking forward to that?
Yes, but yeah, let's see what lineup we will have for next season. Yeah, I don't know yet. We have to talk a bit, but let's see.
Yeah, of course. definitely you have proven yourself, though, Olivier, as one of the best GT drivers, you know, throughout your time here, and I imagine you'll be sticking with the GT class, hopefully.
I will try to stay in the GT class, but maybe P2, but I don't want to go in P1 yet, so I will stay to GT or P2 maybe.
Yeah, that's a fair enough thing. If you're not comfortable in P1, you know, P2 is fine. Any questions for Olivier from anybody else here in the room?
Nope.
I don't think so.
Yeah, so I will congrats Valais for the win. It's
It's
coming
not over.
It's not
Well,
over yet. It's not over.
yet, but
it's
there's
not
10
over
minutes.
yet, but he is not pushing. There's no reason he will crash.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, but you have no idea how bad
Whoa,
the
you can't say that.
the luck of the 89 has been this year. Like, I don't wanna. I'm not gonna go here, but like, I'm hoping there's not going to be like another disconnection.
Yeah, well, we never know what's going to happen in endurance. So thanks for joining us, Olivier. Pleasure to have you with us.
Yes,
Yeah.
no problem.
Well done.
Wow.
While
Here we
you're having
go.
that
10
interview,
minutes.
While you're having that interview, I noticed that JT Tammy no longer has a front end, not
Oh,
coming
no.
in to fix it though. They are last in the P2 class running, so there's really might
Yeah.
as well just.
I think that's
fix
safe.
it.
Minimal, if any, suspension damage on that car, so they're safe. It's all okay for the GT Tommy car. If they're staying out, that shows they have no intent, that it's, you know, it's not bothering them.
Or it's manageable at least, and they can get round the turns and keep it in a straight line down the straight.
Yeah, that's exactly really what is needed. But, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to keep an eye on Alexei Kivella in all this. He's on lap 396 as it stands. This is it. We're going to make history.
With 10 minutes to go.
With 10 to go. The maths is actually not even counting Kivella being this quick.
The foot was planted to the floor.
Utterly planted to the floor here. This has been a sensational race for all drivers involved, but, well, with not an awful lot going on in terms of battles. We've got Tommy versus Guardia perhaps, but that's really it at the moment in terms of actual on-track action. But Alexei Kivella just has to get past some GT traffic now. Paolo Marinaro, one of the cars, and he needs to pass. This is holding him up a bit, but he's not worried. He's not worried, I think. He just wants to get through at this point, and does on the exit of the Porsche curbs into Barrage Corvette. Yeah, James is next on his list, but this is the lap, ladies and gentlemen. Alexei Kivella into the Ford chicanes, and I'm going to call this because he is going to start the lap that will make Virtual Endurance Championship history. He completes lap 396. He has 8 minutes to go, and he starts...
Richard Berger has no rear wing.
Oh no! No! Berger has no rear wing, that's bad! That is actually bad, and oh god, there's actually serious suspension damage on that car.
Marinaro has no bonnet either.
Oh no!
Oh dear.
That is
Coming together, would you imagine?
That is actually quite serious,
I don't
Berger.
know.
Yeah, he's
dear.
lost his grip and he's crabbing. That is big, that is big. Oh no, not at the end. Not at the end.
Park at the start, finish straight.
Well,
I
that
noticed
was a big hit.
I noticed someone was in and out of the pits. That was Bonatti. I'm not sure whether that was a position changing thing at all.
Marinaro's got massive suspension damage as well and no front downforce. Berger, I just hope Berger can keep it on the track, really.
So that Marinaro and Berger. So those are the two cars which are running right at the back of the field.
Yeah, right at the back. Just at the end of the race. That's not what we want, really. But
No, it's not.
This is going to be
This is when
interesting coming through the
concentration
Porsche
needs to be
curves.
tight.
yeah, you're going to have to keep an eye on that because I'm watching Alexei Kivella and all this. Get Reinhard Berger. I think he's doing a good enough job, to be honest. I think he's come off the track there, but yeah, Jacobs goes through. Kivella though, I'm watching really because this is the one for Alexei Kivella. This is the magic lap that will equal a world record.
Being a shunt P1 is shunted
Oh, has there?
a GT in the Porsche curves, just coming out
Oh,
with the
no.
final turn. Yeah.
That's JT Tommy. No, it's not. He had the damage before. He's in a P2 as well, but I haven't no damage on any of the P1s by the looks of it.
Look like Doug Henson colours.
Yeah, it might have been, but there doesn't look to be any damage at least. But yeah, this lap here for Alexei Kavala is the magic lap, really. He's coming into Indianapolis now, and I'm trying my hardest to stay on him and stay positive because this is history. We have cars making it around the track, and that is fair enough. Reinhard Berger's actually gone off in the going towards the Porsche caves. He's struggling so hard here. And Alexei Kavala's actually coming around that same section of track. Oh, this is going to be tense. This is going to be nervous. I think Reinhardt's best chance here is just to just try and keep us off the track as he can, but yeah, this is not going to be easy for him or CMHQ. Here comes Kavala, the race leader. He's got to take avoiding action. Berger's actually pulled well out of the way. Nicely done. But Alexei Kavala here, round the Porsche curves. Round for the final, not the final time, but one of the final times. And, well, we didn't think it was going to happen, but it has happened. Alexei Kavala and Team Velis Simsport, the 21, will make history at Le Mans here at the Virtual Endurance Championship. Round on lap 396. He now completes lap 397, and we've matched the Le Mans record. That is history right there. 397, and he's going to do another one. So we're going to exceed the record. Well, how about that? How about that? That is brilliant. That is brilliant. 397 laps completed. Hats off to you, Alexei. Hats off. You're happy about that, Enzo?
Yeah, I am.
There you go.
Definitely.
From a PR standpoint, you can now call yourselves the Audi defeaters.
With an Audi, but okay, yeah.
Team Velis Simsport 39, whatever, 398 or 400 if they're complete.
We're gonna do
400 would be an achievement. 400 would be an achievement.
We're not gonna make 400.
399.
We're gonna do
I think they need to
399.
tag their name at the end for season 10 onwards.
Yeah, well, from here on, we are really into the unknown, aren't we? Whee!
And don't forget, we had quite a few Code 80s right at the start. Especially, that was quite a long one.
Yeah, that was, all things considered, this is brilliant. What a race this has been, and what a way to get to the end there with 3 to go now.
It's a fitting end, isn't it? Yeah.
It's a fitting end, a record-breaking end to one of the best Le Mans we've ever run. Yes, that's what it's about.
This is my first.
I'm just waiting for
24.
Jimmy Allison. I'm just waiting for Jimmy Allison to tell us that we've actually had more laps in a previous season.
There's a yellow flag out in Sector 3.
I imagine that'll be for the burger car.
Then again, that would have been...
It's fine. Nothing has all happened.
We should stop doing that.
Stop doing that, yes, Neil. But yes, that was on the 1991 now. I don't know whether this is the first one we've done on the modern Le Mans, but either way, if it was the 91 layout, this is the record beaten properly anyway.
Oh, Berger is stopped
Barnard
right
in.
at the
Barnard in with 2 to go. Interesting.
Maybe he's going to chuck on some fresh tyres and go for the fastest lap for the lols.
Oh, go for it. Go for it, Michael.
There isn't enough time for it.
No, I think it was a splash of fuel. I think he's just coming in for a splash of fuel. To be honest. Hey, well. What do you do with a person called Alexei? Get him to do 400 laps, that's what. But, yeah, we have 2 minutes to go now. This has been a stunner of a race. And just before we wrap up, I would like to say thank you so much to a lot of people. Firstly, to our track team, Stephen Bailey, Thomas Beer as well, and, you know, for doing the track and the graphics, the billboards we have. Thank you to Published Machinists as well for doing our lovely standings graphics. Thank you to Neil Heatley for doing pretty much 24 straight hours of commentary. Absolute madman staying for me. Thanks to Craig Wallard, Enzo Falzi, Nick Newcomb, and all of our guests and people coming along as well. Thank you to everyone who's watched for making this Le Mans what it is, and thank you mostly of all to Jimmy Allison, who has helped us through this race and into this fantastic race. He really has done a great job as race director.
333 people watching the stream at this present time, which is a great testament.
It is, it really is.
That's brilliant.
Alexi Cavallo on the final minute, he's completed 398 laps. He's on lap 399.
Jimmy,
We aren't quite gonna crack 400, but we've beaten the world record. That's
Jimmy.
what matters.
Jimmy wants 399.
I think he's going to get 399. We're going to get 399 completed. He'll start 400, but he won't finish it. We have run out of time. Time has elapsed. Wall 24 hours have done. And we are on the road to crowning some new champions. We've almost forgotten about that with all this.
It does look like in GTs, your champions will be the number 94 Velez car. In P2s, it will be number 46 Seawolf NetRace Motorsport car. And for P1s, it will be, just by 2 points mind you, Team Virus in the number 4 Porsche 919.
Yep, this is what it's all about now. This is where it's going to be. We're crowning the champions. We're making history. Once again, it's been a stellar season for all involved, but there can only be champions in 3 classes, 1 each class, and it has been a crazy race in places, but did this, you know, just getting to the end now. Everyone getting to the end, they'll be happy that they're getting to the end and making this race. We hope you've enjoyed Season 9 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. It's been a stellar one for us, and a stellar one for all involved, but it does have to come to an end, and now Alexi Cavallo will be our race winner by the looks of it at Le Mans. I'd love to keep an eye on him as he finishes his lap, because it has been a record-breaking race here at the Virtual Endurance Championship. At the modern Le Mans layout, we have gone above and beyond what the Real World Endurance Championship have done. We've broken records, we've had drivers do amazing things, we've had crashes, we've had code 80s, we've done brilliant stuff. And, whew, this has been a sensational one to watch, hasn't it, everybody?
Absolutely. Let's just say a massive shout out to Studio 397 for conveniently bringing DirectX 11 quality to this race just in time for the 24 hours of Le Mans and the VEC, just to, you know, add this extra little something special to this wonderful event.
Yeah, it looks great. When the update came through, it was all that we were wondering if we could get it to run.
Yeah.
And it looked amazing.
Here we go then. Alexi Cavallo rounding the final lot of the Porsche curves here. Coming around here.
Oscar Hardwick in the pits.
Hardwick in the pits, yes, but Cavallo through Virage Corvette. Yunus Raivio will still do quite well. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Alexi Cavallo into the Ford chicanes. It's been 24 hours of racing, but they're going to make the end of it, and they are going to be our Le Mans 24-hour winners. It will be the number 21 Vela Sim Sport car taking the phenomenal victory. 399 laps completed, and that will be the record set. We've beaten the actual World Endurance Championships record. But, ladies and gentlemen, more importantly, if there is one thing that's more important than a record being broken, it's crowning a champion. Only the second time in VEC history this has occurred, but a 2-man squad will win the title. Adam Taylor rounding the final Ford chicanes now. And yes, he's coming round here, round the turn. And Adam Taylor and Team Virus are the Season 9 LMP1 champions. They've done it. Brilliant stuff from Taylor and Jakovic the whole season and all involved. Great stuff indeed. Fantastic racing as well. We have winners in classes as well. Taylor second, obviously, in class. 4th for DHR. 5th for Scuderia GT Italia. 7th for the number 2 DHR as well. And what a race it has been for all involved. Jonas Raivira, I'm sure, will be happy with the race win when he gets it. Looking at Jan Tits, though, in the Seawolf NetRace Motorsport number 46 car. And, well, what a race from them as well. What a race from them too. This is gonna be a moment of celebration for them, I'm sure. And it will be a great, great race for them as soon as they've crossed the finish line. The German squadron may not have gone in thinking they could win it, but they're going to come out very, very happy with their results indeed. Round the final, Ford Chicane as well. LMP2 Championship win for Seawolf Net Race Motorsports. And the blue and yellow succeeds at Le Mans and through the season. Great win for them. Fantastic victory indeed. And Anna Schoenfleet in 24th has not finished the race yet. He's still coming around.
Neither has our GT leader, Eunice Ravio.
Yep, Rivio and Schoenfleet.
Yep, Rivio coming towards Porsche curves now.
Towards
what
the Porsche
a
curves
drive
now.
this has been. This has been remarkable. Obviously, it was helped out by the incident earlier, but what a drive nonetheless.
If the words flying Finn meant anything, it's this right here. Right here with Jonas Rivio round the Porsche curves. What a finish this is going to be for Velis Simsport. They've won in Le Mans in the LMP1. They're going to win in LMGT. This is going to be fantastic. Anna Schoenfleet's not that far behind in all honesty. Rivio into the Ford chicanes. Flicks it once. Flicks it twice. He's going to come round now. Flicks it the third. And the fourth time is the charm. He wins in GT at Le Mans. Anna Schoenfleet follows not far behind. Flicks it himself. Left, then right. Then left, then right again as he does now. And it's 2 wins and a championship for Velis at the Le Mans. Because LMGT Championship goes to the 94. And news from Jimmy Allison. We've matched the record in Room 2. We've beaten it in Room 1. They did 397. We did 399. And what a race that has been. Well done to our class winners. And of course our class champions. Team Virus, Seawolf Net Race Motorsport, and Velis Simsport. Well, this has been a superb race, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you'll agree. And, well, just before we round out this broadcast, any words from anyone?
I'm just stunned at the quality of the drivers overall. The amount of laps they've done, the sportsmanship, and the viewing. Thank you very much to everybody tuning in and watching and giving your input. Everybody involved at VEC. I think this race has really highlighted the quality of the field.
Yep. Such a high quality field, such a high quality race, and that was absolutely sensational stuff. And, well, I don't think you're going to get a better advertisement for the Virtual Endurance Championship than this. I really don't think you are. So, I'd like to show my final appreciations to everyone who has joined us in the broadcast, all of the drivers, all of the teams this season. And thank you to our race director, Jimmy Allison, as well, who has witnessed history. We would not be here without you, Jimmy. That is a fact. So thank you for working your Danish magic on this broadcast.
And the thing is, his work doesn't stop, because from tomorrow, I'm sure, his eyes are set on next season. And
they are.
Give himself, he may give himself a few days off before starts arranging what next season's going to bring.
Maybe his eyes are on the new people who are going to the next season of the academy.
Yeah, SRC Academy coming up as well, I'm sure, but I wonder if Jimmy Allison would like to have a couple of words before the end of the broadcast, unless he's absolutely exhausted. No, he's exhausted. He doesn't. Well, that's fair enough.
He can't speak.
He's lost for words. Well, I just want to say thank you again to Jimmy, really, for this fantastic.
Done, massive effort. I know.
Brilliant race from Jimmy
Jimmy
Allison.
And Neil have put an absolutely huge effort in. I was able to come in a few times through the night, before my stint and after. Before my last stint, I was absolutely goose, so I had to have a power nap.
Yeah, I mean, it's Le Mans, isn't it? You only get one a year, and it is so special. So
yeah, it was my first 24-hour, and I just hope it's not my last. I hope I get to drive in VEC Season 10 finale as well. So
I hope you do, and well, everyone here hopes that they'll be around. Mark your date in your calendar as soon as the calendar is released for Season 10, because it's gonna be a perler. Until that time, though, I have been Josh Randerson, and from everybody in the Virtual Endurance Championship and SimRacing.club, we will see you when we come back in a couple of months' time for Season 10 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. It's going to be amazing. Goodbye.
goodbye.